we align the boats, I will call the lane number. Lane 1 is closest to me. Lane 6 is farthest from me. I will ask...
Hi everyone, and welcome to Burnaby Lake. My name is Mark Addison, and I'm with
Alex Birkinshaw.
And we're here to call the 2023 Canadian University Rowing Championships. We've got a beautiful morning here. Rain should hold off. We've got great conditions, so we're looking forward to calling the races for you today.
Our first race that is just about ready to come down now is the men's B final of the single, so we'll tune into them to see how they're doing. In the B finals, setting up for their start. They should be starting in a couple minutes here.
Yeah, so up at the start line, this is Burnaby Lake. Got a great aerial shot here coming into Burnaby. And so it's a 2,000-meter race. Athletes will start right at the start line. Yesterday they rode into their races in a time trial format. Today it's 6 across for the A and B finals. Right in the heart of Vancouver. Just waiting for that first race to start here. There we get a shot of the Western Sculler. So that's the A final, lane 6.
So that's Newell from Western.
Started momentarily here with the B final. What we've got there is those are the A final athletes waiting to get into the gates. We should see. So small correction. Looks like the A final is going off first. So those are the athletes that are racing first. So you can see on your screen there, we've got Milner from the University of Calgary, Michael Carrick from the University of Victoria, Owen Bartel, St. Catharines guy from rowing for UBC right now. We've got Stephen Harris from Brock University, Chevalier from Dalhousie, and Newell from Western.
So these lanes will be going from the right side of your screen over to the left side, 1 through 6.
And Alex, some really talented athletes in this race here in the men's single. We've got Stephen Harris, who's a bronze medalist at under 23s in the men's lightweight single, but also rowing in the heavyweight single for Brock here, as well as Owen Bartel. He won the under 23 single at Canadian Henley this past summer.
Yeah, Owen Bartel is a fairly young athlete out at UBC, so we're excited to see what he does at CUs this year. We've also got Michael Carrick, who rode in Brown Cup at the previous Brown Cup, as well as getting a Henley Gold in the men's 4 recently.
Yeah, Albert, coach at UVic. Got a strong program there, a strong core contingent of guys. Certainly Michael's one of those. Just waiting for those guys to get into the starting gates and hopefully off on our first race here.
sir.
So Alex and I were both former Canadian University rowers, and you can see the athletes kind of just sitting there at the starting line nervously. You're thinking about your race, and this is, for me anyway, Alex, I don't know about you, this was the nerve-wracking part, was right before the start went off.
Totally, yeah. I was actually coxswain, so I wasn't doing the physical activity, but sometimes before the start, my heart rate would be up in the 130s. But everything kind of, you get that calm once the race starts, and you're really getting into trying to find that best result.
Absolutely. Once the starting gun goes off, things just take over naturally. But in this moment, if you're not mentally prepared, you can start overthinking things, getting in your own head a little bit. But certainly these are experienced athletes just pulling into the starting gate. So we'll be getting going shortly here.
Yeah, at the beginning of the race, we typically have these boat holders. They make sure that all the boats are well lined up and in the center of their lane. That'll ensure everyone has a really fair start. There we go. We've got our boats starting to get into those blocks, so we should be good to go shortly.
All right, so the athletes are almost locked on here. Once again, from lane 1 through lane 6, so from the right side of your screen to the left, we've got Milner from the University of Calgary, Michael Carrick from the University of Victoria, Owen Bartel from UBC, Stephen Harris from Brock, Chevalier from Dalhousie, and Newell from Western University.
So from the time trial, we have the fastest times towards the middle of those lanes, whereas your times get a little bit longer as you get towards the outside. So we should see a nice chevron coming down the course, but you never know. Sometimes people upset the time trial results. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and a bit of a longer race in the single, and so that time trial, those gaps that you see might tighten up finals day. The start is an important part of the race, starting out of this position as opposed to rowing into the race. So these guys are they're incorporating that into the start of their race, which could change things for the athletes. And the overall should be really interesting. This is a good field.
Okay.
So you see Newell just kind of picking his right skull there. Same with Chevalier from Dalhousie, just trying to stay straight before the starting gun goes off. You don't want to do any major course corrections because the fastest way from one point to another is a straight line.
It's true. That's what we aim for, but you might be surprised today. You could see some wiggling courses when you get up to pace, when you're pulling as hard as you can. Sometimes it's hard to keep paying attention to the course as well.
Yeah, hopefully these athletes don't run into any clashes or any problems with their course.
Yeah, those can be tests. So we want everyone to stay in their own lane.
Spoken like a true coxie,
yeah.
Alex. Well done. So as we wait here, the umpires are just mainly looking for alignment. There, if you can see, we got that great shot across the bow there, slightly on an angle, but you can see they want the bows perfectly even. Nobody should get even the slightest advantage. And so if they're not perfectly even, they won't start the race. So they're just double checking that everybody's all squared away and good to go. An important part to have a fair start at the very beginning of the race here. And just to all the volunteers, the boat holders at this regatta, it is not a glamorous job, but certainly one that is necessary. We got a bunch of volunteers down here at the timing booth, as well as throughout the course, people on the regatta site. Certainly this event could not happen without all our volunteers. So quick thank you to them before the race.
Your hands get really cold as a boat holder out there. Inevitably, you end up putting them in the water a little bit.
Looks like the athletes are sitting at about 3/4 slide here. I imagine they've been given a 2-minute warning if they're sitting ready like this. One or two final checks of their course here. We're just prolonging these nervous moments. Boy, I feel for them right now.
He's looking cool as a cucumber, though.
Yeah, we've got Milner from University of Calgary there, sporting a great mustache. Movember, after all.
Ah, yes. Mustache.
And there's Owen Bartel, St. Catharines athlete, going for UBC. Coached by a former coach of mine, actually, Mike Petrochenko. Mike, if you're listening to this, you've done a great job. Owen's finding himself, he had the fastest time trial yesterday, so he's in that middle lane, ranked first.
Okay, we see these athletes have started to square their blades up. Might mean they're on their way to starting soon. Oh, nope, back on the feather. So all of these athletes are, no, okay. All of these athletes are going to be trying to secure as many points as possible for their schools. Throughout the day, each event is worth a different number of points, and that decides who takes home the ultimate banner.
Yeah, so the point system is an interesting part of the Canadian University Rowing Championship. So obviously each event you want to win, but then throughout the day we'll be doing our best to update you with the point totals, who's in the lead, what each event means for the overall points banner, which is what a lot of the teams are here for. Who's the best team in Canada? And so that banner is awarded, as Alex mentioned, that banner is awarded to the team with the most points. All right, here we go.
Got to start.
Looks like Michael Carrick from UVic off to a good start. Bartel.
Yeah, no super early leads yet, but just 10-20 strokes of the race. Although that Calgary boat, Milner seems to be pulling ahead.
Long, powerful strokes from Milner there.
Just got to keep pushing and hope that you can catch that guy ahead of you. Bartel is looking quite calm with his strokes here. Doesn't seem to be at too crazy high of a stroke rate, just pushing right through.
Yeah, very smooth, really smooth on the recovery. So after he takes a stroke and his blades come out of the water, there's not a whole lot of movement of the upper body. Just really relax on the recovery. That allows the boat to run continually. It'll feel quite light for him.
So that's our straight across shot. So that should give us an idea here of who's got the lead.
Owen Bartel crossing the 1,000-meter marker with open water on second place, which is Harris from Brock, and then Milner in third from Calgary.
This tends to be kind of the hardest part of the race. This is where it gets really to be quite mentally tough. Your legs are tired. You still have 1,000 meters to go. So what these athletes can kind of push through on that mental aspect will really help them get the lead here.
Yeah, so it looks like we got a nice battle for second and third place here between Milner and Harris. Owen Bartel remaining long and in the lead out there in first place for UBC. That'll be a great start for the T-Birds if he can hold off the competition and take the first race of the day.
It's always exciting when you're racing. If your teammates kind of secure that first goal, that gets the momentum going for the teams for sure.
Certainly gives you the confidence to know that you can go out on the water and the training that you've been doing is working.
Absolutely.
We've got a beautiful shot here coming in the last 500 meters or so of the race.
So we should be able to see these athletes starting to come down in real time. We're sitting at the finish line here. We've got an excellent view.
So there's the whole field, and if you're seeing two people rowing in the background, don't worry, they're not in this race. They're warming up, so they're allowed to warm up behind the race that's going down. So just the singles is what we're keeping track of right now, and it's still Bartel out for commanding lead, I would say, for UBC at this point. And then a clear second place is Harris of Brock, and then it looks like Milner's in third, but we'll be able to tell you shortly coming through here.
So this red buoy that you see the athletes passing here, that indicates that there's about 500 meters to go. And when the buoys totally switch color to red, that means they have 250 meters to go. That's typically where the athletes will start their final sprint.
All right, there's the shot of the whole field. So it's difficult to tell from this angle, but Owen Bartel certainly out in the lead for the T-Birds as they're coming down the last 500 meters of the track here.
We're starting to hear some cheering coming from the fans at the grandstands.
Certainly months and months of hard work here. It's got to be a good feeling for Bartel as he approaches the last 250 meters. He knows that all he has to do is stay long and stay consistent, and he's got this. Harris looks to be in second place. The crowd's getting loud out here.
Hey, so we can see that on the live stream. Yeah, it's looking a little tighter than it was a bit further out. I think that Calgary boat has kind of fallen off the back a bit now. Bartel definitely coming in with a good lead. That's really
long,
exciting.
Powerful strokes from Owen Bartel here. Looks like he's going to go for UBC. An excellent start to the day for Mike Pierce's T-Birds. UBC takes first place, Owen Bartel.
Good, we got Harris coming across the line next from Brock.
And we got a good battle here for third place.
Yeah, there
and it looks like the Western Sculler coming through. That's Newell from Western University coming in third. Chevalier from Dalhousie in fourth. Carrick from UVic in fifth. And crossing the line in sixth place from Calgary, that's Milner.
Yeah, so again, you really never know what's going to happen until the race is over.
So you can see Calgary athlete lying down there in exhaustion. We had an umpire on it, making sure he was okay, though. And a great start to the day for the T-Birds. I would say, Alex, a bit of a surprise, the Western athlete coming in third there, coming from the outside lane. So being in lane number 1, he would have been ranked towards the back of the field and then stepping through there at the finish.
Totally. Some athletes just race much better side by side. When you can really see your competition there, it helps you get into another gear.
Absolutely.
Do we want to try to get Owen as he comes off the...
I was like, I couldn't tell. It's just black, all black clothing. I was like, oh, cool.
Maybe,
that's the me. Congratulations, coach.
You can see all of those UBC guys are coming down to give Owen a pat on the back, a big hug. He'll be racing in their 8 later today, so that'll keep spirits high for sure.
Yeah, and so that's Liam Smith there. He's not racing with UBC this weekend, but he's on the rowing with the national team now. So he's come out to support the guys. And you can see how happy they all are. That's a huge start. Always fantastic to start the day with a win. So it's some good points in the bank for UBC there.
Okay. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes just after this commercial break and getting started with the men's B final.
It began with a common love for sport, connection, and being active.
Then came a name to describe our community,
And this became a gift and an expectation of excellence. The Thunderbirds.
from athletes to club members and personal goal chasers.
To staff, supporters, and alumni, we are all Thunderbirds. Powerful, united, and grateful to the Kwakwaka'wakw people who entrusted our name to us.
We're here to create a positive impact, to bring honor to our community and make our university proud.
To be a Thunderbird is a responsibility, but it's one we carry with joy.
Sharing in the thrill of being part of something bigger.
Something magnetic. Something to which everyone is welcome.
Thunderbirds are ambitious. We see possibility and commit to it.
We continuously test our limits and find they stretch even further than we thought. To be a Thunderbird is to believe that we are capable of more.
We persevere, bring our best, and never settle. We're not shy about winning. But when we do, it's in the right way.
Always with integrity and respect. Always victory through honor. We reach high, but with humility.
We hold ourselves and each other to account, seeking to give more than we take.
It might sound like hard work, and it can be, but we have each other's backs.
Thunderbirds are never alone.
That's why we can step out beyond the comfortable, knowing we might stumble.
But trusting, we will find our wings.
we are one proud family, a force to be reckoned with.
We are not here to keep quiet or stay small, but to discover the power of our voices and actions.
Energetic, charismatic, loud like thunder.
Together, we take flight.
Welcome back. We've got the men's B final in the single. It would appear that they just started.
I actually think they're about midway down the track right now. And the B final of the men's single looks to me.
Looks like they're coming out of the first set of red buoys, so they should be around the 250.
So in lane 1, we've got Hickey Benson from SFU. Lane 2, Garcia from Toronto. Lane 3, Brule from the University of Ottawa. Stender from Queen's University. Legaré from McGill. And Desjardins from Université de Montréal.
Looks like we've got some early leads through here.
Looks like the middle lanes are ahead right now.
I think Ottawa, it's a bit hard to tell, but it looks like Ottawa in lane 3. Brule has taken a bit of a lead. Lane 4 is Queen's. Tom Stender is actually from Nova Scotia. This is his second CUs.
Yeah, so coming into the last 500 meters here of the race, lane 3 seems to be in the lead. So Brule from Ottawa actually duking it out with the Queen's athlete, Stender.
Yeah, it's going to be a good race through the finish.
And these are crucial points, too, even in the B final. There's points for 7th, 8th, and 9th places. So coming to the line, this is going to be close.
It's going to be an awesome race to the finish. It's hard to tell on the angle from right now, but it actually appears to be quite a tight race.
Maybe half a boat length in it between Stender and Brule coming towards the finish line here. Maybe the Queen's athlete just eking out ahead.
Yeah, Queen's athlete seems to have it here. But we've got another exciting race, lanes, places 3, 4, and 6 here.
So 7th overall, Stender. 8th overall is Brule from the University of Ottawa.
So we've got McGill and U Montreal coming through the line next.
And that's McGill crossing the line. University of Montreal athlete. Then Garcia from Toronto. And rounding out the B final is Hickey Benson from SFU. And that wraps up the men's singles. The A and B finals completed now.
Pretty tight final from the B final. Often we end up getting a bit more spread through the end. So that's awesome to see that the field was fairly tight together. Good race for everyone there.
Definitely a close field there. That was impressive to see. Certainly those athletes can be happy with that race.
We've now got the C final coming down for the men's single. We'll just pull up the athletes that are in that event.
2 athletes in this race, University of Saskatchewan and the University of Guelph. So in lane 3, we've got Pauli, and in lane 4, we've got Pecora. I believe that's the Guelph athlete there, yeah, in lane 4. Distinctive red and gold colors of Guelph. So these athletes are rounding out the single event. And shifting now to the women's lightweight double. Here we go.
Lightweight double just started here. This is the A final, so this is worth a decent amount of points. We can see with the lightweight athletes, they often have quite a high stroke rate, so they're going off nice and quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Lightweight racing, very exciting. So in lane 1, we have Queen's University, lane 2, Western, lane 3, Brock, lane 4, UBC, lane 5, Guelph, and lane 6, UVic. Queens had quite a strong showing last weekend at the Ontario University Championships on the women's side, so expect to see a solid effort from the Queens athletes here.
They tend to be quite dominant on the lightweight side from Queens. They've got a really impressive program the last few years. Okay, we're starting to get that big shot of the entire field. It's hard to say who's ahead, but it seems like lane 1.
Yeah, lane 1, Queens is really laying it down right now out there.
They placed third at the OUA champs a couple weekends ago, so
I would say from it's not certainly not over. It's very, very close. You know, Brock right in there,
yeah,
as well as UBC. This is going to be a really good race, and it's typically tighter because all the athletes are at a specific weight limit, and so the power imbalance is not as big as it can be in heavyweight rowing. But certainly some of the most exciting racing we have. So their athletes are coming into the last 500 meters here. Just start to see them from the finish line.
These are our men's singles coming
Correction.
down to the finish line.
These are the singles from the C final coming down to the finish line.
We do have 2 races going on at the same time. We had a bit of a delay earlier in the day, so typically they run some tighter centers to try to get things caught up.
Yeah, so the lightweight women's double that you're seeing on your there, they are approaching the 1,000 meter marker, so about halfway through the race. Still looks to be very tight. And shifting gears here, we're at this is the C final of the men's single. The 2 athletes from Guelph and Saskatchewan coming through the line. Looks to be the Guelph sculler in first place here. So that's the athlete from the University of Guelph winning the C final. Right behind him from Saskatchewan. And shifting back to the women's lightweight double here. Oh, we've got a great race going on.
Oh, that's awesome.
Looks like the middle lane. That looks like lane 3.
That should be Brock, I believe, the Durkak twins, who are, yeah, actually identical twins from Brock. They row really nicely together.
Yeah, so we got a great straight across shot here. That's Brock, and then UBC right beside them in second place. Looks like UVic in third place coming across the 1,000 meter marker there.
Yeah, so those lane 3, they did win gold at OUAs. Looks like we'll have a tight race between Queens and UBC, lane 1 and lane 4. From UBC, we have Megan Camplin and Mary Law, who are quite experienced lightweights. They rode the double together last year, I believe.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
There's lots of time together.
Yeah, and these twins also have quite a lot of time together.
And you can see just the tightness of the blade work there, just really close to the water. right in at the top right away. Beautiful rowing from the Brock scullers there.
Yeah, they look really in control there.
Look to have a firm grasp on the race. Looks probably like two boats of open water maybe on the UBC crew. There we see in lane 1 Queens, and then to the right that's Western University.
Yes, from that Queens double, we also have some fairly experienced athletes in there. For both of them, it is their third CUs.
Hopefully some of that experience comes through here coming into the last quarter of the race. See if they can step on it a little bit, try and catch UBC, but it is a commanding lead for Brock University here in the women's lightweight double. Followed just behind them is UBC, and then we think Queens, but don't count out the crews on the outside lanes either.
It's always hard to tell with the angles, isn't it?
So coming in the last 500 meters. Alex, if you're a crew that was out ahead like Brock, what would you be saying to them right now? They have a significant lead. You know, if as long as nothing disastrous happens, they've got this race. What would be your for them right now if you were coxing them?
Well, I think you just remind them to look at that boat behind them just once and keep stepping away from them. It's a really good position to be in because you can see as soon as that boat behind you makes any sort of move, you can respond to it, try to open the lead. But they're in a good position where they're not going to have to tire themselves as much for their later races. They can really play it by ear here and go just enough to secure.
Yeah, so having the ability to race smart, certainly that's one thing that's part of the strategy here. A lot of these athletes will have multiple races, 2, sometimes even 3 races for some athletes, particularly on the lightweight side. So having the ability to not have to fully extend yourself is quite an advantage.
Yeah, Mary Law and that UBC crew is going to be racing 3 times today, which can be quite exhausting if you have tight races where you're really having to give it your all.
Yeah, so it looks like Brock in first, but UBC is pushing back here.
Pushing for that finish.
Still looks to be the angle a bit deceptive. Still looks to be Brock in first place, but UBC's coming back hard here.
Yeah, they're definitely making a big push for the finish. What an exciting race.
And we've got Queens and UVic battling it out for third, but at field coming through the finish. Brock has about a boat length lead here. Oh, they hit a buoy. Brock hit a buoy. Might provide an opportunity for UBC to come through here within half a boat length, but it is Brock that comes through.
But we can see that Brock did not finish in their lane on that race.
UBC in second there. That might be
we'll see if any
really
hands
tight
go
here
up.
for third place.
Wow.
Oh,
Ooh.
too close to call. Maybe lane 6 just had it on the surge.
Yeah, that was an exciting one. They might have to look at the finish replays there.
So
I wonder if we're able to get kind of a slow-mo shot of those last few boats going through the line, if that's possible here.
That would be incredible. What finish for third place.
We'll try to get that going while we wait for the next race to start, but that was a very exciting A-final.
Yeah, great racing from the lightweight women's double. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
And good recovery from the Brock athletes there, hitting that buoy in the last 10 strokes there, being able to recover.
Yeah.
That could have been a devastating mishap, but
okay, we got another look at that finish coming here.
Might just be able to see. Yeah, so there's Brock in first place, UBC in second, crossing the line.
So we definitely got Brock in first, UBC in second. Let's see through those other athletes. Stream is a little bit crackly here, so we'll see what we can get. Oh, all good. Never mind.
All right, so this is looking at the B final of the women's lightweight double now.
So in the B final, in that far lane that we've got zoomed in on, that's our SFU. You can see McGill with Boehm and Sato. And as we zoom out, we've got Carleton, Dalhousie, U of T, and Sask is closest to us.
So still waiting on official results from the previous race for the A final of the lightweight women's double. So as we sit here, boy, that was a close finish. 2,000 meters. It's roughly a 7-minute race, 6 race depending on the crew, and to be decided by 1/100ths of a second. That's fantastic. Really, really great racing.
Yeah, and you never know when that just a bow ball of distance might make a difference for the banner. The points can be quite close towards the end. So.
Absolutely. Surely don't want to give anything up. Just waiting on the start. So if we're looking at results right now, Alex, it looks to me like the men's A final, there may have been an issue with a protest, and that's why we haven't seen any results come in there. We've seen results for the B final and the C final. The men's A final of the single hasn't come in yet. I believe there's a protest for that race, which is why the results have not appeared yet.
Yeah, at the end of every race, all the athletes have the opportunity to pop their hand up in the air and indicate that they felt something in the race was inherently unfair.
And it could have been, again, this is pure speculation because we were not at the start line, but it could have been at the start. I did notice that they started just behind everyone else.
Interesting.
So that could have been the case. But right now our shot is looking across the B final of the women's lightweight double.
We have some quite experienced athletes through the B final as well. It looks like from Dalhousie, Sophie Inkpen competed representing Canada in the lightweight women's double at under 23s a couple years ago in 2021.
Wow, so some real caliber in the even in the B final here. That's good to see.
Yeah.
It means the standard of the women's lightweight double is actually quite high.
Quite high.
So the athletes are sitting at attention, and here we go.
They go. SFU in that far lane, we have two really young athletes. One of them's 18 and one's 19. It's incredible to see them competing at their first CUs at that young.
Yeah, no kidding. That's stepping into a field of university athletes where, they can, if they're not, they can even be novices that start at 21 or 22 years old and still be rowing at, 23, 24, 25, 26 even. Mm-hmm. So to be 18 or 19 and competing here is quite impressive. So we get a nice wide angle shot here of the B final of the women's lightweight double. And again, pretty fantastic conditions here today. No rain, flat water, which Burnaby is known for. It's everything as an athlete you could hope for.
Yeah, we're lucky we didn't get too much fog this morning either. Because Burnaby is so calm, sometimes the fog rolls in and there's no wind to take it away. So, again, really good conditions here today.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. This is our shot crossing the 500-meter marker. Looks to be hard to tell. Looks to be a tight race across the field, though. 3 or 4 boats in contention there.
Yeah, first and second look like they're coming from lanes 2 and 3, U of T and Dalhousie. But again, those angles can be quite deceiving, so we'll see as we get a more straight-on shot later in the course.
So we got a shot from midway through the race. This camera's coming from the 1,000-meter marker. And it gives, this to me, Alex, as an athlete, I never wanted to look behind me in a race because 2,000 meters, when you're about to go as hard as you can for 6 minutes or so, can be a little bit intimidating. But this shot kind of gives us a nice idea of how long the course is. It can feel short sometimes, and then other times 2,000 meters can feel really long depending on how the race is going.
Totally. As a coxie, through the 1,000-meter mark is where you're really trying to convince your athletes that they can keep pushing, that they've still got that fitness in them, and that'll really be key as you come through the second half of the race.
So in this race, the women's lightweight double, typically the bow person would take over the responsibility of calling the race. So you've got the bow person is the athlete that's closest to us here. And so the stroke person kind of sets the rhythm. The bow person is calling the race, little pushes here and there, technical things, the reminders for the crew they will have established in their race plan. Kind of taking over the role of a coxie in a 2-person boat.
Oh, so that lead is actually coming from lane 4, Carlton, O'Brien and Bartek here.
I'd be interested to see when they come through the water if that's the true or if it's just the angle.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be tight.
Yeah, some good rowing from the Dalhousie crew there. Nice to see Dal, some really good boats so far. And it is tight. Wow.
Yeah.
Within a bow ball, I would say, of at the 1,000-meter marker between Dal and Carlton.
And, we've got that lane 2 boat, U of T, is not far behind. I think it'll be an exciting race for those that top 3 position in the B final.
Yeah, so certainly this is typically what athletes would call the most difficult part of the race. Coming into the third 500 meters, you pass the halfway point, but in particular on this course, you just kind of got some trees behind you. There's not a whole lot going on. Just trying to take things 5 strokes at a time, maybe, as we ride with the crew from U of T, and then behind them there, that looks like Saskatchewan. If you're wondering why Saskatchewan's got the blue and gold blades, that typically crews that come out will rent equipment from other crews. So it looks like they've borrowed equipment from UBC.
Yeah, the Sherman sisters is one of the UBC pairs from some former UBC athletes. It was named after them. A lot of these programs are really fortunate to have a lot of alumni support. It really helps get new equipment and keep the programs running strong. A lot of the volunteers here today would be alumni who previously rowed, coming out to, stay engaged in the community.
Like yourself, Alex.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
That's me.
So we get a nice center shot there. So we've got U of T, looks to be battling it out. I would say still a little bit behind Dalhousie.
Yeah, I think so.
Based on that angle. And to the right of the picture, who we can't see at the moment, would be the Carlton crew. And we'll get a good idea coming into the last 500 meters where everybody's at.
So they're coming into those red buoys now, which means they should be in the 250 meters to go range. So how that finish is going to play out.
The stage of the race where athletes will start to bring things up for their finish. just before those red buoys, but when you see those red buoys, especially in a small boat where you don't have a coxie necessarily updating you on where you are in the race, it's go time. Looks like Dow has stretched their lead out over Carleton and U of T. But Carleton certainly not falling back. They just upped the rate big. Oh, it's a big move from Carleton. Rate just went up.
Yeah, they'll be looking to secure that finish.
You can see Carleton on the left side of your screen there in the red and black. Wow, that's a big move from Carleton. Here they go. It's close right now. The Dow athletes trying to hold on to their lead, but when a crew's coming through you like that, that's tough mentally to deal with.
Yeah,
see if they can battle back here.
As the crew who's walking through, it can be really exciting. That momentum just keeps you going.
A huge push from Carleton.
Really impressive finish there.
Seem to have opened up some open water here on Dow.
Their catches are still looking pretty tight. Seems like they're really engaging the water together here. Pretty big lead from those first two boats.
So crossing the line, 7th overall, that's Carleton. Dow in 8th to become U of T coming through here. There's U of T in 4th, or 3rd, sorry. McGill in 4th. Got Saskatchewan coming to the line here.
And then our last boat coming through is our SFU boat. They're on the far side there. Looks like we've got some final results from the women's A final in the pair that I think we'll be able to get up on the screen in a second here.
Yeah, so the women's lightweight double, there you see that's Brock University in 1st, UBC 2nd, and it was UVic. Oh my goodness, by
tight margins.
An unbelievably close race between UVic and Queens. So UVic getting the better of Queens there in 3rd place. Guelph in 5th and Western in 6th.
Great racing here today.
And we'll be back after a short break here for our next.
It began with a common love for sport, connection, and being active.
Then came a name to describe our community,
And this became a gift and an expectation of excellence. The Thunderbirds.
from athletes to club members and personal goal chasers.
To staff, supporters, and alumni, we are all Thunderbirds. Powerful, united, and grateful to the Kwakwaka'wakw people who entrusted our name to us.
We're here to create a positive impact, to bring honor to our community and make our university proud.
To be a Thunderbird is a responsibility, but it's one we carry with joy.
Sharing in the thrill of being part of something bigger.
Something magnetic. Something to which everyone is welcome.
Thunderbirds are ambitious. We see possibility and commit to it.
We continuously test our limits and find they stretch even further than we thought. To be a Thunderbird is to believe that we are capable of more.
We persevere, bring our best, and never settle. We're not shy about winning. But when we do, it's in the right way.
Always with integrity and respect. Always victory through honor. We reach high, but with humility.
We hold ourselves and each other to account, seeking to give more than we take.
It might sound like hard work, and it can be, but we have each other's backs.
Thunderbirds are never alone.
That's why we can step out beyond the comfortable, knowing we might stumble.
But trusting, we will find our wings.
We are one proud family, a force to be reckoned with.
We are not here to keep quiet or stay small, but to discover the power of our voices in action.
Energetic, charismatic, loud like thunder.
Together, we take flight.
Cameras ready, audio set. And we are live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's the TC 10K. This is it. We're here. We've been waiting all year for this.
Well, being in the lead is always a nice position because you have a vantage point where you can see everybody.
The hometown fans in support, and there it is. Genevieve Lalonde takes the gold of Canada.
We were living in a difficult time when language was forbidden.
Comes to the inside. Carlson immediately get together. Carlson takes the lead.
Mar on the tip. Yes, he can.
It is Canada's game.
Just score! Great show, everybody.
All right, so we've got a start line shot here of the single. Some really, really talented athletes in this group, some of which actually rode together this past summer at under 23s.
Yeah.
In lane 2, that's Emerson Crick, and the guy beside him from UVic in lane 3, Di Pompeo, they were in the under 23 lightweight together, I believe.
Yeah, they got a bronze medal there. It's always interesting racing against someone who's also been your teammate. Where you usually wish the best for them, but just not quite as good as you.
Yeah, exactly. Certainly not moment. So I think they're hyper focused on their job.
UVic and UBC do tend to be kind of rival schools. We're so close to each other here on the West Coast.
So in lane 6, furthest away from us, there we've got the Guelph Sculler, that's Rourke. In lane 5, that's Chataway from Western University. In lane 4, Tibet from Brock. Lane 3, Giancarlo Di Pompeo from UVic. Lane 2, Emerson Crick from UBC. And lane 1, Radhakrishnan from Queens.
Yeah, so that Brock rower there in lane 4, it is his first CUs, but at NRCs he did come third in the lightweight category, which is pretty impressive. It'd be cool to see what he's able to do at his first CUs.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, we've got these boats sitting up. They're likely ready to start.
Yeah, the athletes are being pulled right now. You can see their blades are squared in the water. And here we go. Quick start from the Queens athlete there. Lightweight's notoriously known for rating quite high, and off the start even more so.
Yeah.
Look at G. Pompeo just blast off the starting gates.
Yeah, it'll be interesting in this race to see if any of the athletes were holding back through the time trial. Crick was about 10 seconds back from Di Pompeo. Had a 6-second lead on Brock.
And Emerson is one of those athletes that has 3 races. He's doing the single, the double, and the lightweight 4. But at the start, it looks to be Uvik out in first place here.
Yeah, Crick seems to be not far behind, and third and fourth place are still really with the field.
Yeah, so out front, as you mentioned earlier, Alex, that nice chevron appearance from the middle lanes going out to the outer lanes seems to be the case, although it is quite early still in this race. We got a great shot there of that was Di Pompeo from Uvik, but it is very tight between UBC and Brock. You can see that Brock athlete is just rating very high. His strokes per minute, my guess would be around 37 or 38 right now, strokes a minute from the Brock athlete, just turning over as many strokes as he can.
Yeah, whereas we can see in those kind of first 2 athletes, they're looking a little bit longer and calmer in their stroke rate. Both strategies totally viable. If you're kind of a taller athlete, it can be more useful to really utilize stroke, but sometimes the lightweights just rip it all the way up, and that can be helpful too.
Absolutely, yeah. Who can row the highest rate possible for the longest, and then hopefully someone else falls off. But it does seem to be it is those 3 boats: UBC, Uvik, and Brock out in the middle. My guess would be a slight lead for Uvik still. Maybe about half a boat length over UBC, 3/4 of a boat length, and about 1 boat length on Brock. But it is very, very tight between Brock and UBC for second place here. The Uvik athlete just out ahead a little bit. Closest to our shot here in lane 1, that's the Queens athlete. In lane 1 there, Radhakrishnan. So you can see his time in between strokes, he's rowing a bit longer, but his stroke rate's quite a bit lower than the other guys. And so all things being equal, if someone's taking more strokes than you per minute, typically that would mean if the power's the same, if the length is the same, then that would typically mean that your boat would be going faster. So this shot looks like from the 1,000-meter marker. Now we're back with the chase boat here. It looks like the Uvik athlete has opened up a bit of a lead on Brock.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that 1,000-meter straight-on view to actually know who's ahead.
And here we are, so coming through the 1,000-meter marker. Looks to be Uvik in first place, followed about a boat length behind him, Emerson Crick from UBC, and about maybe 2/3 of a boat length down is Tibet from Brock. These athletes out in the front of the field really pushing the pace. Now entering this third 500 meters, we'll see whether or not the Uvik athlete can hold on to that pace. Who went out too early? Is the UBC athlete holding something for the finish? It's all to play for still here in the A final, the men's lightweight single.
Yeah, and when you're racing 3 races in a day, it's kind of that tough decision. Do you go all out to get a couple more points in the single, or are you going to wait to hold it for the 4?
Yeah, I mean, Emerson is a very talented athlete. He was at the Pan Am Games.
Yeah, he just got back from Pan Am Games, actually, coming 5th in the double there.
Hard to believe he wouldn't want to go for it, but I think the athlete's just stretching out that lead a little bit more. Giancarlo Di Pompeo from Uvik seems to be pushing out ahead.
Yeah, it looks like it. And those front 3 athletes do seem to just be chipping away at that lead on that Queens boat there, who's staying pretty well connected with the field, but seems to be dropping off the back just a little bit. You can see him looking behind him, just checking in. Okay, can I catch them still?
It's a tough feeling, especially in a single. All by yourself, you got to make a decision. when you're going to go if you have the opportunity to make up some ground. It does seem to be, from this angle, UVic in first, UBC in second, and Brock in third. My guess would be about a boat length between each of these boats.
Both Emerson and Giancarlo here in the first and second places are tripling up for their events.
Okay, so these athletes have a long day ahead of them.
They sure do.
But typically what that means is that they're quite strong athletes too.
Yeah.
And very fit. Otherwise their coaches wouldn't give them 3 races in one day. And you got to keep in mind they did time trials yesterday too.
Yeah.
So that's 6 2Ks.
Over the course of 2 days. That's a tough one.
That can start to add up.
Especially when you're trying to get down to weight. That's another thing to consider for these lightweights.
The lightweight athletes having to maintain 72.5 kilograms 2 hours before their race. So we're approaching, they're in the last 500 meters here, approaching the last 250.
Yeah, the feed's a little bit, oh.
Looks to be UVic
Yeah,
out ahead.
I think UVic's got that slight lead there.
But it is close. Anything can happen here in the last 250. Crick from UBC just lifted.
Yeah,
rates up.
Gone in for that lift through the finish. Crews typically bring the rate up a few beats as we come through that last 250. Try to squeeze everything out of the race.
It does look like UVic's responded though. Seems to be holding the UBC athlete off.
Yeah, we'll see if Crick can get ahead of that Brock athlete there. It looks like it's going to be tight for second and third as well.
I think UBC might just have an advantage over Brock, but it is close.
It's looking like that as they come through the line here.
And Giancarlo Di Pompeo looking very strong coming through the line here. He's got some open water on the athletes behind him. And it is UVic taking the men's lightweight single. In second place, UBC. In third place, Brock. Radhakrishnan from Queens coming through the line here in fourth. And looks to be Western in fifth, and the Guelph Sculler rounding out the final of the men's lightweight single. A shot there of Giancarlo Di Pompeo from UVic, him nodding his head saying job done, right? And now so you see the athletes in the finish area there, just making their way over for a cool down loop. Want to flush out some of that lactic acid
especially
from the
those
race.
Athletes who are racing 2 more times. It'll be really important to keep those legs feeling fresh. Or as fresh as you can.
Job done for you in the men's lightweight single there. I know Albert will be happy with that one.
We have our B final just taking out of the starting blocks. We have in lane 1 is UFE, athlete's name Rideout. Lane 2, Ontario Technical School. Nick, athlete there. University of Saskatchewan is lane 3.
Lane 4, we have from the Université de Montréal, we have Courtois. From University of Toronto, Kimmins. And from Waterloo, Hallman.
It's awesome to see some of those smaller schools out here competing. The University of Montreal, I think, only has 3 boats entered. Can't quite tell what lane that is. It's hard to say who's leading in this. It seems like lanes 1, 2, and 3 have that early lead. That's UFV, Ontario Tech, and University of Sask. We're going to take a quick break into the final results from the lightweight men's race.
So you're on your screen right now, it's the men's lightweight single. So Di Pompeo from UVic, first place, 7:21. Emerson Crick, 3 seconds back in second from UBC. We have Brock University in third, 5 seconds back. Queens, Western, and Guelph rounding out the field there. And, Burnaby, it's cold, shallow water, typically not super fast times at Burnaby Lake, but 7:21 is not necessarily a slow time either.
No, that's pretty good. Definitely take me longer to get down the course.
And that UVic athlete that came in first place, Giancarlo Di Pompeo, I believe he has quite a strong erg score on his 2K. I believe he's somewhere around 6:15 as a lightweight.
That's pretty impressive,
which is
for
really
a lightweight.
impressive. Don't quote me on that. He may come by and correct me later. But, very, very strong on the erg and clearly able to apply it on the water. As we get a wide shot here of the beat of the men's lightweight single. Maybe at about the 750 meter mark here. So it looks to be lane 3 in the lead there. The B final followed closely by lanes 2 and 4. Again, the crews in the middle would be ranked higher, so based on the time trial. So it seems to be following the pattern from yesterday.
Looks like we've got University of Saskatchewan, Van Thun out ahead. Again, a pretty tight race, though.
Absolutely, some good racing here. Oh, little crab there from the athlete in the middle. Hit a buoy and a single that can be particularly disruptive. You can see his oars so close to the buoy line there. He's going to want to move off of those to avoid any future entanglements there. And you can see the Saskatchewan athlete there with the UBC blades. Seems to be getting out really nice and long. His arms just reaching way outside the gunnels of the boat.
Yeah, when you see your competitor beside you hook onto a buoy, that can be one of those times where you really want to push ahead, take advantage of that.
It's time to step on it. You can see some athletes cooling down in the background there. Although they may look close, they're probably 300 or 400 meters away. So nothing to worry about there from a racing perspective. And they're off in the cool down warm-up lanes. These athletes now well into the third 500 meters of the race. We'll be approaching the last 500 soon here. Again, this is the B final of the men's lightweight single.
So we should start difference coming on now. The rates will be coming up. The athletes will be looking to power up here.
Looks like lane 3, University of Saskatchewan, seems to be out ahead, but followed closely in lane 4 by Courtois of Montreal. You can see these athletes running their sprint now. Probably 20 strokes or so left in the race.
So things are looking a little blurry on the live stream, but we've got lane 4 up ahead still, but it is looking tight between lanes 3 and 4. We've got a great sprint going on.
My guess would be with University of Saskatchewan just slightly ahead right now. Montreal's within a half a boat length, maybe a deck.
Yeah, what a great race.
Good last little push there from the Saskatchewan athlete.
Saskatchewan comes first in the B final here.
Montreal in second, and a tight field
really
for
tight
third and
through the
fourth
last.
in this race. Ontario Tech just edging out the athlete from UFV.
Yeah, he got him on the surge. Sometimes your stroke is at the right time and you just squeak ahead there.
Again, these tiny margins in between races. Really, every stroke does count here at the Canadian University Rowing Championships. And we are getting from the first race of the day. There was a protest. It appears the order in which the athletes came in is standing. So we've got UBC, Bartel in first, Brock University, Stephen Harris in second, Western in third, Chevalier from Dalhousie in fourth, Carrick in fifth from UVic, and Milner in sixth. So those are now official results. If you're keeping tally at home, your points totals, UBC takes the single. And got a little bit of a gap here between races, so we'll break. We'll be back with you shortly for the start of the pair event.
The first time I stepped on the field for a game again, I honestly couldn't believe that I made it there, because if you would have asked me a few years or months prior, I would have said I'm never doing this again, because I went through a pretty traumatic injury. I blew out my knee. I've never been so low before, if I'm being honest. It was not easy to seek out help or get help either.
You feel for them because we care about them first and foremost. We care about them more than just how fast they're swimming in the pool. We care about them more than how they're doing with the school. We care about them as people. And if they're not in the best place that they can be with their mental health, then everything else gets put on the back burner, because we want to see these young student athletes thrive, not just survive at UBC.
I get to work with all of the coaches and student athletes at UBC, and the thing that I'm really noticing right now is that this isn't a problem for the unique few.
I think there's always been the perception of there being a stigma, especially with more macho sports like football. Sometimes it can be difficult, people being open emotionally and talking about their own struggles, and then at the same time exuding the confidence that I think people typically associate with the best football players and mental performance at a high level.
We're getting more and more student athletes struggling with mental health, so it's got to be a big priority. You know, we talk about injuries to athletes and making sure that they're fit and healthy. Well, it's just the same with mental health, and a good healthy player is what produces performances, because they're all highly motivated, they're all driven by success. So lots and lots of pressures that they face on daily.
My brother Mass, growing up, loved sports. He loved playing team sports equally as much as he did academics. And, he was fortunate to pursue both of these passions right here at UBC. And while he was studying, he played varsity men's soccer professionally. He was a cardiac anesthesiologist and chief of anesthesia at the Mazankowski Heart Institute in Edmonton. But despite all the successes that he had in life, he struggled with mental health in the background and on his own. And that was difficult for him. And in 2017, he tragically took his own life. And my friends, my family, his teammates, his colleagues, we were all shocked and devastated. My foundation is really excited to be working with UBC because we believe this is the right initiative for this moment in the life of a young student athlete.
Mental health issues have really become a global concern, and there's a scale and a spectrum of support that student athletes need. But what we really need is more so that we can catch some of this early. UBC Athletics is so grateful to have the Mass Yukawa Foundation on board and in the game with us. We're excited to have them, and we're really excited for all of the other people that are wanting to step up and wanting to join us in really making this change for student athletes.
All right. Hi, everyone. Alex has just stepped out for a second. We're here with Kevin Chung. I'll let Kevin introduce himself. He's joined us in the booth right now. So, Kevin, tell us.
Thanks for the introduction, Mark. As he said, my name is Kevin. I'm a former UBC coxswain with the men's team, and currently I'm the assistant women's coach for UBC.
Okay, fantastic. So Kevin's going to be helping us call the race. He knows some of the athletes here, which will be quite helpful, I think, particularly having coached the UBC athletes. But we should have a really, really good race here in the women's pair. So this is the A final of the women's pair. So from in the front of our screen, going across the field there, we've got in lane 1, Calgary, lane 2, Western, lane 3, UBC, lane 4, UVic, lane 5, Queens, and lane 6, Toronto. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Alex, but I believe there was only 3 seconds between the top 3 crews yesterday in the time trial.
Yeah, the UBC pair came out ahead, about 2 seconds ahead of UVic, with Western just 1 second behind them.
Okay, here we go. Off to a good start in the women's pair. UBC blasting out of the gates. Wow. Big start from the T-Birds there.
I did talk to them about their race plan this morning, and part of it definitely hinges on getting out ahead.
So, Kevin, who are these 2 athletes, the UBC athletes in the women's pair?
So in bow seat for UBC, we have Sally Jones, team captain. She's just coming off a under-23 Worlds appearance, actually, in the women's pair, along with her partner Rachel Weber, who is rowing the Western single. And in stroke seat, we have Gabby Warbick from Alberta.
Okay, looks to be UBC and UVic edging out here. Some really long strokes from UVic there. Seem to be holding UBC's opening charge off there. You can see the Calgary right beside us. Western second to our right there. UBC out ahead, then UVic just at the edge of the picture there.
Yeah, those UVic athletes, Cusack and Holthius, that'll be their second CUs. I've raced against Nicole Cusack a few times, and she's quite a force on the water. You can always hear her really keeping the spirit in her crew, which it sounds like it's quite motivational for them. Definitely someone who can come back for a finish, so not to be discounted here.
So, Kevin, how did Western CUs play out in the women's pairs?
So UBC was able to take the win on that one, although in past we've learned that you can never count out UVic. They're always able to make a strong charge back between Western CUs and CUs. Having been coached with them being coached by Jane Gumley, you know that they're going to be out and putting out a strong display as we're seeing unfold in front of us.
Yeah, Jane doing a really great job with the UVic women over there, and it seems to be playing out that way. I would say a slight edge to UBC as we're 2 minutes into this race now with UVic pressing on right behind them. And it looks like a good battle for third place here, Alex, between Western and what would that be, lane 5? I believe Western and Queens.
Yeah, it's looking that way. It's a bit hard to tell the spread when there's a few lanes between them, but yeah, lanes 2 and 5 there seem to be battling it out. Same with lanes 1 and 6.
But true to the time trial, it seems that the middle lanes out ahead, and then the next 2 lanes just a little bit behind, and then the next 2 lanes out behind them.
Yeah.
So somewhat predictable, I suppose, as the athletes, it looks like they're crossing about the 750 meter marker here. That red buoy just passing UVic there, third from the left, as we get a nice wide shot of the field. And it is UBC out ahead. UVic in second. If I had to put money on it, I'd say Western maybe just ahead of Queens for third. And Kevin, is there any different strategy for a pair than, say, like an 8 or a single or a 4 that these athletes are implementing? It's a bit of a longer race. As a coach, what would you be telling your athletes in the pair?
Yeah, I think in an 8, the saying goes, first to the 500 is going to be first to the 2,000. I think in a pair, there's a lot more that can happen. As you said, it's a much longer race, so the athletes really need to lock into a long, steady, but aggressive rhythm. But again, you can never discount anything. Although right now it is looking like UBC's just pulled out to about a boat length ahead of UVic, but again, anything can happen in a pair race.
Yeah, so UBC about a boat length, maybe a little bit of open water over UVic. I think Western just ahead of Queens for third there, and Queens in fourth, with Calgary riding closest to us here in fifth, and on the far side U of T in sixth. And there we got a good shot of the UBC girls there in first place. Tight blade work, right? Nice sharp catches, really getting locked on before they start pressing through the stroke. That's good to see.
I know Sally and Gabby had talked about just setting a relentless rhythm, and it looks like that's starting to play out in their strokes.
Totally, they're really securing that gap, it looks like.
Yeah, so the gap just widening a little bit more here between UBC and UVic.
UBC did win the pair last U's as well. It was two different athletes, one of whom has graduated now, but definitely looking to defend that title. That Western pair has some pretty strong athletes in it. Gabby Urema, who has had a pretty good showing at NRCs in 2022, won a silver medal in the under 23 category. It's actually the other athlete in that Western boat's first year on the varsity team. She was a novice last year, so it's quite impressive to be rowing in the pair.
Wow, yeah. So the pair is a notoriously hard boat to figure out. There's no hiding in the pair, as the coaches would say. But good on her for being able to figure out this boat with an experienced athlete. That bodes well for Western's future. But as we come, it's like we're approaching the 500-meter marker. UBC strongly ahead. Kevin, any insight as to the fitness or the tactics of this UBC pair here?
Set out a relentless tempo and just keep attacking it through the line. I think with Gabby and Sally especially, they've really out there two of the top athletes that we've had in the history of the program. And I can tell you that they're really going to wind it up for the finish and really just try to put that statement down.
Yeah, it looks like UBC has lifted their rate. They're going after it, really not sitting on that lead that they have.
Yeah, I think they both know that UVic can have some pretty spicy finishes. So they do know they have to keep the foot on the gas for this.
It's looking like UVic is also starting to bring the rate up as we come into the final 500.
Yeah, my money's still on UBC. It looks like they have a good lead here.
I'm obviously biased as someone who's coached both Gabby and Sally, or Cox rather, but hopefully they can keep that lead there.
It'll be interesting to see how third place comes out too here.
Yeah.
I think we cut out. Yeah. There we go. All right, the last 20 strokes here of the race. Looks like UBC, maybe a boat, maybe a little bit of open water. But UVic is charging.
Into the far lane, we have Queens making a big push on Western for the finish.
Yeah, that third place is going to be really tight. Looks like Western's on the buoy line a bit here. But it is UBC.
Yeah, UBC's
pillar to post, first
line.
Place for UBC, winning the women's pair. Second, UVic. And Queens takes third. Pushing through Western in fourth in the last 500 meters there.
Through fifth and sixth, we've got the Dinos coming up across the line. And U of T.
U of T rounding out the field there. What a great race from the T-Birds. Pushed hard by UVic. But congratulations to Craig Pond and the UBC women's team. That's a good win there for them. First win of the day for the women's squad. And that pain you see on the athletes' faces, the heavy breathing, it always feels better having come in first place. And I think we're gonna get a nice little shot of the finish there. You can see just smooth rowing from the UBC pair. UVic second, and clear defined positions there for the women's pair.
We've got the B final of the women's pair now sitting up at the start line. They look to be getting ready to go here.
So in lane 1, we have Carleton. Lane 2, the University of Ottawa. Lane 3, Brock. Lane 4, McMaster. Lane 5, Dalhousie. And lane 6, McGill.
Alright, we've got the B final starting now. There's also some pretty experienced athletes in the B final of the pairs here. From Brock, which is in lane 3. These athletes got a silver medal at OUAs in the pair.
And just as these athletes break away here, we've got a quick points update. So on the men's and women's side, in this order, it is UBC, then UVic, and then Brock in terms of the overall team points. Now, this is unofficial. This is coming from our knowledge of how things are going. But so far, to give you an idea, it is UBC, UVic, and Brock. And again, it flows the same way for both the men's and women's team points.
Most teams will be anxiously updating a spreadsheet as the day goes on for those who are invested in the banner. Certainly when I was at CU's, we were doing that all day. So in lane 4 here, we've got an impressive performance from McMaster. Their coaches let us know that Sarah Kushney has only actually rowed for 6 months. She transferred from the track team and taught herself how to row using YouTube videos.
Oh my goodness. That's incredible.
It's amazing, yeah. To be here at CU's as a self-taught rower is pretty incredible. And she doesn't look to be rowing badly either.
So McMaster, Sarah Kushney from McMaster there, rowing in the Hamilton Harbor. Not always the easiest place to row, but certainly an interesting one.
The Ottawa crew in lane 2 both actually started as novices for U Ottawa. They're in their senior season, so it should be a special race for them coming up in the Ottawa program to be racing for one final time as their university.
Absolutely, and rowing is one of those sports where you can pick it up a bit later. The skill aspect of it is it's not that it's not important, but it's not as detrimental, say, as something like hockey, where if you're learning to skate for the first time. So we do see a lot of novice athletes make their way through the programs. Novice athletes are a huge part of any university program, and the former novices feature prominently in a lot of the races today, and we'll see that quite a bit moving forward. So I believe this is from just past the 750 here. So it looks like Brock out in first place.
I think McMaster looks to be next.
Yeah, followed by McMaster and then Ottawa. And it's pretty tight across the rest of the field there. Carleton and McGill just a bit back on the far side there.
So one of those McGill athletes, also a novice. I actually was on the wrestling team with her in high school. So a lot of those novice athletes have former sport background. It's always funny when you run into them again at the regattas. Yeah, it seems that Brock has secured a fairly decisive lead here, with McMaster looking to keep that second well protected. We might get a good race between third and fourth place here. Although they too look like they've got a bit of a lead.
Yeah, again, the middle of the field playing out as we would expect the middle of the field to play out.
I'm going to take a brief interlude to look at the final results from the women's pair. No surprises from what we saw in the water. We've got UBC coming in first, UVic coming in second, about 3 seconds behind them. And then we have Queen's University, Western University, University of Calgary, and University of Toronto.
Yeah, so no surprises there in the A final, the women's pair. But good, valuable points added to the spreadsheet, as Alex said. As we ride with the Brock crew there from St. Catharines. Rowing pretty smoothly, looks like, actually. Not disrupting the boat. And in that smaller boat, it's really about, once you get that boat up to speed, every little extra movement can disrupt the rhythm or how the hull runs in the water. So you want to try and be as smooth as possible. It's not necessarily always the biggest athletes that win the pair.
Yeah, the pair, it's really important to match up with your partner. Every little bit of inconsistency between your two strokes, those can lead to seconds lost on the course. We can see we've got some bigger boats getting ready in the background.
Yeah, that looks like the men's 8 in the warm-up area. Looking forward to that race coming down. But we are coming into the last 500 meters of the B final of the women's pair. Still seems to be Brock out in first place here. I think it's all to play for in terms of second, third, and fourth, though. Looks to be a tight finish here across the line. As we see the Brock athletes just start to raise the rate, pressing on a bit here.
Yeah, they'll really be looking to keep that lead.
But lanes 1, 2, and 3 look to be fairly close, 1, 2, and 5 look to be fairly close here. So as we come towards the line, it is Brock in first. They have a decisive lead over McMaster there in lane 4.
Brock's looking pretty calm coming across the line.
So it is Brock, followed by McMaster.
And then we've got Ottawa up next. Oh, a little crab coming across the line from these guys.
And Carlton just finishes ahead of Dalhousie. And rounding out the field, looks like McGill coming down here. The last boat crossing the line here from the B final of the women's pair. That is McGill. And if you're wondering why they have purple and gold blades, it's because they're renting boats from Vancouver College, which is actually the high school that I coach.
Yeah, it can be quite difficult to get all of your gear here from Ontario, so.
Yeah, so typically schools that come out from out east, they'll rent boats, or some universities will drive their boats all the way across the country, as many of them do. But we're going to take a quick break here. before we get to our next race, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Boats that we have who have just started, that is the C final of the women's pair. UFV is closest to us in lane 1. St. FX, they're in lane 2. St. FX is in lane 3, and Guelph is in lane 4. It looks like we've got an early lead from University of Fraser Valley.
Yeah, rowing in that distinctive red hull.
St. FX is using some UVC gear there, I see.
And then that's Guelph in that shot right there. So we can just see on the course now the water it's still pretty good water here today at Burnaby Lake, but the wind is starting to pick up a little bit, blowing from our right to our left down the course, which means it's a tailwind. So we can maybe start to expect to see the times picking up a little bit, starting to get a little bit faster.
It's pretty chilly out here today, too.
So we get a nice shot down the course here. You can start to see the men's eights warming up. But coming down the course now is we're still riding with the C final of the women's pair. Looks to be UFV out in front still, although the margin doesn't seem to be too big between the next two crews. Yes, you can see the ripples in the water there indicating a bit of a tailwind.
Yeah.
It was glass calm to start the day, but as is typical, weather starting to pick up a little bit.
Hopefully the conditions will remain fairly calm. Usually it's not too bad at Burnaby because it is just 2K. You don't get that much room for the wind to build up those big waves.
Yeah, Burnaby's very, very good water. And it does look like the gap is becoming smaller between UFV and the boats behind them. A little bit of a steering issue, and out there on the far lane with Guelph, it looks like kind of going off their lane a bit. And you can see UFV on the right side of the picture as well, that their blades are actually outside the buoy markers. You really don't want to add any length or time to your race.
Yeah, that can also be a pretty stressful place to be because you never know if you're going to catch one of your oars on those buoys.
I think the crew in the middle lane there is actually starting to move ahead of UFV. Could be the course starting to impact them. Could be getting into the middle of the race, the longer part of the race.
Is that better?
All right, so as you get just across halfway there. It is the crew in the middle that's come ahead. Have UFV and Guelph on the far side there.
We've got the final results from the women's pair B final, so we're going to pop those up on the screen here. Yeah, so we can see there's a pretty, big difference between the top three with Brock, McMaster, and University of Ottawa. But between Carleton and Dalhousie, that was that really tight finish we saw there with one of those crews. I think the Dalhousie crew caught a little bit of a crab on the buoys.
Just 0.5 seconds separating those two
crews.
So
just 0.5 seconds, not a lot. It can be those really little differences that add up in a race.
All right, so working our way back to the C final, the women's pair here. They've got about 750 meters left, maybe a little bit less. Still working their way down the course.
Still looks like that St. FX crew is up ahead. Yeah, I think that UFV pair is having some problems with their steering. You can see they're kind of cutting. Oh, lots of fun angles.
So this part of the race starts to feel a bit long, well into the third 500, sort of crossing the last little bit of the race here, coming the fourth 500 meters. So you can see, you can see the umpire raising the flag there. So those steering issues still apparent for the crews here.
I do wonder if that crosswind is starting to pick up.
It could be, It could be the wind impacting, especially in the smaller boat. You can get blown over quite easily in case you're on your course.
Again, also in the pair, when you're trying to make a move, you start pulling a little harder. You can kind of start to pull your partner around. So with
each athlete having one oar, that the foot steering that the athletes have becomes very important. All right, coming into the last 250. The C final of the women's pair. Does look to be Dow with a considerable lead over UFV and Guelph. I think Guelph is actually moving back on UFV here too. It could be the wind impacting, especially in the smaller boat. You can get blown over quite easily on the course. So it is Dalhousie powering through here. And coming through the line, that is lane 3. Followed by Guelph in lane 4. And finishing off their race, the C final of the women's pair, that is UFV in lane 2. So a correction, that was actually St. FX in the middle lane there. My apologies to our East Coast friends. So great race by St. FX. Really seemed like they held their rhythm through the bulk of the race and were able to come through after a bit of a slower start.
We've got about 2 minutes until the women's pairs, the women's doubles. This is a new event this year. So this year it doesn't actually count for overall points, but the hope was to add another heavyweight event, focusing a bit more on sculling as well, which should help some of the smaller schools stay in contention for those banners.
All right, and we've got the start list here of the women's double. In lane 1, St. FX. Lane 2, Guelph. Lane 3, Queens. Lane 4, University of Calgary. Lane 5, SFU. And lane 6, McMaster.
And here they are off the start.
Queens off to a thundering start. A great start for Queens here, we can see in the women's double.
Yeah, an early lead on that one.
That distinctive yellow shell, I believe that's an M-pocker that Queens rose. Just big, powerful strokes being thrown down there by the Queens women.
Yeah, this is for Jackie Groenewegen. This is her second CUs. Isadora Ferguson also in that Queens boat. This is actually her first CUs, but this summer she did earn 2 Henley Gold medals, so I think she's hoping to expand that medal collection at the CUs.
Wow, so some real talent here in the Queens boat.
Absolutely.
But it does look like beside them, I believe that's the University of Calgary.
Yep.
Is pressing on. You know, we have a nice little race here developing between Queens and Calgary. I would say Calgary, based on the angle, Calgary's just got some contact. Maybe, Queens has got 3/4 of a boat length here ahead of Calgary.
In that Calgary boat, one of their athletes has been rowing for less than a year, joined as a novice in January of last year.
Wow, so again, we see the novices coming through in all the events. So closest to our screen here is St. FX and then Guelph. Just a bit behind the pace. But it does look like the race up front is Queens and Calgary. It's a nice wide shot of the women's double race here. You can see the width of the field. And in the background, the men's eights warming up.
Queens maintaining that early lead.
But Calgary's still there. Calgary's not going away.
Yeah, when you're in that second place position, it's really important to just keep hammering it home because you never know what's going to happen with the boat ahead of you.
Yeah, if that second place crew, if you can start to gain some momentum, put some pressure on the first place crew, mentally the impact that has, the crew that's ahead, unless it's a huge margin, they might have to change their race plan, maybe a little bit of panic sets in, but it does seem like those Queens rowers are doing a good job. They've got a little bit of open water as they cross the 1,000-meter marker over the Calgary crew. That's a pretty good lead there for Queens, and they're well in the driver's seat here in the women's double.
Looks like we might get a pretty good race for third and fourth there. That's
between Guelph and on the far side,
SFU, I believe. Or nope.
St. FX, I think.
Yeah, St. FX, you're right.
All right. So Queens still in the lead, stretching out that lead over Calgary, it looks like. But as Alex mentioned, that battle for third place is on here. So if you're the Guelph crew or the St. FX crew on the far side, you're really just trying to, if you take a look behind you, first and second place are probably out of reach at this point. You got to focus on that one crew beside you, a quick look to see where they're at, and then refocus, trying to grab that third place spot. So the athletes are coming to the last 500 meters here. The leaders coming in the last 500 of the women's double. Looks like it is Queens with a decisive margin now over Calgary. Calgary well in second. And we're going to keep an eye on that third and fourth place finish as they come through here. There we see a nice shot of, as well as St. FX, and just behind them, maybe SFU or SFU just coming through there. Not out of reach just yet, but they got to go now.
We can see them coming into those red buoys, which again means they've only got 250 meters to go, so it is go time for these crews.
Queens long, powerful strokes coming through the line here. It should last 20 strokes. It should be Queens here, well in control.
Yeah, nice race from those Queens rowers. They really got out ahead and controlled that race the way they wanted it.
And didn't sit either. They pressed on throughout the race.
Absolutely.
So coming through the line, it is Queens in first place and taking the women's double.
The very first women's double.
Making a little bit of history. Calgary Dinos in second place there. And it looks like Guelph with a hard finish here really lifted the rate, attacking the race.
Yeah, there they go.
Coming high through the line. Great finish from Guelph to take third in the women's double. And fourth and fifth is going to be tight. I believe it's St. FX or SFU, pardon me, on the close side.
Yeah, SFU close to us, I think, got that, but we'll have to wait till we see the
final
final
we'll have to wait
results.
and see the official results.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
One.
Fantastic race in the women's double. Congratulations to Queens.
The next race we have coming up is the B final of the women's doubles. That will be a 3-boat race, and then we start to get into some big boats.
Yeah, the men's 8. You can just see it's very distinctive boat warming up on the course here. The biggest boat, the fastest race of the day, and it will be hotly contested.
It can be challenging to warm up in those bigger boats because there's not too much room on the course, and you do have to stop every time another race comes down. So those big boats can kick up quite a bit of weight, which can upset those small boats in their races.
It's a little replay here of the women's double there. And so you can see, Queens with a fantastic race, really, really strong. Really, really strong row. You can see strong technical rowers as we go up to the start of the B final of the women's double.
In lane 2, we have a Carleton crew. Lane 3, there's McGill. And in lane 4, University of Saskatchewan.
All right, we're off the B final of the women's double.
Right off the bat, it seems like Carleton had a pretty strong start, but we'll see once we zoom out there.
So Carleton, McGill, and Saskatchewan in this race. Saskatchewan with the distinctive UBC blades on the far side there. Carleton, it's interesting. Carleton's got a new type of blade. If we get another shot of them, you can kind of see it's a little bit rounder at the bottom. It's a newly developed blade by Concept 2, supposed to maximize some really interesting physics stuff that I don't know a ton about, but they tell us it's faster. So we see a lot of sculling crews in particular adopting these blades. And if we can see Carleton there, easy to pick up with the little bird's eye on the black on their blades there too. Although it seems to be working for them as they are out ahead.
Yeah. That Saskatchewan crew, it'll be their first time competing together at CU's, and they'll also be racing in the lightweight women's double as well. So they're doubling up.
Yeah, tough. Lightweights in a heavyweight race. But Carleton just coming off the buoy line there. You can see them steering way over to the middle of the course. That's going to be a big course correction.
Hopefully they can
adjust. Go back
adjust
to their port side now.
Yeah, before they hit the buoys on the other side.
There we go. Seem to be straightening out.
It can be hard when you get into a cycle of bouncing off of the buoys.
Overcorrecting, undercorrecting.
Totally. There's a lot of nerves involved as well. It can be hard to get that stopped. But they seem to have found a nice straight course.
So getting this angle closer to the finish line now, maybe at about mid-race here. So it looks like Carleton out in first place. Maybe McGill in second, but it is close with Dow back there.
I'm always a sucker to the angle. I always think that the close boat is winning. But I think they are this time.
Yeah, it looks to be McGill in second there, but don't count don't count Dow out just yet. Carleton with a nice lead here. This is the B final of the women's double.
Glad to see it wasn't just the angle playing tricks. Carleton definitely has a nice lead through there. Yeah, one of those athletes from that Carleton crew won bronze at OUAs, and the other, it's her first time out of novice year. So,
again, more novices coming through, yeah. Lots of opportunity in rowing.
I started as a novice as well, so I've always got a soft spot.
Yeah, pretty tight blade work there from the Ravens. Not bad.
Yeah, with these doubles, ideally you want to see both, well, all 4 of those blades moving at the exact same time. The more you can maximize how your power is being applied through the water, the faster it'll propel your boat forward.
So these athletes just approaching 750 meters left. You can see those red buoys they're crossing there. We'll be coming into the last 500 meters shortly here. So our Finnish camera now picking up the race. Coming through. It still is the Ravens. Got a commanding lead there. Well rowed by Carlton. And I think McGill still just up on Dow there. But they are in the last 500 meters of the race now. Oh, a bit bumpy. Few bumpy strokes there from Carlton. See if they can recover now. Because they're on the buoy line.
The buoys.
Oh, no. Oh, and a crab from Carlton. See if they can recover. They're in the other lane now.
That's why it can be pretty dangerous to,
they really got to get
on that buoy line.
Really got to get back in their lane. There it is. Should have a big enough lead where they can recover. As long as they remain calm.
Yeah, it can be really hard when that panic after catching a crab sets in.
You need to take a second to get the blades sorted out, but then you have to get going right away as well.
Totally.
They seem to have recovered nicely here.
Yeah, they seem to have handled that pretty well.
Back in rhythm as we come into the last 200 meters or so of the race now.
Yeah, catching onto those buoys can be especially detrimental because they can kind of wrap around the oar to make it really hard to get going again.
Yeah, you can get stuck for a while, but
they've got a good lead there. I think they're
well in the lead now. Carlton, back on the buoy line a bit, but we're at the end of the race here.
Hopefully they can power through it.
And winning the B final of the women's double, that is Carlton. And in second place in lane 3, the last few strokes here, McGill. And rounding out the field is lane 4, Dalhousie.
We got about 12 minutes here until our next race comes down, which will be the men's 8s.
So get a little shot here coming up of Carlton. You can see they're going to just catch the oar, right? It looks like, just right, it was the bow ball that actually ended up hitting the buoy and kind of set them off. And then there's a few rough strokes, but then kind of regaining their composure. All right, and before the men's 8, we're just going to take a quick break here. But we'll be back. Make sure you stay tuned. We're going to have a little pre-race interview with Kevin Chung, who is the coach of the women's team, but had coaxed the men's team at UBC to a few 8 victories. We'll be right back.
Sorry, I didn't see you there. Faster. It's the motivation.
All right, let's get going.
Shoulders up.
At UBC, some of the things that really make us stand apart, in my opinion, is our strive for excellence, the integrity we have in all that we do on the field, off the field, in the water, out of the water, and our teamwork. We rise together, we work together to do something that as individuals we can't do. Like, you know, I got through their warm-up pretty good. No, I was just saying, like, I just was surprised by the level of teamwork and synchronicity, like from the picking up the boat to every single piece in between that and when we docked. It was just, they had to just be together. So it was really cool. And there were a couple moments where I actually got in the feel of with the power of that boat and just realizing how much together that, you know, that they do. Just realizing how together they're so strong. It was just a really special feeling. So yeah, I'm very grateful. That was amazing.
Every morning we get to like watch the sunrise, and it's like the best part of my day. To just like be here, kind of like seeing my friends and playing in a boat before I have to go to work.
I love the team aspect as well. Like with the racing sport is very, very fun. Kind of combines like teamwork and a lot of effort to, you know, really just see how hard we can push ourselves together.
We work to instill a lot of pride in what they're doing, and you know, we feel that all of that contributes to a culture, and that culture really helps to drive our success as a team.
Ready? There's a very tangible feedback for when the boat is all working together, and I really love that feeling. Like you start to kind of float above the water.
I think it's really a unique program in that we've had so much history and so much time and effort has been put into creating this amazing boathouse, maintaining our equipment, buying nice equipment so that we can go fast on the water, and it just really feels like you're part of something that's bigger than yourself. So I think that's a really unique aspect of being part of the rowing team at UBC.
Alright, that's good. We can spin around there. So we have 28 girls in the team right now, and our objective is to create not only a competitive group, a group that drive each other in terms of performance, but also a group that are purposely working towards a common goal.
With this rowing team, we see every moment that they're on that water, they are relying on each other to be better as a group. It doesn't make a big difference if only one person is performing. The whole boat needs to perform. The whole boat needs to be in time. The whole boat needs to feel the rhythm, and the whole boat needs to create power together. And so I just think that this rowing team really manifests
one of our pillars of success at UBC, which is Rise Together. Lifting each other and others to a new level and celebrating what we achieve as a group.
The first time I stepped on the field for a game again, I honestly couldn't believe that I made it there, because if you would have asked me a few years or months prior, I would have said I'm never doing this again, because I went through a pretty traumatic injury. I blew out my knee. I've never been so low before, if I'm being honest. It was not easy to seek out help or get help either.
You feel for them, because we care about them first and foremost. We care about them more than just how fast they're swimming in the pool. We care about them more than how they're doing with the school. We care about them as people. And if they're not in the best place that they can be with their mental health, then everything else gets put on the back burner, because we want to see these young student athletes thrive, not just survive at UBC.
I get to work with all of the coaches and student athletes at UBC, and the thing that I'm really noticing right now is that this isn't a problem for the unique few.
I think there's always been the perception of there being a stigma, especially with more macho sports like football. Sometimes it can be difficult, people being open emotionally and talking about their own struggles, and at the same time exuding the confidence that I think people typically associate with the best football players and mental performance at a high level.
We're getting more and more student athletes struggling with mental health, so it's got to be a big priority. You know, we talk about injuries to athletes and making sure that they're fit and healthy. Well, it's just the same with mental health, and a good, healthy player is what produces performances, because they're all highly motivated, they're all driven by success. So lots and lots of pressures that they face on daily.
My brother Mass, growing up, loved sports. He loved playing team sports equally as much as he did academics. And, he was fortunate to pursue both of these passions right here at UBC. And while he was studying, he played varsity men's soccer professionally. He was a cardiac anesthesiologist and chief of anesthesia at the Mazankowski Heart Institute in Edmonton. But despite all the successes that he had in life, he struggled with mental health in the background and on his own. And that was difficult for him. And in 2017, he tragically took his own life. And my friends, my family, his teammates, his colleagues, we were all shocked and devastated. My foundation is really excited to be working with UBC because we believe this is the right initiative for this moment in the life of a young student athlete.
Mental health issues have really become a global concern, and there's a scale and a spectrum of support that student athletes need. But what we really need is more so that we can catch some of this early. UBC Athletics is so grateful to have the Mass Yukawa Foundation on board and in the game with us. We're excited to have them, and we're really excited for all of the other people that are wanting to step up and wanting to join us in really making this change for student athletes.
All right, so we are moments away from the start of the men's 8, and Alex and I are joined here now again by Kevin Chung. So Kevin was a coxie in this race a number of times, Kevin. So you coxed the men's 8 how many times at UBC?
Yeah, I've coxed the men's 8 4 times from 2015, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay, so he's quite a bit of experience. I rode in this race a couple times myself, but you won it twice. And what years did you win it with UBC?
We won 2017 and 2018. And fun fact, 2017 was here on Burnaby Lake, and UBC men have 8 since that year.
It's been a pretty good winning streak for the men's 8. They'll definitely be looking to secure that win again.
So when we told Kevin not to be a bit of a homer, he decided to completely throw that out the window. But there are some very strong crews here. Based on the time trial yesterday, UBC is the favorite in the men's 8. However, UVic and Western, I know, will have something to say about that for sure.
Yeah, Western was 4 seconds back on UBC after that time trial. UVic was 8 seconds, but especially with those 8s, once you get everyone beside each other, you never know how it's going to play out.
Yeah, so we've got, looking at the boats across here, oh man, here we go. This is the big one.
Kevin, what do you think is the most important thing to winning this race?
I think it's just a matter of getting out of the blocks well and just having that aggressive mentality. Like we said before, first of the 500s usually the boat that wins. And I think UBC in the past has really had that attitude of let's get out the blocks fast and let's just lay down that relentless rhythm.
Yeah, so looking across the bow here of these two crews, you've got Ben Buchheit in the bow seat of UBC there touching. In front of him is actually an athlete I coached at Vancouver College. He's actually wearing his Vancouver College short sleeve. That's Sam Harris. 2-seat of Western they're picking is an athlete from St. George's School, another local school. That's Will Borrett. He's a first year at Western. Really strong showing for him. And we've just these nervous moments before a race, just sitting there. And the 8 happens so fast. And with this tailwind, the athletes really got to be on it. You don't want to give yourself too much to work with as the boats go down the course. So in lane 1, we've got Calgary. Lane 2, UVic. Lane 3, UBC. Lane 4, Western. Lane 5, Brock. And lane 6, McGill. So fun fact, actually, there's 2 athletes in the McGill boat that I coached at Vancouver College as well. Stroke seat Edison Luke, and then in 7 seat behind him Marcus Mail, and they'll feature in the pair later there as well. But shaping up to be a really good race here.
Yeah, UBC won over UVic at Western CUs this fall. While the OUA's results in these 8s had Western coming first, Brock coming second, and McGill coming third. So we'll see if there are any upsets between those boats there.
Yeah, definitely. Kevin, if you had to make a prediction, what's your prediction for the top 3? What do you think?
Don't be too biased.
Well, not being biased, I strongly think that UBC is going to come out here and just take the win. They've had a good history of success here in the past couple of years, and I think just based off the time trial results, they're certainly in pole position. I think it'll be a really great battle between UVic and Western as well, just based off those time trial results. Again, 2 programs that have had a strong history of success in this event.
Yeah, some really, really strong rowers in this men's 8 event. UVic, UBC, and Western, full of under 23 athletes representing their country. You've got Julian Black sitting in stroke seat there, the UBC men's 8. Behind him, Axel Awashko, a Brentwood athlete of Brian Carr. I know Brian's listening. And here we go in the men's 8. Looks like we're off to a clean start here.
UVic actually has one of the UBC men's 8, or one of the UBC men's rowers who previously won the 8 last year, Quinn Story. So he'll probably be looking to, try to prove that he was the big guns in the boat and try to get a lead on UBC.
Yeah, an interesting transfer there, switching over to UVic, but it does look like, I'd say UBC just a little lead here, but Western sticking right with them, not letting them go.
It's looking quite tight across all the boats so far, but I agree. It looks like UBC just has nudged their bow out in front. That video there, Brock still keeping that rate high, just attacking that front end of the race.
Yeah, good strong showing here from Western out of the blocks. They've got a younger crew, some couple novices featuring, and I believe 3 and 4 seat there for Western. And UBC, lots of experience, lots of pedigree.
Stroke seat, we've got Julian Black, who's coming off his 2nd under 23 Worlds. Shout out to an alumni of my former high school as well, from St. George's, but he's in stroke seat, just leading the way there.
I'd be really interested to see a cross shot of this as the crews, as they come through the 500-meter marker. Right, minute and 20 should be approaching it very shortly here. It does look close between Western and UBC, though. This is going to be a race. Yeah.
So another interesting tidbit playing out here is we had 3 guys from UBC in the under 23 men's 4 and 1 from Western, Aiden Hembrough.
So it looks like UBC, I think, starting to stretch out a lead on Western. It's difficult to tell from the angle, but I would say maybe a quarter of a boat length, maybe a third of a boat length. That long, powerful rhythm set by Julian Black in the stroke seat there, pressing on. And it looks like Western in second and then close between UVic and Brock for third place.
And in that coxswain seat, Oscar Wostenholm, the coxswain for the UBC men's 8, is going to be looking beside him, seeing, hey, guys, we're starting to move ahead on the rest of the cruise.
So
let's
here
really
we go.
put our statement down.
Here we go, Kevin, crossing the 1,000-meter marker. It is UBC by almost a boat length. They've almost got a boat length on the field. It's Western in second place, followed by UVic and Brock neck and neck for third. It's a good showing from Western. They've been off the scene for a bit. I was talking to the Western coaches the other day, really saying there's a resurgence in their program. They're starting to get some strong athletes back in there. Nice to see them back in contention at the front of the field, but UBC looking dominant at the front.
They're setting down a really nice rhythm through there. You can see that all 8 rowers are really very well coordinated through that boat.
Yeah, head coach Mike Pierce, kind of a specialist in 8s over the past couple years. He's really put together some crews that just buy into everything that he's saying, giving them some good technical advice that the guys just can really lock into and understand. And we can see that it's on full display here.
Yeah, I see the power of the 8s thundering down the course, right? All 8 blades, pretty crisp rowing. They just got in the tailwind a bit. They really got to make sure they lock on at the catch. You don't want to miss any of that water, otherwise it's going to move pretty quickly underneath you. As we come into the last, looks like we're just approaching the last 500, and it is UBC with a convincing lead right now.
We got a tight battle for second place going on as well. Looks like between Western and University of Victoria.
Yeah, UVic creeping back up. Let's see if the Mustangs can respond here, but Albert's boys from UVic there putting in a nice press.
This 8 is really important for those overall points. So I imagine where UVic and Western finish will really help decide some of that final points scoring.
Absolutely. Great point there, Alex. We really got every point matters here for the team banner. Here we go. We're in the last 500 meters of the men's 8. It looks like UBC out ahead, but that second and third place battle we don't know, could be Western, could be UVic.
As you can start hearing the crowd start cheering and bringing the noise, the rate of all the 8s is starting to lift here as well.
And it looks like UBC's got open water on the field. They are cruising down the course. My guess is that at this point it's UVic might have a little bit of a lead on Western, but we don't know. Yep. Coming through the line here. If UBC stays long and consistent, it will be UBC.
UVic making a strong push. Western trying to hold on, but it looks like UVic is actually really trying to fight through, see if they can close that gap to UBC.
It is UBC coming through the line with open water on the field.
Strong performance from UBC, as looks like they're about to take first place here.
And UBC takes the men's 8. Some open water between them and to UVic. And just bow ball on the stern, Western in third. Brock University coming through in fourth. Calgary coming through the line in fifth. And rounding out the field on the far side, we have McGill. Great to see them here competing. What a race from UBC. Didn't get rattled. I wonder, guys, if Western's strategy was to blast out of the gates and see if they could kind of put a little bit of fear into that UBC crew. But they held their composure.
Yeah, quite a few of those guys actually have never lost a race at CUs. So we have, Axel and Julian have always won the races at CUs, and quite a few of the other guys who have been in the 8s the past few years.
That's a big win for UBC in the 8. Congratulations to Coach Pierce and the UBC men's program.
Fantastic race for second and third, though, between UVic and Western.
Absolutely.
Yeah. UVic just getting the better of Western there, and then in the third 5, maybe in the last 500 meters, it looks like. But great to see Western back on the podium.
Especially with such a young crew, I think it'll be an exciting next few years for them.
They've got lots to look forward to, definitely. Mike Pierce's boys, once again in the 8. We get a nice shot there at the UBC men's 8. Ben Bukite, Sam Harris in 2. You got Julian Blackstroke in that boat, Axel Washko behind him. Just some really experienced and talented rowers in that boat.
There's Owen we've got in 5, who's now won 2 golds for the day. Pretty exciting for him.
Yeah, Owen Bartel doubling up. So Owen Bartel, his day is done. So he's 2 gold medals in 2 races.
Not a bad day for Owen.
Great job by the St. Catharines boy there. As we look up to the start line. Looking now at the B final of the men's 8.
So here we've got Ottawa, U of T, and St. FX. We're going to pop over to a quick break here before the men's B final in the 8s.
All right. So we're back at the start line here. The B final of the men's 8. We got 3 boats. Closest to us, that looks like McMaster. In the middle lane,
Ottawa is closest.
Ottawa, my apologies.
We got Ottawa, U of T, and St. FX in that far lane.
FX, yeah. So U of T is coached by a former coach slash athlete that I rode with at Western. His name is Mark. He's a fantastic guy, really putting a lot of time into that U of T program. I know they'll be disappointed not to be in the A final, but let's see what they can do in the B final here. Some strong athletes coming out of that program too. And just a quick note from the last race, from the men's 8, I believe that's 6 years in a row now that UBC has won the men's 8. So a bit of a dynasty forming for UBC rowing in the 8. But let's focus our attention here on the B final of the men's 8 as they're off and away.
So 7 of these guys started as novices in that U of T 8.
Wow. So that they're within, according to our information, it looks like they're only 2 or maybe 3 years into rowing. And so to have a boat basically comprised fully of novices and to be here at this level is a great job by the U of T coaching staff. So tough to tell, but I would say it looks like it's Ottawa and then maybe U of T just slightly ahead of Ottawa for this race. And on the far side, St. FX just a bit behind the pace.
Yeah, it looked. We have the final results coming in from those men's 8s. So UBC finished with almost 4 seconds ahead of UVic, while Western was about 4 seconds behind them. Brock coming in 4th, Calgary coming in 5th, and McGill coming in 6th.
So 3 seconds may not seem like a lot, 3.7 seconds, but that's a pretty good gap. And then between UVic and UBC as well, another good gap. So pretty clear 1, 2, and 3 there. Congratulations again to UBC for winning that race. But we're back now with the B final of the men's 8.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of these St. FX crew was actually novices as well. Many of them just started rowing last year. Again, pretty impressive to be able to put together a crew.
Yeah, U of T, I think it's U of T up front. The blade work, you can see the U of T blade work just looks pretty tight there. There's not a whole lot else of extra things happening compared to the other two boats as the blades go in the water. Oh, and as I say that, a few bumps from U of T there from stroke seat.
Just jinxing them.
It does look like the wind is actually picking up a decent amount, so the conditions might get a little bit tougher as the day goes on. Look for that to impact the small boats a bit more. As the day goes on here. Races like the men's pair, the women's single might be a bit more tricky, but
Totally. We can see that those ripples on the water are starting to build, which can make it a lot harder to maintain clean blade work.
And yeah, as we cross the 1,000-meter marker, it is U of T followed by St. FX, and then rounding out the B final, that is Ottawa. If anybody out there watches American collegiate rowing, the U of T blades sort of mirroring the style with the horizontal stripe, looking a bit like Brown University almost,
yeah.
or Dartmouth coming right across there, the top. Ottawa looked like they borrowed some equipment from UBC as well.
Except for 2 seats blade.
So as they come down the track here, looks like they've just crossed this. Looks like they're about to cross the 750-meter marker. Maybe just past it, approaching the last 500 meters of the race. U of T seems to still be out ahead with a considerable lead.
We're starting to be able to see these boats from where we are at the finish line.
And it is U of T just kind of taking a little bit more time to get those blades locked on before they start driving through the water. That seems to be helping their rhythm. As they approach the last 250, it is U of T with a considerable lead.
Yeah, this is where as a Cox you're really telling your crews that they can start to empty the tank. They can look forward to the end of that race and really let it all out.
Absolutely. So U of T, I'd say a commanding lead here. Really just got to stay clean.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say U of T has this one.
A little bit of a misstroke there
crab.
from 4-seat. That's okay. Good recovery.
Man, we keep jinxing these guys. But U of T crossing the line in the first.
Followed by St. FX. And then wrapping up our field here.
Got that Ottawa crew maintaining a pretty high stroke rate through the line. And that wraps up our men's 8s for the day. Our next race will be taking off in about 11 minutes, and that'll be the women's light 4. So some more big boats coming. Big-ish. Great.
All right, and we're going to take a little bit of a break before we see the women's lightweight force come down. We'll see you in a bit.
It began with a common love for sport, connection, and being active.
Then came a name to describe our community.
And this became a gift and an expectation of excellence. The Thunderbirds.
From athletes to club members and personal goal chasers.
To staff, supporters, and alumni. We are all Thunderbirds. Powerful, united, and grateful to the Kwakwaka'wakw people who entrusted our name to us.
We're here to create a positive impact, to bring honor to our community and make our university proud.
To be a Thunderbird is a responsibility, but it's one we carry with joy.
Sharing in the thrill of being part of something bigger.
Something magnetic. Something to which everyone is welcome.
Thunderbirds are ambitious. We see possibility and commit to it.
We continuously test our limits and find they stretch even further than we thought. To be a Thunderbird is to believe that we are capable of more.
We persevere, bring our best, and never settle. We're not shy about winning. But when we do, it's in the right way.
Always with integrity and respect. Always victory through honor. We reach high, but with humility.
We hold ourselves and each other to account, seeking to give more than we take.
It might sound like hard work, and it can be, but we have each other's backs.
Thunderbirds are never alone.
That's why we can step out beyond the comfortable, knowing we might stumble.
But trusting, we will find our wings.
We are one proud family, a force to be reckoned with.
We are not here to keep quiet or stay small, but to discover the power of our voices in action.
Energetic, charismatic, loud like thunder.
Together, we take flight.
The first time I stepped on the field for a game again, I honestly couldn't believe that I made it there, because if you would have asked me a few years or months prior, I would have said I'm never doing this again, because I went through a pretty traumatic injury. I blew out my knee. I've never been so low before, if I'm being honest. It was not easy to seek out help or get help either.
You feel for them, because we care about them first and foremost. We care about them more than just how fast they're swimming in the pool. We care about them more than how they're doing with the school. We care about them as people. And if they're not in the best place that they can be with their mental health, then everything else gets put on the back burner, because we want to see these young student athletes thrive, not just survive at UBC.
I get to work with all of the coaches and student athletes at UBC, and the thing that I'm really noticing right now is that this isn't a problem for the unique few.
think there's always been the perception of there being a stigma, especially with more macho sports like football. Sometimes it can be difficult, people being open emotionally and talking about their own struggles, and then at the same time exuding the confidence that I think people typically associate with the best football players and mental performance at a high level.
We're getting more and more student athletes struggling with mental health, so it's got to be a big priority. You know, we talk about injuries to athletes and making sure that they're fit and healthy. Well, it's just the same with mental health, and a good, healthy player is what produces performances, because they're all highly motivated, they're all driven by success. So lots and lots of pressures that they face on daily.
My brother Mass, growing up, loved sports. He loved playing team sports equally as much as he did academics. And, he was fortunate to pursue both of these passions right here at UBC. And while he was studying, he played varsity men's soccer professionally. He was a cardiac anesthesiologist and chief of anesthesia at the Mazankowski Heart Institute in Edmonton. But despite all the successes that he had in life, he struggled with mental health in the background and on his own. And that was difficult for him. And in 2017, he tragically took his own life. And my friends, my family, his teammates, his colleagues, we were all shocked and devastated. My foundation is really excited to be working with UBC because we believe this is the right initiative for this moment in the life of a young student athlete.
Mental health issues have really become a global concern, and there's a scale and a spectrum of support that student athletes need. But what we really need is more so that we can catch some of this early. UBC Athletics is so grateful to have the Mass Yukawa Foundation on board and in the game with us. We're excited to have them, and we're really excited for all of the other people that are wanting to step up and wanting to join us in really making this change for student athletes.
Cameras ready, audio set. And we are live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's the TC 10K. This is it. We're here. We've been waiting all year for this.
Well, being in the lead is always a nice position because you have a vantage point where you can see everybody.
The hometown fans in support, and there it is. Genevieve Lalonde takes the gold of Canada.
We were living in a difficult time when language was forbidden.
Gone to the inside. Carlson and Midgley get together. Carlson takes the lead.
Jamar on the tip. Yes, he can.
It is Canada's game.
Just score!
Great show, everybody.
We are back and waiting for the start of the women's light fours.
So just before this race gets going, a quick update on points. So I believe I was handed this by an umpire, so I will assume that it is correct for right now. But again, these are not official. This is just one announcer talking. So looking first at the women's points. In first place right now, we have UBC at 36. UBC has 36 points. Second place, UVic with 28. Third place is Queens with 22. Fourth, Brock. Fifth, Western with 18. And Guelph, 6 with 9 points. So UBC winning the women's pair and second in the lightweight double. UVic coming second in the women's pair and third in the lightweight double. And Queens coming third in the pair and fourth in the lightweight double. And Brock with 20 points winning the women's lightweight double.
We have those light fours coming off the start now. Should be a pretty exciting race. Queens finished first in the time trial. They also won at OUA, so they'll be looking to defend that title as they go from just the East Coast towards the entire country. And it looks like they're out ahead.
Yeah, that distinctive yellow M-Pocker of Queens just poking its bow out in front of everybody else. But we know that Brock, you see the two twin sisters there in stroke pair, and UBC will have something to say about that lead as they come down the course.
The women's light four can be a really important race for points. So yeah, we just read out those point totals. This could totally change them. It is one of the higher value races.
And it looks like Western actually putting in a good little push here to come even with Queens. We'll see if they sustain that as the race goes on.
Yeah, they came third at OUA, so it'll be interesting to see what they end up being able to do. 12 seconds back on Queens after the time trial, which is typically a pretty hard gap to close, but you never know when you get side by side.
And it does look like Queens just edging out ahead, maybe a half boat length lead on both Western and UVic. And then just behind them in that stagger, you can see the bow of Brock University there, just in line with UBC. We've got it. So first place Queens, second and third, it's almost indistinguishable between Western and UVic, and then pretty much the same as well for UBC and Brock. Going to be a really good race here in the women's lightweight four.
So far, pretty consistent with what we saw in the time trial.
And again, in one of these bigger boats in the women's lightweight four, you know, not as impacted by the weather, but you can see the water picking up now. Going to make things a little bit more challenging. Got to make sure they're clearing the waves on the recovery, giving themselves a little bit of room to square the blade up and get it in. This is a great shot. You can see the waves. Look at the waves rolling by down now on the course. Way different conditions than this morning. But rowing is an outdoor sport, so the athletes have to learn how to deal with this part too. And it does look like Queens just opening up a little bit more of a lead now, Alex, in second and third place here.
Western is really sticking in with it, though, as well. It'll be interesting to see if Western can reverse that OUA's result and pull ahead of Brock here.
Yeah, so Western rows with what you call the fat blades. They're a little bit, they're rigged quite light. The idea is that you can turn more strokes over. Your rate should be a bit higher. In that tailwind, though, you got to wonder, a bit of a shorter race. I'm sure that the coaches, Bob Ward and Matt Waddell, were all over the rig, kind of setting them up appropriately. But it is Queens pushing out ahead. Western and UVic are hanging on, though. Maybe just some contact there, a bow on stern of these boats. And this side angle shot, you can really see, if you look at just sort of the tops of the athletes' heads, how well they're swinging together as a crew. That Queens boat, really the body's moving nicely. But it is just neck and neck. Good point, Alex, between...
Yeah, second and third, UVic and that Western crew are really tight together.
Oh, and maybe Western, could be the angle, maybe Western putting in a little bit of a push here.
Absolutely.
Seem to be edging out UVic.
But whatever the case, they do seem to have a pretty decisive lead on that Brock crew at the moment.
Yeah, Brock in fourth place there. Oh, UVic edging back now, so maybe they're a move of their own. Coming across the 1,000-meter marker, approaching the 750 mark now.
Yeah, you can see that UBC crew is really trying to stay with them there.
You can see this Queens crew just really strong at the finish. You can just watch them leverage the back half there, that bow seat, just pressing through the back half of the stroke, sending the boat away.
This is going to be a great race.
And now we're getting some side, but so you can just see these buoys coming across. So UVic just pushing ahead of Western now, pushing the pace. Looks like Queens got a bit of open water on UVic.
Again, it's tough with that angle, but it seems like UBC might be edging ahead of that Western crew.
Oh UBC pushing ahead in the black boat there on the far side.
Guelph seems to be making a move too.
Yeah, making a move on UVic too now. UBC coming some contact with UVic every stroke, maybe a seat every 5 strokes.
Yeah, and I believe UVic beat our Light 4, the UBC Light 4 at Western CUs, so they'll really be looking to kind of put that target on UVic's back and see if they can push ahead.
A little revenge row, as they say.
Absolutely.
Coming down the track here. Oh yeah, this is going to be a phenomenal finish.
Yeah.
Queens in the lead, but don't count out that. And sometimes, Alex, you have those boats in second and third that are fighting with each other. They can press up onto the first place crew.
Yeah, they're just
without even realizing it.
So focused on getting ahead of each other that they get that extra push.
Yeah, Queens looking nice and strong though. Out in front. And they're in the last 500 meters of the race now.
Yeah, this was the first race I ever raced at CU's, and it's a really fun one.
Again, lightweight rowing, always close.
Yeah. As a coxie, you have to provide a lot of extra value because you're big dead weight relative to your athletes in this boat.
So here we can start to hear the crowd now getting loud. Here's Queens. Still got a good lead. It'll be really interesting to see coming across the line. Is it UBC, UVic? It looks to be UVic in second. Western and UBC duking it out for third, though. Those valuable team points on the line. UVic rowing beautifully, Queens managing the conditions there.
Again, UVic always has quite a strong finish, so they'll be looking to see if they can get some more seats on Queens here. Although I do think Queens has this one in the bag.
Yeah, Queens just got to stay long here. Looks like Queens, maybe just a little bit of contact from UVic. But this year, the lightweight 4 does go to Queens University.
UVic coming into that silver medal position
and it's going to be really close here. Brock making a huge push. And it's too close to tell between Brock and Western for third. We will update you with results when that comes in.
Yeah, UBC coming in 5th, and
Guelph on the far side in 6th.
What an exciting race. Wow.
Huge finish from the Brock crew there. Really impressive. They were a boat length back, Alex, at the 500 meters to go.
Yeah.
Gutsy race from the lightweight women from Brock there. And we'll give you some results. I wonder if we could see if we can get a shot, a slow-mo, the finish there, maybe, and pull up that image again to see if we can tell. But it's too close just to tell with our eyes there. There's the Queens women's lightweight 4.
They're looking pretty happy.
Some elation, some joy. Right, that's a tough race.
Again, Queens has a really strong lightweight program right now. In fact, a lot of their 8 ends up being made up of those lightweight athletes, and they do an excellent job.
Yeah, fantastic. So our shot now, this is the B final of the women's lightweight 4. And we're off here.
So just two boats in the lightweight 4B final. We have McMaster and SFU duking it out here. That SFU crew has quite a few younger athletes.
All right, we're just going to see if we can let you know this unofficial results, of course. We get the replay of that finish from the women's lightweight 4 here. Oh my goodness.
I still don't know. Hard to say.
I would say maybe Western.
Yeah.
But just
I guess we'll have to wait for
that. We're going to have to wait and see those results. So again, McMaster and SFU in this race.
It looks like McMaster has a bit of an early lead here, which is consistent with our time trial results.
And so that Queen's boat that just won the women's lightweight 4, that's coached by Scott Federy, and Scott's been involved in Canadian rowing for quite a while now. Actually coached me in 2012 in Victoria with a few other lightweight guys. Really a strong coach and someone who's put a lot of time into Canadian University rowing over the years. So congratulations to Scott and the Queen's women's program there. That was a fantastic race. Just over a minute and a half into the B final of the women's lightweight 4 here. So a little mono-y-mono racing here in the B final to round out the morning schedule. Hopefully this wind cooperates for the rest of the afternoon. And it does look to be McMaster with a sizable lead here. And we're going to get some results here from the A final of the women's lightweight 4. Who ended up taking that? It was Western.
Oh, wow.
By 0.13 seconds. Or, sorry, 0.23 seconds over Brock. That is just nothing in that. Maybe a foot less than that between the two crews. So Queen's coming in first, UVic in second, Western in third, Brock fourth.
So UVic was able to make a big change from their time trial result in the time.
Sorry, Alex, just one. Look at this finish here. You can just barely on the surge. So you say, when rowing, you say on the surge, what that means is when the athletes go up and take another stroke, the bow ball kind of lifts out of the water and propels down the course. And so when it's that close, it's just dependent on who was taking a stroke at the right or the wrong time. So they got it on the surge of the boat, on the recovery, taking another stroke. That was phenomenal. Western will be happy with that. Yeah, so riding here with, again, McMaster.
Yeah, McMaster seems to have secured their lead for this race.
So this B final of the women's lightweight 4 looks like they passed the 750-meter marker right now. Just kind of approaching the last 5. And Alex, I got to ask, if you're a Coxie in this position, if you're McMaster, and you see you gotta look over your right shoulder here to see where the other crew is. Is that disruptive to the boat at all, or how do you do that when a crew's?
Yeah, it can definitely be a bit disruptive to the set. You got to be pretty careful when you look over. Typically, what I would have done in a bow loader light 4 like this is talk to your bow seat before the race and let them know, like, if another boat is making a move on us, like, you gotta tell me, because most of the time you're not going to be able to look too far behind you.
But in rowing, as we know, if you have to look far behind you to see your opponent as a Coxie, that is a good thing in a bow loader.
Yeah. It's pretty good news for you. If you can't see your opponents, they're probably not too much of a threat to you anymore.
So maybe a few words from the bow seat, just about, we've got our lead. Just stay long and clean and keep on the rhythm here.
Yeah, I think that McMaster crew seems to be handling the conditions a little bit better.
Yeah, in this shot, you can just kind of see as they approach the catch, you can see the blades of the boat in second place there, just kind of hitting the water, coming up in the air a bit, whereas McMaster is a little bit more direct to the water, a little bit cleaner, allowing them to kind of turn those strokes over. As we come to the last 250 meters here. So in the last 20 strokes here, McMaster just looking at really just racing the clock now, seeing how fast they can go down the course.
Yeah, when you are in the B final, a lot of the time you're just looking to see if you can put a time that would, maybe be a bit faster than some of the boats in the A final, just to see if you can challenge yourself to that next level.
Yeah, you're looking at the 6th place or 5th place and saying, hey, how close can I get to that? So that's what McMaster will be looking for as they cross the line in first place in the B final of the women's lightweight 4. With about 15 strokes left here, we've got SFU on their home track out here at Burnaby. Here they are crossing the line, rounding out the morning set of racing here at the 2023 Canadian University Rowing Championships.
Before we get into our afternoon break, we're just going to go into some highlights from the morning.
Get a nice shot of the crowd there. We had the men's singles. Great win from Owen Bartel. The women's lightweight double of UVic. UBC taking the pairs.
Yeah, we've had a great morning of racing here. I'm excited for the afternoon where we'll have some more big boats going off, as well as more singles.
Certainly, Alex, the big name programs stepping up right now are the UBC, UVic, Western Queens, Brock of the world, showing their class certainly. And did you have a highlight of the morning for you for a specific race?
Ooh, that's a tough. I always love watching the 8s because as a Coxie, those are my favorite boats to be in.
Absolutely.
So I think the men's 8s would have been the highlight for me. They all looked really good coming down the course.
Awesome. Okay, and really quickly, we'll just run through the men's points here. As it stands right now, We have UBC in first place with 67 points. We have UVic in second place with 58 points. And we have Western in third with 48. Brock right behind Western with 47. And in fifth place, Calgary with 29. All right, that wraps up the morning section. We'll be back after a little lunch break here for the afternoon races.
We'll see you guys in about 40 minutes.
One of the most extraordinary programs in the history of the University of British Columbia began in the spring of 1921, when a small group of students led by World War I British Army veterans Eric Grenville Jones and Cyril Jones held a meeting to establish the foundations of what became the UBC Rowing Club. UBC student crews began to train at the Vancouver Rowing Club in the fall of that year in preparation for their first official competition, which took place in Victoria Harbour on January 6, 1922. It was there that students Cyril Jones, Roy McLaren, William Banfield, and Wells Coates raced against a crew from the James Bay Athletic Association. The first inter-university competition took place in 1925 against the University of Washington, setting the stage for annual regattas against Washington and Oregon State. But it was in 1932 that rowing gained lasting prominence in the varsity sport portfolio when a 21-year-old named Ned Pratt became the first UBC student to win an Olympic medal, a bronze in double sculls. Pratt's medal drew immediate attention from prominent community members and alumni who donated money to purchase rowing shells and to establish a boathouse on the Fraser River. Although the outbreak of World War II brought much student activity to a halt, the post-war years saw the emergence of a new era, with the UBC Rowing Club moving from the Fraser River to the Vancouver Rowing Clubhouse at Cole Harbour. Concurrently, Vancouver businessman Victor Spencer purchased the first Pocock 8, and in 1950, fellow VRC member Frank Reed was appointed as coach of the UBC VRC crews.
Under the eyes of Coach Frank Reed, it drills, 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 mile after mile, hour after hour.
I was very fortunate to be there at that time and place when Frank Reed was there. And Frank had a reputation of being tough and hard and all the rest of it. But the big thing about Frank was that he saw his vision was very high. He wanted his crews to be the best in the world. And at that time in Vancouver, I'm not sure there was a lot of aspiration that way.
Under the grueling training regimen of Reed, international success ultimately followed, beginning in 1954, when a UBC 8 defeated the favored British crew to win gold medals at the British Empire Games. With Vancouver serving as host city, the historic win was witnessed by several thousand hometown spectators and by dignitaries from throughout the Commonwealth, including the Duke of Edinburgh.
Here on the Vedder, the British were favored, and Prince Philip had come to formalize this triumph. He had not reckoned on this University of British Columbia crew, embarked on a whole new era of rowing in British Columbia and in Canada.
In the wake of the victory, Prince Philip invited the UBC crew to compete at the prestigious Royal Henley Regatta in 1955, where they lost narrowly to a crew from the University of Pennsylvania. Less than a year later, UBC crews were dominant at the Canadian Championships, earning the right to represent their university and all of Canada at the 1956 Olympic Games.
Frank, how are the boys bearing up? It's been a very rigorous and long, drawn-out training program, but I think the honor of representing Canada at the Olympics more than compensates for the sacrifices and the self-discipline that has made it possible.
The performance of UBC's crews at the 1956 Melbourne Olympics was instantly and indelibly etched into Canadian sport history, with not one, but two Olympic podium finishes occurring on the same day, a gold for the 4 and a silver for the 8.
This 1956 Olympic moment proved to be the highlight of UBC history. When we look back, this was probably the most important achievement UBC teams have accomplished.
This is Canada's first Olympic gold medal ever for rowing, and congratulations must go to the outstanding crew, students of the University of British Columbia.
Under Frank Reed, UBC's 4 and 8 returned to the 1960 Olympic Games in Rome, with the 8 winning silver medals in a tight race with the German crew.
Across for a silver medal, the second time in 2 straight Olympics that they have won the silver medal.
I think we had the best race that boat ever had in the finals of the Olympics. And on that day the Germans beat us. but they were a very excellent crew. That's the Carl Adams crew from northern Germany. And we were right alongside of them.
Frank Reed retired after the 1960 Games, but UBC rowers added to the program's Olympic legacy in 1964 in Tokyo, highlighted by Roger Jackson and George Hungerford winning gold in the pairs event.
The gold medal race was fantastic. Our strategy was to see how well we could do in the first quarter of the race. We knew we were fast. We had won the heat in the fastest time, so we knew going in there we had what it took. So the last third of the race, it was sheer hell, but we had a boat that was really moving, and Roger and I really worked together. It was an incredible team effort that the two of us really did. We performed magic out there.
The thing about the UBC crews at that time that really inspired me is they didn't want to just be the best on the West Coast, didn't want to be just the best in Canada. They wanted to be the best in the world.
Under coaches like Glenn Mervyn, Laurie West, Al Morrow, Boris and Peter Clavora, and with the support of many others, UBC produced numerous international competitors. But while Canada's men's crews competed at the '72 Olympics in Munich, there were very few opportunities for female rowers anywhere in Canada. However, participation began to increase at Canadian universities, including UBC, where a determined group of students banded together at the Vancouver Rowing Club under the coaching of a UBC staff member named Els Mole. Women's rowing officially became a varsity sport in September of 1976 under the coaching of men's team alumnus and 1972 Olympian Glenn Battersby.
There were a number of us who knew about rowing, and also that there had been women racing for Canada in that previous summer. There were actually about 10 women, and we went down to the Vancouver Rowing Club and we had a meeting, and we were advised to go into the barge, which was this massive flat boat with these ancient oars with handles that our hands could barely fit around, and we had our first practice.
Just weeks before the women's varsity program was formalized, 5 of the students who had previously competed as members of VRC represented Canada at the 1976 Montreal Olympic Games. In so doing, future generations of young female student athletes were inspired in large measure by the pioneering efforts of Tricia Smith, Joy Farah, Cheryl Howard, Susan Antoft, and Alona Smith.
It was just by chance that I started rowing. I was in high school, I was out at UBC using the library, and I ran into a friend of mine who was part of the program at UBC VRC, and she said, you've got to try this, it's so much fun. When I got on the boat, I loved it from day one, and I never really looked back. It was a sport that I was built for, really, and I just loved being on the water.
The evolution of UBC rowing was altered in the early 1980s when Rowing Canada centralized its national teams, in Victoria for men and in London, Ontario for women. As a result, UBC began to lose elite prospects to the universities of Victoria and Western Ontario. Even so, the program continued to offer unique opportunities to UBC students, from those who simply wanted to try a new sport to those who would compete internationally, including Olympic gold medalists Mike Rasher, Pat Turner, and Paul Steele. International competitors on the women's side included Brenda Taylor, Megan Delahanty, Larissa Biesenthal, and a first-year student from Trail, BC named Kathleen Heddle, who went on to become one of the most accomplished competitors in Canadian rowing history. But in spite of the many highlights, a serious challenge became apparent in the mid-1990s, and one that put the viability of the entire program at risk.
When I took over the program, I'd seen it move from VRC to Burnaby to False Creek, and this was all we had left. We were down at False Creek. There was a couple of broken boats on broken stretchers, and that sort of defined the program. The sustainability of the program was really in question, And it seemed to be job number one was to address that, and the only way to do that was to address the needs of a new facility.
A new facility, one that could be owned and operated by the UBC rowing program, and that would enable it to continue its ascent into the upper echelons of university rowing worldwide. But that would take outside help, and it came at the dawn of a new millennium from a committed group of alumni.
Well, we formed this little bunch, and with the backing of UBC, and then what happened was George Hungerford and Jane Hungerford, who were really good at fundraising, they knew where the money was buried in Vancouver. And so they came on board, and that sort of gelled, and we decided we better get a name for this group. And we called ourselves the Gold for Life Committee because that was our goal.
The Gold for Life group's aspirations to construct a boathouse moved closer to reality when the city of Richmond agreed to provide a location on the Fraser River. That was followed by a commitment from St. George's School to enter a partnership. Ultimately, thanks in large part to a bequeathment from the estate of alumnus John Leckie, along with generous contributions from other alumni, the John M.S. Leckie UBC Boathouse officially opened on September 30th, 2006.
It was not easy. It was a long process. It really felt like a tremendous team effort involving a lot of different players over a long period of time. So it was just so satisfying to see that happen.
Since its opening, the boathouse has been home for UBC rowers as well as a source of annual revenue for their participation in important annual regattas, including the Brown Cup and the Canadian University Championships, which began in 1995 and signaled UBC's evolution from a high-performance club program to a dominant varsity sport, both on campus and across the country.
The construction of this facility, we've been able to create a whole new atmosphere, a whole new culture, a whole new level of excitement for the program. It shows that the athletes feel like the UBC Boathouse is their home. They come here ready to train every day. They have access to this great facility, to change rooms, to beautiful boat bays and equipment downstairs. We've really been able to add a whole new level of efficiency to the time that they spend here, which has really paid dividends in terms of our performance.
In spite of facility and training site challenges before the construction of the boathouse, UBC still produced national university champions and international competitors, most notably Kyle Hamilton and Ben Rutledge, who won gold medals in the 8 at the 2008 Games in Beijing. And with each passing year, thanks to superb coaching and the support of alumni, UBC's program continues to produce a steady flow of national university champions and prospects for Canada's national teams.
During my time as an athlete, it was amazing how little we had to worry about basically the expenses of rowing, which is a very expensive sport. The boats, the boathouse, the travel. Without the support of our alumni, it was clear that most of us wouldn't be able to afford rowing just because of the nature of the sport. So to be able to just focus on your fitness and rowing and balancing your course load with your training program, the generosity of our donors absolutely leads directly to the results of our school and athletes who go beyond rowing for UBC and end up rowing for Canada.
The question some people might be asking is, where do we go from here? We've had tremendous success, but we need to keep moving forward. The next level for our program is to reconnect with our international successes that we've had in the past. And now is the time to do that. We've built the consistency in the way that we're developing athletes and recruiting athletes, and we've got to provide them with the goals to keep moving forward. And the next level for us is success again at the international level with our collegiate athletes.
We're at a really important point of inflection in the program, and there's a great future ahead. And so now is the time to set a new direction for where the program wants to be in the future. And really at the high level, what that is being top 12 internationally in terms of the ranking. I think it inspires people to greatness. I think it helps with recruiting, it helps with the stature of the program, and all of those things, the way I look at it, ultimately achieve the objective of delivering a great experience for rowers and actually providing them with some of the foundational elements that they can take forward in their lives.
Our athletes leave here, they know a lot about teamwork, they know a lot about leadership, they know a lot about persistence, and they know a lot about focus. And I mean, if they're strong academically, I mean, now they've got a skill set that is going to really serve them incredibly well.
For sure developed me as a person, and all the things you learn through rowing, and team, and respect, and hard work and diligence.
A century after the foundation of the UBC Rowing Club, the vision for the future is one in which UBC becomes a destination for even greater numbers of extraordinary student athletes from across Canada and beyond, whose skill and commitment will continue the ascent to the world's highest echelon of university rowing, and who as alumni will continue to serve as leaders across a vast spectrum of endeavor, in the same manner and in the same spirit as those who went before.
Let's really focus here on not rowing the blade out of the water. Make sure you're actively moving the handle down to get it out, okay? We don't want to be pulling the handle down to your lap. Once you lock up with the catcher, make sure you're moving the blade constantly down to the water. The blade moving down to the water.
The first time I stepped on the field for a game again, I honestly couldn't believe that I made it there, because if you would have asked me a few years or months prior, I would have said I'm never doing this again, because I went through a pretty traumatic injury. I blew out my knee. I've never been so low before, if I'm being honest. It was not easy to seek out help or get help either.
You feel for them, because we care about them first and foremost. We care about them more than just how fast they're swimming in the pool. We care about them more than how they're doing with the school. We care about them as people. And if they're not in the best place that they can be with their mental health, then everything else gets put on the back burner, because we want to see these young student athletes thrive, not just survive at UBC.
I get to work with all of the coaches and student athletes at UBC, and the thing that I'm really noticing right now is that this isn't a problem for the unique few.
I think there's always been the perception of there being a stigma, especially with more macho sports like football. Sometimes it can be difficult, people being open emotionally and talking about their own struggles, and then at the same time exuding the confidence that I think people typically associate with the best football players and mental performance at a high level.
We're getting more and more student athletes struggling with mental health, so it's got to be a big priority. You know, we talk about injuries to athletes and making sure that they're fit and healthy. Well, it's just the same with mental health, and a good, healthy player is what produces performances, because they're all highly motivated, they're all driven by success. So lots and lots of pressures that they face on daily.
My brother Mass, growing up, loved sports. He loved playing team sports equally as much as he did academics. And, he was fortunate to pursue both of these passions right here at UBC. And while he was studying, he played varsity men's soccer professionally. He was a cardiac anesthesiologist and chief of anesthesia at the Mazankowski Heart Institute in Edmonton. But despite all the successes that he had in life, he struggled with mental health in the background and on his own. And that was difficult for him. And in 2017, he tragically took his own life. And my friends, my family, his teammates, his colleagues, we were all shocked and devastated. My foundation is really excited to be working with UBC because we believe this is the right initiative for this moment in the life of a young student athlete.
Mental health issues have really become a global concern, and there's a scale and a spectrum of support that student athletes need. But what we really need is more so that we can catch some of this early. UBC Athletics is so grateful to have the Mass Yukawa Foundation on board and in the game with us. We're excited to have them, and we're really excited for all of the other people that are wanting to step up and wanting to join us in really making this change for our student athletes.
It began with a common love for sport, connection, and being active.
Then came a name to describe our community.
And this became a gift and an expectation of excellence. The Thunderbirds.
From athletes to club members and personal goal chasers.
To staff, supporters, and alumni. We are all Thunderbirds. Powerful, united, and grateful to the Kwakwaka'wakw people who entrusted our name to us.
We're here to create a positive impact, to bring honor to our community and make our university proud.
To be a Thunderbird is a responsibility, but it's one we carry with joy.
Sharing in the thrill of being part of something bigger.
Something magnetic. Something to which everyone is welcome.
Thunderbirds are ambitious. We see possibility and commit to it.
We continuously test our limits and find they stretch even further than we thought. To be a Thunderbird is to believe that we are capable of more.
We persevere, bring our best, and never settle. We're not shy about winning. But when we do, it's in the right way.
Always with integrity and respect. Always victory through honor. We reach high, but with humility.
We hold ourselves and each other to account, seeking to give more than we take.
It might sound like hard work, and it can be, but we have each other's backs.
Thunderbirds are never alone.
That's why we can step out beyond the comfortable, knowing we might stumble.
But trusting, we will find our wings.
We are one proud family, a force to be reckoned with.
We are not here to keep quiet or stay small, but to discover the power of our voices in action.
Energetic, charismatic, loud like thunder.
Together, we take flight.
Cameras ready, audio set. And we are live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's the TC 10K. This is it. We're here. We've been waiting all year for this.
Well, being in the lead is always a nice position because you have a vantage point where you can see everybody.
The hometown fans in support, and there it is. Genevieve Lalonde takes the gold of Canada.
We were living in a difficult time when language was forbidden.
Gone to the inside. Carlson and Midgley get together. Carlson takes the lead.
Mar on the tip. Yes, he can.
It is Canada's game.
Just score!
Great show, everybody.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We're all bundled up and ready to go here for the second part of the day. Wind looks like it is cooperating. Maybe not as, Alex, as bad as it was before. Seems to have died down a little bit, but staying nice and warm here in the commentating booth as we get ready for the women's single, which is the first event after the lunch break. Any notable athletes in here or people that you know from your time at UBC, Alex?
Well, I know Tyla Casey Knight, who's rowing from UBC. She's actually 6'4", which
oh my goodness,
is incredible. Yeah, she's a really awesome rower, and this is her first CU. So again, rowing the single at her first CU is pretty impressive. And I think that there's a couple of other pretty notable rowers. Rachel Weber, I believe she was at the under 23 World Championships.
So as we get set for the women's singles, this is the second half of the race day here. We will just give you a brief update on the points. So it looks like in first place for the women's points, we have University of Victoria with 48 points. In second, Queen's with 47. In third, UBC with 46. So it just 2 points separating first and third.
Wow, that's a close spread. All of those schools are going to be counting those points very closely in the next few races.
Absolutely. Western University, 33 points, and Brock University, 32 points. So tight women's field right now. And then the men's points remain the same from before. UBC at 67, UVic at 58, Western at 48, Brock at 47, and Calgary at 29.
So we've definitely got a bit more of a spread in the men's field, but
the women's points are close. We'll be looking forward to that as the racing goes on throughout the afternoon. Just got a nice shot here of the start line for the women's single. You can see each athlete. If you can look closely in the Western boat there in lane 4, you've got it looks like a digital screen, and so what that is a stroke coach for those new to rowing. So that some of them are GPS, in fact, that give you speed, distance traveled, sort of what rate you're at, that kind of stuff. Helps keep the athlete gives them some immediate feedback that they can then use to their advantage during the race. Oh, and we're off in the women's single here.
Quick start.
Looks like a little bit of a difficult time getting going with, I think it was
From the
St.
Dalhousie.
FX or Dalhousie boat there. It was Dalhousie. So in lane 1, we've got UVic. Lane 2, Dalhousie. Lane 3, Queens. Lane 4, Western. Lane 5, UBC. And lane 6, McMaster.
So Cullig from Dalhousie actually only started rowing in the last year.
Wow. So, starting rowing within 1 year. Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And the single is a tough boat to pick up, too.
Totally. Maggie Hempel from UVic. This is her third CUs. She's a pretty strong athlete in the single here. But we've got Queens out ahead, and she's actually representing Queens for the first time at CUs, but won a gold medal in the senior women's 8 at Canadian Henley this year.
Yeah, so some strong pedigree in the women's single as we get a view of that. Boy, that's got to be tough to rebound from, just that missed start. Let's see if she can regain her composure there. But it does look like the Queen sculler is out ahead right now, followed closely in lane 1 by UVic. And that UVic boat, that's Maggie Hempel. So
I think Western might be sneaking up ahead there. Rachel Weber.
Oh yeah, Western making a good push now in the single too.
So Weber was at the Under-23 World Championships in the pair, and is now, it looks like she's switched to sculling for CUs.
Yeah, strong athlete for sure, and oftentimes there's strategy that's involved in this too. If you're a team that's chasing the banner, maybe you have one athlete who's a strong sweeper, but your sculling depth isn't necessarily there, and so universities might put their strategically place their top rowers in specific events where they think they can get the most points. I wonder if that's what Bob Ward and Matt Waddell were doing with the Western rower there. But it does look like, Alex, you're right. It does look like Western pulling ahead here.
UVic staying right in it as well.
Yeah, UVic's right there, just past the 500-meter marker, I think.
Yeah, Hempel laying down quite powerful strokes through there. Looks to just be paying attention to her own race and soldiering on there. We don't see too many heads looking outside of boats here. Everyone seems to be quite focused on their own strokes.
So there's a nice shot, wide angle of our 1,000 meter marker camera showing us the field, and this angle really shows Weber from Western just pulling out ahead. Long, powerful strokes. You can see she's really aggressive at the catch. Blades go on and the legs are pushing down right away, which in this tailwind can be pretty advantageous. The boat's moving at a quicker speed than normally would be. There can't be any hesitation at the catch.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that effective lock on at the front end is really important to getting the boat moving here.
All right, here we go, approaching the 1,000 meter mark, halfway through the race. It does look like Western is in first.
So that'll be a bit of a reversal from what we saw in the time trial if we continue on in this trend.
So that start proving to be a difference maker.
Wow.
I would say there's probably half a boat length of open water between Weber and the sculler from UVic.
Yeah, so in the time trial, we had Queens coming in first with Western 8 seconds behind, followed by Dalhousie, UBC, and UVic. So if UVic comes in second or even first here, they're probably going to be looking pretty good in that points front.
And just in the back of my head, Alex, I can't forget about the start and how it just looked a bit messy. I wonder in terms of all the athletes starting at the same time, I'd keep an eye out, see if somebody raises a hand towards the end here of the race, if there's a protest.
Absolutely. It did look like some of those crews started off just a bit behind.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that as the race goes on. We won't find that out until the finish, but as of right now, it does look like Western in lane number 4 or 5 over there on the far side. Just powering through, maybe opening up a bit more of a lead, but UVic not going anywhere.
Here we got a nice shot on that Queens rower here.
Pretty clean rowing from the Queen sculler. You could nice technique, right? You can just see blades going in the water. Effectively, you get that nice backsplash of the blades as they enter. One of the indicators of a good catch there. But it is Western out ahead, followed by UVic, and then Queens, and the UBC sculler maybe making a little bit of a move here, coming back on Queens for 3rd place. Approaching the final 500 meters of the race here.
We're starting to be able to see those boats in real time.
And Weber, you can see this back angle shot, just a really nice, really aggressive at the catch. Again, Western rows those thicker blades, but they're rigged up a bit lighter, so you're able to get on it right away. Seems to really be attacking the front end of the stroke, and it's working for her right now.
Like the hand.
Crowd starting to get into it here.
It's hard to see from this angle, but it looks like that UBC single, Tyler Casey, is starting to climb
Looks
back
like she's
up.
pushing back on the Queen sculler. You're right there, Alex. And remember, only 3 points separate these first 3 teams for the women's points banner. UVic at 48, Queens at 47, and UBC at 46. So these placements, even though they might not be in first, these placements are crucial for that overall team points banner. Coming towards the finish here, it does look to be the Western sculler in first place. Rachel Weber, 4th-year varsity athlete on Western. She has a decisive lead, just has to stay long.
Yeah, and then these next 3 places, they're really battling it out for that banner.
It is tight here for 2nd and 3rd place.
Woo!
I would say UVic looks to be the favorite for 2nd.
They do, yeah.
But UBC and Queens coming down the line. It's going to be close. Western crosses in 1st.
UVic's definitely got that 2nd place.
UVic in 2nd and crossing the line. Oh, it's so close.
Oh,
maybe
I
just
don't know.
UBC. Maybe just UBC on the surge.
Queens did have a pretty good surge there at the end, though, so we'll see
we'll
how
have
it
to
goes.
wait and see for official results. That was incredible.
I wonder if we'll be able to get a replay on that one.
Dalhousie coming through in 5th there and rounding out the field is the sculler from McMaster.
So far, no
Boy, that
hands
was a
up.
close race.
It's looking like we don't have any protests here. Okay.
Nothing just yet. That's got to be a tough feeling for that sculler from St. FX.
We've got our B final in the women's single has just gone off here. If that is a 4-boat race, we have in the far lane University of Toronto, University of the Fraser Valley, Ontario Tech, and University of Guelph. Okay, so we've got a replay of that really close finish for third. Hopefully we'll be able to see who actually secured that third place.
That was close, Alex. I think my money is on UBC there for third.
Biased, but I hope so.
But we'll find out in a minute here. This is right now you're looking at the B final, the women's single. Tricky conditions in the single out there right now. So our halfway camera there giving us a good shot. It looks like the sculler in lane 3, maybe just out a bit ahead.
Lane 3,
I think that's UFV.
Valley. And we got a replay coming up
Of that final. We'll see if we can confirm who that was. Oh. Sorry, so that's back with the B final, the women's single now. We'll pull up that replay for you in a bit if we can here, but we'll focus on this B final for now. And it does look like the sculler from UFV sitting in first place right now, followed closely by lane 1, which I believe is University of Toronto. Or lane 1 or lane 2, yeah, University of Toronto. Again, the middle lanes, the leaders fanning out as we go across the lanes, sort of falling back just as the time trial would indicate.
Yeah, in that time trial, there was only 1 second between UFV and Ontario Tech lanes 3 and 4. So it looks like UFV is maybe putting a bit more distance on that, where previously that Guelph boat was even further back on the Ontario Tech, about 14 seconds behind. So it's seeming like they're having quite an excellent side-by-side race.
And you can really see this part of the race here on this shot on the screen. It just seems to be the water's just a little bit choppy, especially in a single. Boy, you really got to give yourself some room. Make sure you're stepping the blade out, being able to square up properly. Otherwise, you could find yourself in a whole lot of trouble. So it is UFV, then U of T in the B final of the women's single. Still just waiting on confirmation from the previous race, the A final of the women's single. We will get that for you as soon as we can.
Had a bunch of people flood into the tent immediately after to ask if we knew. Still waiting on that official result, though.
So the scullers in this event just looks like they're crossing the 750-meter marker. Looks to be a bit of separation between the crews now. And there seems, I don't know if there's a little bit of a steering issue on the far side there on the left side of the screen. It looked like two crews were coming together. It could have been the angle, but it looks like this one sculler on the very left side of the picture seemed to be approaching the buoy line, but they have separated. So there shouldn't be any issues there. As the athletes now come in to the last 500 meters of the race. Sculler from UFE looking very strong. That's Rebecca Stokes.
It's like a pretty close race still, though. Sometimes when you get the 3-boat races, you get quite a bit of a spread, but or 4-boat races rather. But seems like all of these boats still have
Second and third, yeah, definitely. There's some overlap there.
Yeah.
Inside the last 250 here.
UFV definitely with a decisive lead on this one.
Too close to tell from this vantage point, though, between the sculler from U of T and the athlete in lane 4. UFV really bringing it up for the finish now.
It's awesome to see even when you have an athlete who is pretty far ahead, just really hammering home that lead, going for that finish.
And again, as we mentioned earlier in the day, really just trying to see if she can get a time that puts her maybe, just inside the other boats from the A final. Who knows? So that is Rebecca Stokes crossing the line first for UFE.
And we've got U of T and Ontario Tech duking it out for this next spot.
It is really close. This is going to be a tight finish. And looks like Ontario Tech sculler just ahead, the University of Toronto sculler. And then rounding out the field, the last boat in the B final, in lane 5, the sculler from Guelph University.
We got 10 minutes before our next event, which will be the men's lightweight double. Should be an exciting race, so tune back in at 1:30 and we'll hop over to a break right now.
Sorry, I didn't see you there. Row faster. It's the motivational. All right, let's get going.
Shoulders up.
At UBC, some of the things that really make us stand apart, in my opinion, is our strive for excellence, the integrity we have in all that we do on the field, off the field, in the water, out of the water, and our teamwork. We rise together, we work together to do something that as individuals we can't do. I got through their warm-up pretty good. No, I was just saying, I just was surprised by the level of teamwork and synchronicity, from the picking up the boat to every single piece in between that and when we docked, it was just, they had to just be together. So it was really cool. And there were a couple moments where I actually got in the feel of with the power of that boat and just realizing how much together that, you know, that they do. Just realizing how together they're so strong. It was just a really special feeling. So yeah, I'm very grateful. That was amazing.
Every morning we get to like watch the sunrise, and it's like the best part of my day. To just like be here, kind of like seeing my friends and playing in a boat before I have to go to work.
I love the team aspect as well. Like with the racing sport is very, very fun. Kind of combines like teamwork and a lot of effort to, you know, really just see how hard we can push ourselves together.
We work to instill a lot of pride in what they're doing, and you know, we feel that all of that contributes to a culture, and that culture really helps to drive our success as a team.
Ready?
There's a very tangible feedback for when the boat is all working together, and I really love that feeling. Like you start to kind of float above the water.
I think it's really a unique program in that we've had so much history and so much time and effort has been put into creating this amazing boathouse, maintaining our equipment, buying nice equipment so that we can go fast on the water, and it just really feels like you're part of something that's bigger than yourself. So I think that's a really unique aspect of being part of the rowing team at UBC.
Okay, that's good. We can spin around there. So we have 28 girls in the team right now, and our objective is to create not only a competitive group, a group that drive each other in terms of performance, but also a group that are purposely working towards a common goal.
With this rowing team, we see every moment that they're on that water, they are relying on each other to be better as a group. It doesn't make a big difference if only one person is performing. The whole boat needs to perform. The whole boat needs to be in time. The whole boat needs to feel the rhythm, and the whole boat needs to create power together. And so I just think that this rowing team really manifests one of our pillars of success at UBC, which is rise together, lifting each other and others to a new level and celebrating what we achieve as a group.
All right. Back now for the start of the lightweight men's double. Light men's double is an extremely competitive event. We get a great shot here across. That's Western in lane 1, UVic in lane 2, Brock in lane 3, UBC lane 4, Queens lane 5. And in lane 6, McMaster. So athletes are out of tension here.
This should be quite an exciting race. We've got some very high caliber lightweight athletes in this one. Giancarlo Di Pompeo and Matthew Thompson from UVic. Emerson Crick was also in the single. But quite a few of these athletes went to under 23 Worlds.
And some of them together, too, even.
Yeah.
So it looks like pretty even off the start. It looks like Western and McMaster just dropping off the pace a little bit. There we ride with UVic. Giancarlo Di Pompeo stroking there, just relentless with that rate. The power he's laying down. Looks like it's pretty even between them and Brock. UBC, maybe UBC's right there too. And just a little bit off the pace is the crew in lane 5. That's Queens. Athlete, down 250 meters down here, should be swinging into their pace. But pretty tight sculling there from the Queens rowers. You watch the blade work there. Looks like things are just working together, but the watts and the power of the crews right there, UBC, Brock, and UVic, they're getting after it.
Yeah, we've got Nico Schramm from UBC. I think he won either 3 or 4 gold medals at Henley this year.
Yeah, he won 4 gold medals at Canadian Henley this
Amazing.
year. He didn't lose.
Stroking every single one of those boats. And
Yeah, for St. Catharines Rowing Club. Their coach, Tom, did a fantastic job with them. And that's translating that work in the summertime. So important for these athletes. Typically they'll take a bit of time off in the middle of the winter. But that summer training block, you just put tons of miles in. And it's obviously paying dividends for them right now. If I had to say, it would be Brock and UBC right at the front of the field. Almost nothing between them. UVic and Queens. Maybe UVic just a little bit ahead of Queens. The second 500 here. But not a lot between these incredible athletes. Lightweight rowing so tricky too. I was a lightweight rower myself for 3 years, and then decided I wanted to eat quite a bit more. But it's you got to weigh in 2 hours before your race, and you're 72.5 kilograms. So this adds a whole other element to it. But it does look to me like maybe Brock just ahead of UBC here.
yeah, that Brock crew, one of their athletes, Riley Watson, it seems to be quite a younger athlete. At Henley this summer, he won 3 gold medals in the U19 single, double, and quad. But it is his very first CUs, and he got 2 OUA golds. So season's off to a good start for him.
Yeah, he was a highly sought-after recruit in the Canadian system. I think Brock has a very strong lightweight program. They were able to land that athlete. You can just see Brock's rate is quite high. They're turning strokes over quite a bit.
Yeah, quite cleanly as well.
Rowing at about 38 or 39 strokes a minute down the course. That is a thundering pace. So it is Brock and then UBC in second and UVic in third.
That's quite the pace to hold for 2 kilometers.
39 for 2K. But these lightweights, if they lock on and get onto pace and the boat's moving, there we see Western coming through in 5th, and on the far side, got McMaster. This should be a really good finish, though. Those UBC guys they're racers. Same with Di Pompeo and UVic boat there. Don't count them out either.
You've got to imagine they know a lot about how the other one races as well, having raced together.
Absolutely. If there's any advantage at this point in the race, this is where it hurts the most. You're in the third 5. If you're in second place, you're really trying to push on. first place boat, just trying to maintain that lead. Don't let the crew inch back on you. Every stroke takes you closer to the finish line. Just hold them off. Hold them off. That Brock crew does look strong.
This Queen's crew is going to be really hungry to try to get a podium finish. This is their third CUs together, and they've just missed out on the podium, placing fourth 3 times.
Oof, yeah, some extra motivation for that Queen's boat for sure.
Absolutely.
So there you see Giancarlo Di Pompeo stroking the UVic boat, Nico Schramm in the distinctive, the backwards gray hat that he wears.
Never see him without it.
You got to wonder how many times that thing's washed, but right now all he's focused on is pulling that boat down the course as fast as he can go. But from this angle, I would say I think Brock has opened up a little bit of a margin now.
They are getting close to that. They've just gone through that 500-meter mark. Starting to come up on that 250 to go. All of these boats are going to be looking to get in a really hard sprint.
So these athletes are coming into our field of vision here down at the finish line. You can start to hear the crowd shouting a bit. And I wondered that race for second place between second and third between UBC and UVic. I wonder what that's going to shape out to be like.
That Queen's crew, really hungry for that third place spot, is going to be starting to whip up the rate now.
There goes UVic. Big lift from UVic. UBC pushing back on Brock now, but Brock holding them off. That high rate of striking for Brock. You got to wonder how much they have left to lift after that, but it's worked out for them so far this race. UBC's going.
Yeah, all these boats making big moves through here.
I think UBC's in second.
It's looking
UBC
like it
firmly
now.
in second. Queens and UVic pushing for that third place spot.
Yeah, Queens is really making a push for that third. They're moving fast now.
Oh, it's going to be
Looks
close
like
at
they
the
might
finish.
squeak in front of UVic here.
And it is Brock winning the lightweight men's double. UBC in second, and it's going to be a photo finish between. Oh, and I think just Queens on the line.
Got it.
Queens just picked off UVic at the line.
Wow, that'll feel good for them.
Their fourth crack in the lightweight double as a combination, and finally on the podium. You can see the celebration from that crew.
Yeah.
So we have Western and McMaster finishing out the race here. Just 4 extremely high caliber boats there. Western crossing the line in 5th, and McMaster in 6th.
What an excellent race from the men's lightweight doubles.
You know, it's interesting. Lightweight rowing is kind of making its way out of the Olympics, but it's always one of the most exciting events.
Yeah, I think it's great.
And we're going to see a little replay of the finish here between Queens and UVic. So, you know, see Brock and UBC clearly out ahead 1 and 2, and then just see if we can find that.
I think that's
it's Queens. It's Queens.
I think so.
Yeah, just by a foot or two.
Yeah, just a hair.
Queens over UVic. That's a tough one for UVic because in the men's point standings, they're trying to keep pace with UBC, and so that extra spot is another,
crucial.
2 or 3 or 4 points.
Just grows that lead a little bit.
UBC finishing 2 places ahead instead of just 1. So maybe a little handshake out on the cool down lap from the UBC scullers to the Queens guys saying thanks very much.
Yeah. So it's funny, you're always hoping for those extra spots to get put between you and your main competition.
Absolutely. But what a race. What
Yeah.
a treat in the lightweight double. That was fantastic.
These Brock guys still looking quite composed on their cool down lap. You can see there's a lot of synergy between this boat.
Yeah, to come down the course at a 39.
Yeah.
Or even a 40, that is unbelievable.
And still have some juice left for a finish.
Oh, my God, yeah.
It's impressive.
And now this shot brings us to the start. This is the B final of the lightweight men's double. Lane 1, U of T, lane 2, UFV, lane 3, University of Guelph, lane 4, McGill, lane 5, University of Waterloo, and lane 6, Ontario Tech.
And we do have a full men's lightweight B final, which really speaks to the depth of men's lightweight rowing right now in Canada. It's at a really high caliber at the moment.
Yeah, there's definitely some really good athletes here. And actually, you know what's interesting, Alex? You can see up at the course, the water is actually starting to get better.
Yeah.
So it looks like the wind has died down. We were worried about the small boats maybe a little bit this afternoon, but it looks like we're going to have some better conditions for these guys as they come down the course here.
Definitely those ripples have started to die down.
All right, we have a start here for the B final of the lightweight men's double. Looks like UFV out to a good start.
Yeah, nice quick off that front. For those two UFV guys there, it is their second year racing the men's lightweight double here. And one of them started out as a track runner, but one of those late converts to the sport.
As many athletes do, they find their way into rowing.
Here we've got the final results from that A final coming up on the screen. Wow.
And it was Queens by 0.58 seconds. So just a few feet in between those two racers.
So we've got Brock in first, UBC coming in just behind. 2 seconds later, that Queens University crew just squeaked into that bronze medal position. So congrats to them.
That's got to feel good for those guys. And then rounding out in 5th and 6th, we have Western and McMaster. Good effort from them as well. So we're just seeing these athletes coming into about the 1,000-meter marker. A little bit earlier, maybe. Maybe 750. 500-meter marker here, B final of the lightweight men's double.
Yeah, so those guys from Guelph in the lightweight men's double, they came bronze in the light 4 at OUAs.
So some decent speed in that Guelph boat then.
Yeah.
But again, as we saw in the previous race, the field in the lightweight men's double just extremely fast. Always a hard race to win.
Absolutely.
Even to make an A final. So this is a pretty close race we have brewing here.
Yeah, field is still quite tight together. I mean, when we look at how the time trials shook out, we had Guelph at 7:08. 4 seconds behind them was McGill. But actually, those three boats, McGill, UFV, and Waterloo, were all within 0.7 seconds of each other after the time trial, which means we should be getting quite an interesting B final through here.
Yeah, not a lot separating these crews.
No, University of Toronto just 3 seconds behind those 712s.
Oh, wow. So as these crews come across the 1,000-meter marker here.
Looks like we've got McGill out ahead.
McGill just out ahead, maybe a half a boat length, and then you could throw a blanket across the rest of the field. It is tight.
I think right now UFV seems to have a teeny bit of a lead on the other ones, but it could be anyone's race still.
To me, you look at those UFV scullers on the left side of the screen, they just went out of the picture there as we focus on Guelph and McGill.
For McGill, they were 5th at OUA champs and 9th at last year's CUs. So if they can come in first in this B final, they'll have been improving their place from last year, which is great.
Significant, and McGill hoping for a significant improvement off their time from last year. Just see, just in the real tough part of the race here, that third 500.
You can see them looking around. Am I gaining on them? It's always wow, this this fast seat is taking the scenic.
Maybe don't want to look out of the boat that much.
Yeah.
Coach might have a couple words for that athlete at the end of the race. You want to, as the bowman, it's typically your responsibility to know where you are in the race, but that's a once every 10 or 20 strokes thing, not a every second stroke thing.
Totally. It can be so tempting to look out more than that, but every time you look out, you're more likely to make technical slip-ups, so it can be good to keep eyes forward, really focused on your stroke seat's rhythm.
And we just see that crew second from the left, the UFV crew. It looks like you can just see there's real rhythm, length to their stroke. I like, my money would be on them here in the last 500 meters to come through and take it. Looks like they have some rate to improve on, but they're nice and firm and powerful through the back half. Oh, looks like a bit of a steering issue for Guelph there. They're going way off to the side.
I wonder if they got a crab or something.
Oh,
are they going to
pull
make
it back, boys. Looks like they're making a little. There we go, little course correction. And you do again. Every stroke you take to the one side or another, you're adding time onto your race. You want to always go as straight as you possibly can.
Typically, you have to power up on one side of your body, which is also much more likely to make you take bad strokes. So.
Yeah,
detrimental in a few ways.
Typically rare to have foot steering in a double, but it seems like they've course corrected here and they're now okay. But it might be U of T on the inside lane here that's actually coming ahead. These doubles are inside the last 500, approaching the 250-meter marker. Again, this is the B final of the lightweight men's double.
Really great to see the field so tight, especially in a B final. We've got the crowd starting to cheer now. Always a nice feeling when you're at the end of your race. You can start to hear people cheering for you. You know it's almost over.
Yeah, they're coming to the line. It is Guelph maybe after that steering correction.
Oh, wow.
U of T up at 38 strokes a minute. But Guelph powering down the course the last 500 meters.
Yeah, I'd say that one's for Guelph.
With open water on the field, Where did that come from?
UFV having a really strong finish through here.
McGill looking to improve on that 9th place finish. Is it going to be UFV or McGill?
Oh, I don't know.
Hard to tell on the line. U of T.
Sounds like from the umpires, McGill stayed ahead, but
maybe McGill on the surge. We'll see if we can get a replay of that finish, but again, too close to tell. Great race from UFV and McGill there at the end. And Guelph looked like they were going in the other lane and made a quick correction. There's your winners of the B final from Guelph University of the lightweight men's double.
So we've got a replay of that finish coming up. We might be able to take a closer look between that McGill and that UFV boat. Oh.
I don't know.
We're going to have to wait for the official results.
The angle's tough. It's way too close to tell. That's going to be within 0.2 or 3 of a second, I would think. You can see joy on the faces of the McGill scullers there. Sorry, that's the Guelph boat. Just waiting on the next race to start here. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back for the next race in a couple minutes.
audio set. And we are live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's the TC 10K. This is it. We're here. We've been waiting all year for this.
Well, being in the lead is always a nice position because you have a vantage point where you can see everybody.
The hometown fans in support, and there it is. Genevieve Lalonde takes the gold of Canada.
We were living in a difficult time when language was forbidden.
Gone to the inside. Carlson and Midgley get together. Carlson takes the lead.
Mar on the tip. Yes, he can.
It is Canada's game.
Great show, everybody.
It began with a common love for sport, connection, and being active.
Then came a name to describe our community,
And this became a gift and an expectation of excellence. The Thunderbirds.
from athletes to club members and personal goal chasers.
To staff, supporters, and alumni, we are all Thunderbirds. Powerful, united, and grateful to the Kwakwaka'wakw people who entrusted our name to us.
We're here to create a positive impact, to bring honor to our community and make our university proud.
To be a Thunderbird is a responsibility, but it's one we carry with joy.
Sharing in the thrill of being part of something bigger.
Something magnetic. Something to which everyone is welcome.
Thunderbirds are ambitious. We see possibility and commit to it.
We continuously test our limits and find they stretch even further than we thought. To be a Thunderbird is to believe that we are capable of more.
We persevere, bring our best, and never settle. We're not shy about winning. But when we do, it's in the right way.
Always with integrity and respect. Always victory through honor. We reach high, but with humility.
We hold ourselves and each other to account, seeking to give more than we take.
It might sound like hard work, and it can be, but we have each other's backs.
Thunderbirds are never alone.
That's why we can step out beyond the comfortable, knowing we might stumble,
but trusting we will find our wings.
We are one proud family, a force to be reckoned with.
We are not here to keep quiet or stay small, but to discover the power of our voices and actions.
Energetic, charismatic, loud like thunder.
Together, we take flight.
All right. So we got a nice shot here of the start line as we see the crews backing into the gates. This is the men's pair.
I think this will be another very high caliber race. We have a lot of athletes who have rowed on national teams or won, at CUs previously.
Yeah, and just a little personal anecdote is crew in lane 1, McGill, 2 of my former athletes that I coached at Vancouver College, actually with the purple and gold blades there, rowing in boats that we've lent them. That's Marcus Mail and Edison Luke, 2 VC grads there, and lots of high caliber athletes in this event. You have the UBC boat, who was first after the time trial. That's Julian Black and Axel Uwashko, both of whom raced for Canada at under 23s this past summer. Not to be outdone by the Western and UVic pairs. You have in Western Aiden Hembruff, who actually rowed with Axel and Julian from UBC in the summertime in that 4 as well.
They also won OUAs in the pair, so definitely a strong boat.
Yeah, certainly something to keep an eye on, that's for sure.
We also, in that UVic pair, we have 2 athletes who just came back from representing Canada in the pair at the Pan Am Games. And Connor Attridge has also represented Canada in the under 23 men's 8.
So just an incredible field. Maybe one of the fastest pair fields ever in terms of under 23 athletes that we've seen at Canadian University Championships.
Absolutely. Looks like Bob Bryden also was racing in the pair at the under 23 World Championships, where he placed 5th in the B final. So quite a few former national team athletes here.
Yeah, so you see the far lane there, that's Brock University, then UVic. You got, I believe that's Quinn Story sitting in the stroke seat there for UVic, who is at UBC, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, for the last 4 years.
Yeah, he's going to be looking over to his buddies wanting to get the edge on them. Yeah, they actually all used to be roommates.
Oh my goodness. Okay. There's some real beef on the line here.
Yeah.
Aiden Hembruff there in the bow seat of the Western boat. Not a tall guy, but unbelievably powerful. Strong erg scorer, and able to translate that to the water. You're going to see the way he rows, very upright, maximizing the leg drive that he has to match up with the guy in front of him. So the umpires are just lining the boats up here. You can see bow number 2, the Queen's boat, just a little bit ahead of the others. So I imagine the boat horse is going to pull that in a bit. That's what we're waiting for here in the pair. So keeping in mind the ranking for this race, you've got UBC in the middle there in lane 3. Number 1, second to them was Western. Third was Queens. 4th, UVic. 5th, McGill. And 6th was Brock.
Yeah, that UBC crew was about 6 seconds ahead in the time trial, but the Western and the Queens and UVic boats were quite close together with only 4 seconds separating those 3 boats.
I've been looking forward to this race all day. The pair is one of the favorites of mine. It's a boat that really, if where you have to do everything together, and I think the guys are pretty lucky. The course is calmed down here. We got really nice conditions, so we're going to get a nice, really good idea of what these athletes are capable of today.
And we've got Patty Yee here, who rowed with the UBC men's team for quite a few years, and she's rowed with a lot of these athletes who are in the pair race. So, Patty, do you have any, theories on why that UBC pair goes so fast?
These 2 guys, they've been rowing together for a while now, and spent a lot of time in the boat together over the summer, training for U23s in the 4, and they just seem to get along really well in there.
Yeah, so maybe not the fastest out of the starting blocks as we see, UBC maybe in 2nd or 3rd there. Looks like Western had a absolute banger of a start just out in front, but there we ride with UBC, so smooth.
They seem pretty
long
about
and
it,
relaxed over the feet.
Yeah, Western had a good start out there. peeking out their bow.
Western strong, definitely in the lead here. But UBC, you can just see they're inching ahead of Queens every stroke.
Yeah, just cracking away at it.
That bow ball just surging ahead a little bit more, maybe gaining on Western now too as a minute in, the crew start to settle onto their race pace here. And you really got to like the length from that UBC boat. Those are two guys, they're tall, but they got long limbs, able to reach out over the gunnels of the boat and just grip as much water as possible.
Mike Pierce's favorite, tall, lanky ones.
Yeah, he certainly likes tall rowers, that's for sure.
There they go.
Got some tight race between Queens and UBC up there.
Yeah, Bob Bryden, too, he also rowed with UBC, 2 summers ago?
Yeah.
So he'll
Bob
also...
and Axel went to high school together at Brentwood, actually. So they have some experience rowing together as well.
A lot of connections through this men's pair field.
A small but competitive rowing community, that's for sure. I think UBC just starting to stretch that lead out a bit now.
Looks like it.
And that's got to be that Western pair. They've really got to respond. It's tough. You had that lead, and then they shifted onto pace. We're about 600 meters into the race here. Got to stick with that. Don't lose contact if you're the Western pair on that UBC boat now. You got to find a way to get another inch or two of run out of every stroke. And don't sleep on the UVic pair out there on the far lane. Seem to be creeping back on Western now too.
Absolutely. Quinn's a pretty gritty rower there too, even if he is a bit of a traitor.
Says the former UBC Coxie.
Yeah, it's been tough seeing him in the UVic uniform, but he's been doing great things out there.
And so as this race goes on, I want to say it is UBC out in front. I'd say maybe a little bit of clear water over Western, but we're going to get a really good idea with this shot here. I think approaching the 750-meter marker.
And this will be those two's last race of the day, so they'll be looking to just extend whatever lead they can. I think a lot of the time with these guys, once they get the lead, they just want to see if they can set a new record. Like, that's the goal now.
Yeah,
definitely
so
ahead at that 1,000.
It is UBC, maybe a little bit of overlap from Western, and then a little bit of Clearwater to third place UVic, and right behind UVic is Queens. McGill rowing nice there. Marcus Mail, former lightweight in high school, but really strong technical rower. Edison Luke with him there, the McGill pair. But it is UBC, just a long rhythm, smooth rowers. You can see not a whole lot of upper body movement from these guys. What that does in a pair is it allows the boat to continue running the correct way, and there's nothing upsetting the run of that boat.
Yeah, they managed to stay quite connected through that back end. The run on their boat is really beautiful.
Looks like they're maybe just extending the lead a little bit over Western now. But it's going to be, I have a feeling this, coming down to the finish, this is going to be a really tight race for second, third, and fourth.
Absolutely.
UBC just continuing to extend that lead now, that length, that rhythm, really paying dividends as they come in to the last 500 meters here, approaching that last 500-meter marker.
They seem to just be holding a very consistent pace, chipping away at that gap.
Yeah, very similar race profile to any big-time rowing fans out there. The Kiwi pair didn't have a really strong start, but that consistent speed throughout the whole race, especially in a pair, in a boat where the race is longer. It's just about finding that rhythm. And you see the two athletes from UBC just really extending that lead now.
Yeah. I think Mike just does an amazing job at building the athletes' aerobic base. So that third 500 is really where the crews tend to excel. And while other crews start getting a little bit tired, these guys just are able to push right through it.
So it is UBC out front. It looks like coming into the last 250 meters here, we'll start to hear the crowd. Things will get a bit easier for those rowers. maybe a little adrenaline boost, but we'll see. That race for second, third, and fourth is going to be a good one.
Yeah, here they are just coming into that last 250. We'll start to see some ups happening now. Those sprints should be coming in.
Yeah, there goes UBC, not content with their lead.
I think
Up
UVic
at
is making a really
38-39.
good push as well there.
Yeah, UVic's going to be looking to get
UVic's
ahead.
coming. Yeah, I think it's going to be really close between Western and Queens for second and third here. But don't count out UVic. On the far side, Quinn Story, the former UBC athlete, coming to the finish here. But it is UBC. They have open water on the field.
Yeah,
just
continuing
really
to bring up
impressive
that rate.
rowing.
Nice. What an exciting race.
Open water for the T-Birds. They win the men's pair.
Second gold medal of the day for both those guys.
Western coming in second, and it is Queens that comes through for third. UVic, fourth place.
So that'll really open up the points gap for UBC. We've got McGill coming up next.
McGill finishing in fifth, pardon me.
And then our last boat is Brock coming across the line now.
Great showing from those guys. Brock University rounding out the A final of the men's pair.
So this is Julian's third gold medal in the men's pair, and that's the first time any athlete has done that at Canadian University Championships.
So what, he's
that's
got
a
6 gold medals for CUs?
Yeah, that's a really great achievement
Pretty
for
good
him.
record.
Very impressive, yeah.
Yet to lose a race at CUs, so continuing on.
There we have a nice shot there, the two guys, and that's the last race for them. They're going to be exhausted, right? They're tired, but just the elation that you feel after that race, knowing you've won. They put UBC in a really good spot here for the banner. A couple more races to go still, but phenomenal race from the two
really
T-Bird
excellent.
athletes.
Just the men's lightweights to go, right?
Yep, just the lightweight,
The lightweight
four left.
yeah.
Wow.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
That'll be an exciting race to watch as well.
Awesome. Okay. Thanks, Maddie. Yeah, we got Coach Pierce there congratulating his athletes who are just dying on the dock, but they've done a really good job today. Truly everything they can do for the banner, they've done it.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice moment there. You see the teammates on the dock, too. There's guys from the 8, couple guys from their 2V, really just congratulating their teammates. Nice moment. Julian Black was actually quite sick earlier this year. I believe he had mono, and so he was able to come back and come back from that.
Yeah, so pretty good comeback.
All smiles from Coach Pierce there. You don't see that too often.
Really a decisive day for the men's heavyweights, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. And then Axel bent over there, just absolutely spent. As we go to the start line here, this is the B final of the men's pair.
Bye-bye. Oops. That men's B final just got off the start here. In lane 1, we've got U of T, Ottawa, St. FX, McMaster, and Guelph. So almost a full B final as well.
There's the crew from the University of Ottawa.
Hard to see who's got the lead with the current angle, but
St. FX there.
so St. FX had a pretty good lead in the time trial, about 10 seconds ahead of McMaster. But the spread between McMaster, Ottawa, and Guelph was quite tight for that time trial, with only 2 seconds separating those 3 boats.
So we've got another good race in our hands then.
It's looking like those middle two lanes do have a bit of a lead. Lanes 2 and 3, Ottawa and St. FX. Although it does still look pretty tight as they've come through that 500.
Yeah, tough to tell from this angle, but I think there's certainly the two crews on the outside lane seem to be a little bit back. Oh, got a bit of a steering issue here in lane 2. So I think they're sorting that out as they're looking, crossing the 750-meter marker in the next couple strokes here.
Again, it can be really tough in the pair to keep a straight line. If one kind of off stroke from one of your pair partners can really swing the bow around. But thankfully, these boats do have foot steering, so you don't have to rely just purely on pressure. The McMaster boat in lane 4, both of them actually started rowing last fall. So they were moved up from the novice to the JV program pretty quickly, and now they are at CUs, which is quite impressive.
All right, and here we get a nice shot here. I think the 750-meter marker. The crews, it looks like St. FX is in the lead, followed closely by McMaster and then Ottawa. Yeah, so crossing the 1,000-meter marker there. That is St. FX out ahead.
So that's the U of T crew out in lane 1.
You can see the U of T guys just the shoulders dipping a little bit away from the right side of the boat. That St. FX crew certainly aggressive through the stroke.
They certainly look like they're putting a lot behind it. That stroke seat's looking a bit tired. Hopefully he can hold this pace for the rest of the race.
Couple grimaces, keep that face loose. Keep the shoulders loose. That'll help you.
Well, you do occasionally come across athletes who just from the very stroke of the race look like they are dying inside, but manage to hold it together. Little bit of a steering wobble there. Hopefully they can get it back before they start hitting some buoys.
Yeah, so typically as it So typically in these pair races, you've got the stroke man will have foot steering, and so he's got a cable that's attached to his foot that he moves side to side. He can either move left or right and turns the boat one way or another. As that St. FX boat again just seems to be they're in the other lane now. Blades are on the other side. Really got to turn hard to starboard side there. It's good it's not close, otherwise we might see a clash.
That's the kind of thing that you can absolutely get protested for. And,
yeah.
You know, what could have been a great race for you, you're now suddenly disqualified. It's really important to stay in those lanes.
So that steering cable again, oh my goodness. You see the umpire white flag waving there saying move over. Seems they've made a correction. The crews have separated.
It looks like they still have a bit of a lead. It can be pretty heartbreaking when course issues lead to you losing spots, so it's always good to see when people stay ahead after that kind of.
Yeah, you want a nice clean race.
Yeah.
There they go. They're in the middle of their lane now.
Perfect.
Seem to have regained, but I think probably lost a little bit of time on that crew right beside them.
Yeah, when you have to think about steering, all of a sudden you can't think about your race plan as much. It can become really hard to stay engaged in that race. But they do look like they've recovered pretty well. And we're coming through that 250-meter mark. These crews will start to bring it up for the finish again. Yeah, we can see that St. FX crew seems to still have some gas left in the tank. They brought that rate up a little bit. Still pretty decisive off that catch.
They're coming into the last 20 strokes or so here of the race.
It's looking like it's going to be pretty tight between Ottawa and McMaster.
Yeah, I would give a slight edge to to Ottawa, I think, here. St. FX comfortably in the lead.
So McMaster was just 0.3 seconds ahead of Ottawa in the time trial. But you're right, it does look like Ottawa is up ahead.
St. FX takes the B final, the men's pair, followed by Ottawa. Third place, McMaster. Guelph coming across the line in fourth. And rounding out this race, the guys from U of T. A little bit of frustration there, not happy with their row.
We've got about a 10-minute break here before we go into the men's double, so we're going to take a moment and we'll see you guys soon.
The first time I stepped on the field for a game again, I honestly couldn't believe that I made it there, because if you would have asked me a few years or months prior, I would have said I'm never doing this again, because I went through a pretty traumatic injury. I blew out my knee. I've never been so low before, if I'm being honest. It was not easy to seek out help or get help either.
You feel for them, because we care about them first and foremost. We care about them more than just how fast they're swimming in the pool. We care about them more than how they're doing with the school. We care about them as people. And if they're not in the best place that they can be with their mental health, then everything else gets put on the back burner, because we want to see these young student athletes thrive, not just survive at UBC.
I get to work with all of the coaches and student athletes at UBC, and the thing that I'm really noticing right now is that this isn't a problem for the unique few.
I think there's always been the perception of there being a stigma, especially with more macho sports like football. Sometimes it can be difficult, people being open emotionally and talking about their own struggles, and at the same time exuding the confidence that I think people typically associate with the best football players and mental performance at a high level.
We're getting more and more student athletes struggling with mental health, so it's got to be a big priority. You know, we talk about injuries to athletes and making sure that they're fit and healthy. Well, it's just the same with mental health, and a good, healthy player is what produces performances, because they're all highly motivated, they're all driven by success. So lots and lots of pressures that they face on daily.
My brother Mass, growing up, loved sports. He loved playing team sports equally as much as he did academics. And, he was fortunate to pursue both of these passions right here at UBC. And while he was studying, he played varsity men's soccer professionally. He was a cardiac anesthesiologist and chief of anesthesia at the Mazankowski Heart Institute in Edmonton. But despite all the successes that he had in life, he struggled with mental health in the background and on his own. And that was difficult for him. And in 2017, he tragically took his own life. And my friends, my family, his teammates, his colleagues, we were all shocked and devastated. My foundation is really excited to be working with UBC because we believe this is the right initiative for this moment in the life of a young student athlete.
Mental health issues have really become a global concern, and there's a scale and a spectrum of support that student athletes need. But what we really need is more so that we can catch some of this early. UBC Athletics is so grateful to have the Masukawa Foundation on board and in the game with us. We're excited to have them, and we're really excited for all of the other people that are wanting to step up and wanting to join us in really making this change for our student athletes.
Cameras ready? Audio set. And we are live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's the TC 10K. This is it. We're here. We've been waiting all year for this.
Well, being in the lead is always a nice position because you have a vantage point where you can see everybody.
The hometown fans in support, and there it is. Genevieve Lalonde takes the gold of Canada.
We were living in a difficult time when language was forbidden.
Gone to the inside. Carlson immediately get together. Carlson takes the lead.
Jamar on the tip. Yes, he can.
It is Canada's game.
Just score!
Great show, everybody.
It began with a common love for sport, connection, and being active.
Then came a name to describe our community,
And this became a gift and an expectation of excellence. The Thunderbirds.
from athletes to club members and personal goal chasers.
To staff, supporters, and alumni, we are all Thunderbirds. Powerful, united, and grateful to the Kwakwaka'wakw people who entrusted our name to us.
We're here to create a positive impact, to bring honor to our community and make our university proud.
To be a Thunderbird is a responsibility, but it's one we carry with joy.
Sharing in the thrill of being part of something bigger.
Something magnetic. Something to which everyone is welcome.
Thunderbirds are ambitious. We see possibility and commit to it.
We continuously test our limits and find they stretch even further than we thought. To be a Thunderbird is to believe that we are capable of more.
We persevere, bring our best, and never settle. We're not shy about winning. But when we do, it's in the right way.
Always with integrity and respect. Always victory through honor. We reach high, but with humility.
We hold ourselves and each other to account, seeking to give more than we take.
It might sound like hard work, and it can be, but we have each other's backs.
Thunderbirds are never alone.
That's why we can step out beyond the comfortable, knowing we might stumble,
but trusting we will find our wings.
We are one proud family, a force to be reckoned with.
We are not here to keep quiet or stay small, but to discover the power of our voices and actions.
Energetic, charismatic, loud like thunder.
Together, we take flight.
So again, this is not an event that counts towards the total point banner. It is a new event that is slowly being added in.
Yeah, just before we get started, we've got an update, the official point standings here. So looking first at the women's events, it is very, very close between our top three. We've got in first place right now UVic with 60 points. In second place, we have Queens with 56 points. And third, UBC with 56 points. And in fourth place, University of Western Ontario at 48. Brock University at 32. Guelph at 18. Calgary 9. U of T 8. Dalhousie 8. And McMaster 7. So those top three crews, again, UVic at 60. Queens and UBC tied at 56. I have a feeling it's going to come down to that 8 race. Western just a bit behind with 48 points. Flipping over to the men's side, UBC with a commanding lead right now, 103 points for UBC, 3 first-place finishes in all the heavyweight men's events. So
I actually don't think that they can lose the banner.
Yeah, don't quote us on that necessarily, but it would be very difficult. So UBC with 103, UVic 78, Brock 75, Western 73.
So between second and fourth place for that banner, it's quite tight.
Yeah, very, very tight between those three groups.
We've got that men's double coming off now. In our first lane, we have the University of Montreal. Lane 2 is Brock. Lane 3 is Calgary. Lane 4, McGill. Queens is in lane 5. And then we have the University of Saskatchewan in lane 6. Bow seat of the University of Montreal's double seems to almost be smiling every stroke.
Either a smile or a grimace. Tough to tell at this point in the day. But as we ride, there's the University of Calgary. Really nice long strokes. About rate 34 there, it looks like. Brock, this Brock double seems to be uprating a bit higher, just turning those strokes over. We've seen that from a couple Brock boats today.
Yeah.
Specifically that lightweight double earlier in the day.
So interestingly, University of Calgary was quite ahead in the time trial, but they seem to be a bit back on the field here right now.
It's interesting the impact that start sequence can have when you're not rowing into it. If you can't, crews can sometimes have a bit of trouble stepping down onto pace from that start sequence.
In Brock's double, one of those athletes was on the sailing under 21 team, and I think his dad may have coached me when I was on the sailing under 21 team back in the day.
The sailing under 21.
Yeah.
Surrounded by water.
Exactly.
Did you do any wrestling on the sailing team as well, or is it
not
just,
if I could avoid it?
Separate
yeah.
things. So as we get on with this race here, we've got, it looks like in front is the crew in lane 4. That is McGill. That is McGill in lane 4?
Yep.
And then it's pretty much your call across the field here otherwise between Queens, Brock, and then the crew on the outside, Saskatchewan.
Yeah, that McGill, the McGill double, they were 5th at the OUA champs, so I think this looks like it would be an exciting improvement for them.
Yeah, if they won this event, that'd be pretty big for them, considering you're adding in, the crews from the West, Calgary, UFV, UBC, UVic, SFU. That'd be a good finish for them.
It would be.
Yeah, so really nice conditions here. The wind is pretty much completely calmed down. You can see the water's very flat. And the rain has held off so far, so couldn't have asked for much of a better day here at Burnaby Lake. Oh, and a crab. A big crab in the Calgary boat. Oh, man. I wonder if we could catch that again. But that is devastating. Seems like they've really dropped. That puts them in last place right now.
That can be a really tough one to recover from mentally.
I wonder if I think they caught a buoy. They're riding pretty close to that line. But it is that McGill double out in first, just ahead of Brock. I don't know what your thoughts are on this, Alex. To me, it looks like the Brock boat was rowing just a little bit cleaner. The McGill boat, you can just see the blades are kind of a little bit out of sync. Brock looks a bit tighter.
Yeah, they, especially off that catch, they seem to be a bit more commanding on it, getting connected more together and more quickly.
And as the race goes on, that good technical rowing is going to pay off. Typically what it means is that you've spent less energy early on in the race. So coming into that last 500, the third 5, this part of the race, you'll have more to give. But don't count that McGill crew out just yet. They're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah,
holding on there.
It's not bad once they get into the water, but definitely slightly different strokes from the bow and the stroke seat there. It does look like Brock is managing to get a little bit of an extra lead on that one.
McGill certainly rowing a little bit longer. You can see the arms just extend out wide as they approach the catch. Brock, that a higher rate of striking here, but maybe a little bit shorter. Two kind of contrasting styles. We'll see who comes out on top in the end here.
Yeah, again, with rowing, it's interesting. You can take a very different approach to the stroke, but typically as long as your entire crew is doing it, either can work.
Many roads lead to Rome. There we get a great wide angle shot here. You can just see, and this gives us a great view of the blade work. You can just see from behind. You know, you don't want to see the blades at different levels. Again, I think in the McGill crew, it's most evident, but they're still sticking up there. You can see on the recovery, stroke seat's blade just a little bit above. He taps down a little bit more than the guy in bow seat. Seems to just leave the blades just on top of the water. But it is close between those two crews.
Absolutely.
As they come into the last 500 meters here.
Yeah, for those two in that Brock boat, I believe it is both of their first CUs.
Little lift in the Brock boat there. Rate's gone up. Let's see if McGill responds. They hit the red buoys into the last 250 here.
Still seems like Brock is maintaining that lead.
Looks like, yeah, Brock is coming through. Another lift from Brock.
McGill not too close behind. It seems like it might be a good fight for third place.
Yeah, between the Calgary boat there, you got to wonder if they didn't catch that crab earlier in the race, where would they be right now? Queens fighting with them. I think Brock's got about a half a boat length, maybe, but here comes McGill charging back now.
Good lift from McGill here. We've got the crowd starting
10 strokes left. 10 strokes left. Gotta go now.
McGill might be
if
sneaking
McGill wants
ahead
it, they
there.
gotta go now. I think Brock's just a little bit ahead. Brock and McGill coming to the finish here. And it is going to be Brock by about half a boat length. McGill in second.
We've got Queens coming up next. That Brock crew is really happy, excited for their first medal at their first CUs.
Calgary in fourth. Some shouts of joy from the Brock crew. Montreal in fifth. And the crew from Saskatchewan rounding out the A final of the men's double. Elation from the Brock crew, taking the gold medal in the men's double. You can see the joy in their face. Little handshake.
Good feeling getting a gold medal at your first CUs.
So we're going to pull up, got a little replay earlier in the race. We had Calgary Dinos. Just seemed like they caught a buoy or something. We'll see if we can show you what happened there. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, so,
yeah,
big one.
I think just lost the oar in the recovery a little bit.
That really puts the brakes on.
Oh man, and they were right with the top crews there. It would have been a fight for third place, I think.
I imagine they could have gotten into third without that.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Well, we go back up to the start line now. So congratulations to Brock Badgers, well rowed and winning the men's double, and we got the B final now.
The inaugural men's double. It's exciting that in such a new event we do have a B final, good depth to the field, with McMaster and St. FX in this one.
Yeah, and what that does is I think you mentioned this earlier, it allows another sculling event, trying to
Yeah.
develop a little bit more sculling in Canadian rowing. And then it allows some of the smaller university clubs, too, to have another race, which gets more people involved, which is only good for growing the sport.
And we're off in the B final of the men's double. Pretty even off the start here.
It looks like we've got some early separation here between
St. FX and McMaster.
McMaster just out ahead of St. FX.
McMaster was about 20 seconds ahead of St. FX in that time trial. So one of those athletes in that McMaster crew just started as a novice last season for McMaster, starting as a competitive hockey player. So again, one of those novices we're seeing just kind of starting to get a feel for a sport where you're racing instead of jostling around on the ice.
Absolutely. Certainly lots of crossover. I remember one of the Ben Rutledge, who's a rower at UBC.
Yeah.
Won a gold medal in 2008 in the men's 8 in Beijing. He started out, he's from Cranbrook, and he was a goalie. He's a big, tall guy, just saying how he wanted to be competitive, and he wasn't nearly good enough in hockey, so he found rowing. So you have all these great stories of these athletes finding rowing in different ways, particularly later. I think Ben was 20 or 21 years old when he started rowing.
Absolutely.
So these novices come into the programs, and if they've got the fire and the desire to compete, they typically find a sport they quite like.
Yeah, on the women's side, we've got some results from the A final in those men's doubles. The final results are up, and we have Brock University coming in first with McGill pretty close, 1.3 seconds behind. Bit of a gap to Queen's University, then University of Calgary coming in right behind them. It was a pretty tight finish between 5th and 6th, with University of Montreal coming in 5th and University of Saskatchewan just about a second behind. Back to that B final, it looks like McMaster is building that lead on St. FX. And St. FX also has 2 athletes who just started rowing last year.
Yeah, you can just see, if you're watching the rowing in particular, you can just see the McMaster crew a little bit tighter to the water, things just a little bit more crisp. You see a good catch, blades go in the water together, and a good pop at the finish. You see them kind of flick through the water at the end there. Maybe just a little bit more lethargic in the St. FX boat. Could be the difference there.
Yeah, they seem to just be chipping away at a consistent lead here from McMaster. And just coming through that 1,000-meter mark. We're starting to get some rain on the course.
I did jinx it. I apologize to everyone here. I said we had good weather, and what do you know, 2 minutes later it starts raining. But we are coming towards, we've just got an hour and a half left in our racing here.
Yeah, in that hour and a half, we'll have the women's lightweight single, the men's lightweight 4, and the women's 8. So on the women's side, that women's 8 is one of the biggest point categories. And that'll be enough to completely change the course of the points if some of those other crews can win. Currently, we have UVic up ahead in the points. Queens is next with UBC behind, but you never know what can happen in the 8s.
Yeah, and that lightweight single is going to come into play too, with only 4 points separating UVic, UBC, and Queens, with Queens and UBC tied. So that 8, it's really going to come down to the 8. I was talking to Craig Pond, head coach of the UBC women's team earlier, and he's optimistic, looking forward to that 8 race. But it is going to be a really tight finish for the women's overall team points banner.
I think that the women's light single is going to be an amazing race to watch as well. We only have a 1 second spread, just over 1 second between first and fourth place.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Queens, UBC, and UVic all have boats in that final. So certainly it's all to play for on the women's side here.
And when you're in that position, you know that you are racing for the banner. And that is something that's in the back of your mind. It goes beyond just the medal position that you want for your own race.
Looks like we're coming to the last 500 meters here for the B final of the men's double. McMaster still holding that lead. Pretty big gap for Cinefex to try and make up, but both crews really just racing for as fast a time as possible now, trying to end their fall seasons as best they can. Yeah, last 250 now for McMaster. A little bit of a step up there. McMaster just cruising here to the finish line. Still aggressive with the rate. So McMaster winning the B final of the men's double. And St. FX rounding out the final here. And we've got a bit of a gap here until our next race. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back momentarily.
It began with a common love for sport, connection, and being active.
Then came a name to describe our community.
And this became a gift and an expectation of excellence. The Thunderbirds.
From athletes to club members and personal goal chasers.
To staff, supporters, and alumni. We are all Thunderbirds. Powerful, united, and grateful to the Kwakwaka'wakw people who entrusted our name to us.
We're here to create a positive impact, to bring honor to our community and make our university proud.
To be a Thunderbird is a responsibility, but it's one we carry with joy.
sharing in the thrill of being part of something bigger.
Something magnetic. Something to which everyone is welcome.
Thunderbirds are ambitious. We see possibility and commit to it.
We continuously test our limits and find they stretch even further than we thought. To be a Thunderbird is to believe that we are capable of more.
We persevere, bring our best, and never settle. We're not shy about winning. But when we do, it's in the right way.
Always with integrity and respect. Always victory through honor. We reach high, but with humility.
We hold ourselves and each other to account, seeking to give more than we take.
It might sound like hard work, and it can be, but we have each other's backs.
Thunderbirds are never alone.
That's why we can step out beyond the comfortable, knowing we might stumble,
but trusting we will find our wings.
We are one proud family, a force to be reckoned with.
We are not here to keep quiet or stay small, but to discover the power of our voices and actions.
Energetic, charismatic, loud like thunder.
Together, we take flight.
right. Welcome back. We are at the start line here for the women's lightweight single. This is going to be a crucial race as part of the women's points banner. Once again, UVic sitting in first with 60 points, Queens in second with 56, UBC in third with 56, Western in fourth with 48. So this lightweight women's single crucial to that being awarded. We've got in lane 1, Guelph, lane 2, UVic, lane 3, Ottawa, lane 4, UBC, lane 5, Dalhousie, and lane 6, Queens. So Mary Law, you can see the UBC sculler there in the boat, the Kristen kit. Kristen is a UBC alum, gold medalist at the Tokyo Olympics in the women's 8. She's got a boat named after her there. Mary's a fierce competitor. As the rain just starts to lightly drizzle here. But look at that water. Perfect conditions as a rower. These were always my favorite conditions. When you had a light sprinkle and no wind, no waves, clear course in front of you.
Lane 6, pull it in. Hold. Lane 3, out. Hold.
So the Guelph sculler there, Ryby, lane number 1, lane number 2, Faubert, UVic, racing with the Team BC blades. Terry Paul will love that. Dalhousie, lane number 5, Inkpen. Good to see Dalhousie represented in this field, in this A final. Athletes just looking back. Again, these nervous moments, just checking their course one more time, making sure they have to do as little steering as possible. I think they're being pulled to the start. You can see them sitting up, about 3/4 slide there.
And they're off.
Quick start from UBC. She got right on the gun there.
UBC and UVic looking really smooth here. Really quick start from those top 4 that we said only a second spread them in the time trial.
And you can look at this, if we followed that UVic sculler there, you can just see really relaxed, no tension in the face. Just, it looks like she could be doing this forever, but definitely she could not. Hammering away at a 40.
Seems like Mary Law from UBC is pulling ahead through here.
Yeah, looking to get a little bit of an advantage. That could be part of her race strategy here. So she sees the UVic sculler settling onto pace a bit.
Wow.
And then really just attacking this. But in the single, it's a long race. So we'll see after the course of the next 1750 meters if she's gone out too early. But that seems to be her plan here, is to attack that first quarter.
And, that puts you in a really advantageous position. Like, those other boats can't see you anymore.
She took 2 lengths out of the field. Everybody else just settled down, and she's hammering away.
And, it's her last race of the day. It is her 3rd race of the day.
Wow, we're getting to the point now where that might be an unsalvageable margin.
That's incredible.
Never say never, but that is a huge lead in the first 500 meters.
And, this could be really good for UBC in general. If UVic doesn't end up coming second in this race, that could be pretty changing for the points. But it does look like UVic's hanging on pretty well here. At least a second.
But there's 2 boat lengths of open water separating UBC and UVic now.
Yeah.
It just looked like the UBC sculler. She's very aggressive.
And she's not relenting with that either.
Up at a 36, 37. strokes per minute. And that lead just continuing to extend now. And she's in full control of the field.
Absolutely. She's rowing very long there, too. You know, Mary is somebody who's been working on her base miles for the past 2 years. She's biked to practice every day.
So are you saying that this lead is going to increase as the race goes on, or her fitness being what it is?
I'd put at least $10 on it.
Wow. Well, I don't know if we're allowed to gamble just yet, but we could say the safe bet right now is on the UBC Sculler, who's taken a huge chunk out of the field. It is fairly close between second, third, and fourth there in the middle of the field, but as you can see in this shot, just a big gap opening up. The Queen Sculler actually making some headway on the far side there in lane number 6. That's Teixeira, again under the tutelage of Scott Federer at Queens.
And she was quite an excellent athlete as a junior as well. I know there were a lot of schools who wanted her to go there.
So you do start to wonder, you know, we're coming up on, I think this is the halfway mark. Maybe you got to start to wonder what that initial start would have cost Mary Law from UBC there. You know, as maybe some of the other scullers start to creep back, especially that Queen's boat on the outside. Looks like it's coming. It's actually coming through. A little bit of contact there.
Julia Teixeira raced at the Under-19 World Championships over the summer, so quite an experienced rower, but it's looking through the 1,000 that Mary still has
still
a solid lead. We'll see if she's able to keep it.
Yeah, about a boat length of open water, and this is where...
Wow, that's...
And then the rest of the field is really tight. There's contact between all boats, except for maybe the Guelph Sculler, just bringing up the rear there.
That Ottawa Scholar, Kennedy Burrows, won OUA gold in the lightweight and the heavyweight single 2 weeks ago, which actually got her OUA Female Athlete of the Year.
There she is right there, the Ottawa Scholar.
Yeah. Her and Dal's Sophie Inkpen, they were trialing for under-23s this summer.
Okay, so we've got a little teammate competition happening again here.
Yeah, teammate competition between lanes 3 and 5.
As we get into the third 500 here, just looks like UBC still out in front, maintaining that lead. Mary Law sort of sees the field, understands what she needs to do to keep them at bay. See how she's racing smart here, but continuing to attack that rate, very aggressive. So as we ride with our side shot camera here, it looks like, again, the Sculler from Guelph at the front of our picture, just a little bit behind. Mary Law out ahead, and then looks like...
It's hard to say there, but I think that is Dal out in
second place, in the black boat there. Dalhousie pushing ahead now. Again, it could be the angle, but a big move from the Sculler from Dalhousie.
Yeah, so she represented Canada in 2021 at the Under-23 Championships. It's her third CU's appearance.
And dare I say, moving back a little bit on the UBC Sculler now? I guess we'll find out coming into the last 500 meters. That would be an incredibly well-timed race from Inkpen.
Yeah, curious to see how Ottawa, who was leading in the time trial, is going to finish in this.
But that lead, and that's the benefit of getting out early that Mary Law from UBC had. She can control the race from the front of the field. She'll be able to respond, be able to tell.
And I imagine she's going to be going hard for the finish, see just how much of a margin she can finish this race with.
Yeah, we're in the last 500 meters now. Look back there from Inkpen to see how far do I have to go now? Where am I heading? How can I catch that UBC Sculler? But has she left it too late? Boats are inside the last 250 meters here.
It is looking tighter.
My money, my $10, if you will, is on Mary Law from UBC here. Looks like she is being able to hold off the field.
A lot of people cheering for Mary on the finished blocks here.
Yeah, it is getting loud by the grandstands. Remember, 4 points separate UBC, Queens, and UVic.
Yeah, UVic is a little bit off the back here, it looks like.
Mary Law with a good lead here. The Queen's Sculler coming back now. These podium finishes are going to be really tight. Oh, and
wow.
It's the Sculler from Ottawa.
Ottawa. And
a massive finish. Ottawa comes through to win.
Oh, wow.
Dow in second.
And I think it's tight between UBC and that.
UBC in fourth.
Well, it looks like I owe you $10.
Wow, that is unbelievable. UBC Scholar had a huge advantage. So winning the lightweight single, that's Burrows from Ottawa taking a huge chunk out of the field. So we're up now at the start, the B final of the lightweight women's single.
Again, we got a full B final here, really good depth in the women's lightweight categories. In lane 1, we've got University of Toronto, Ontario Tech in lane 2, Brock in lane 3, Simon Fraser in lane 4, Western Ontario in lane 5, and Carleton, who's racing as an exhibition, in lane 6. So Brock University had a pretty good lead on the other boats in the time trial here, coming in at 8 minutes and 11 seconds, where the next boat was up at that 8-minute 30 mark. Although, you know, Simon Fraser, Ontario Tech, and Western are all within about 3 seconds of each other from the time trial. So that should be an interesting race there.
All right, so we're just going to flash back. We may have made a huge mistake, Alex, calling that last race, because the Sculler from the University of Ottawa actually was using UBC blades, and I think we were calling the wrong person during that race. And so it may have been actually Ottawa that was out ahead the whole time. But in this B final, looks like maybe a little bit of a steering correction needs to happen from lane 1 here.
But I will.
Yeah. So if we look at this replay,
That
it is
that
indeed the
Ottawa
Sculler.
Sculler. So unfortunately, we were making the wrong call the entire time. We're now taking applications for commentators for the rest of the day.
So our apologies Our apologies to the fans from the University of Ottawa, but congratulations to their scholar on winning. And as we refocus here on the B final of the women's lightweight double, again a full final.
A little tough to see who's got the lead here. Yeah, I can't tell from this angle.
No, it looks like...
Oh!
Yeah, I think the two boats in the middle seem to be a little bit ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, I think
So
that
we're
Brock
approaching the
boat.
750-meter marker here.
Yeah, I think in that red boat, that should be Brock in lane 3? Oh, no, that would be SFU, I believe.
Yeah, with the two boats in the middle of the race out ahead, as you would expect, based on their time trial ranking. And again, the wind seems to be picking up. The wind seems to be picking up a little bit here. A little bit more of a breeze coming down the course. Again, those tailwind conditions will speed up the race a little bit. And so crossing the 1,000-meter marker here.
Definitely looks like we've got, yeah, Brock out ahead.
Yeah, Brock followed by SFU, I believe.
Pretty impressive on SFU's part, being 20 seconds behind in the time trial to be sticking so close with Brock here.
Yeah, distinctive red boat for SFU. And then on the other side, Ontario Tech. And then University of Western Ontario. Quite a sizable gap between these scullers here. So it looks like those positions are holding here. Brock in front, SFU right behind, Ontario Tech right behind them. So they're just crossing the 750 meter marker to go here. Approaching the last 500 meters in about a minute and a half.
Yeah, from Brock in that first place position here still, that is Rowan O'Neill, who it is her third CUs. She also competed in the light women's 4. So these guys are just coming across the 500 meter mark now, it looks like. Coming into that last leg of the race.
Still Brock out ahead. And as pointed out by one of our umpires, the seating from the time trial, quite effective. We got that V or that chevron shape to all the boats starting from the middle and working their way out to the outer lanes.
Yeah, in the absence of, I guess, unfair lanes, you typically put the fastest boats in the middle 2 lanes, and that allows them to really see the rest of the competition beside them. it ends up being a bit advantageous to really know where everyone around you is and not have to look all the way across the course.
Yeah, approaching the last 250 here. It looks like Brock, maybe a boat length, maybe a bit of open water on SFU.
Yeah, getting to those red buoys just a few seconds before SFU there.
With the same margin to Ontario Tech. About 20 or 25 strokes to go here. Sculler from Brock comfortably out ahead. I think a bit more open water than initially expected. Of course, the last race of the day for all these athletes. Well, unless someone's jumping around in the women's 8 really quickly.
Yeah, I wonder if that Queen Sculler would be, because I know Queens often puts their lightweights in their heavy 8.
Brock crossing the line in first, followed by SFU, and in third, Ontario Tech. Western crossing the line there.
I believe we've got one
Fourth
more
place.
rower on the course. Or two more?
Two more rowers
two
on the
more.
course here. This is U of T in lane 1. And then just waiting on that last rower there from Carleton.
So we've got the final results from the women's single. A bit of a swap up from what we would have expected based on the time trial. Burrows from Ottawa University still securing that lead, but Inkpen from Dalhousie was actually predicted to be 4th in the time trials and ended up in 2nd. Queens was predicted to be 6th and ended up in 3rd, so that's a great jump from Julia Texera at Queens. And then Mary Law from UBC in 4th, and Sai Faubert from UVic in 5th, and then we had the University of Guelph in 6th. We've got about a 10-minute break coming up here before we get the men's lightweight 4s coming up, so we will see you in about 10 minutes. Shoulders up.
At UBC, some of the things that really make us stand apart, in my opinion, is our strive for excellence, the integrity we have in all that we do on the field, off the field, in the water, out of the water, and our teamwork. We rise together, we work together to do something that as individuals we can't do. like, I got through their warm-up pretty good. No, I was just saying, like, I just was surprised by the level of teamwork and synchronicity, like, from the picking up the boat to every single piece in between that and when we docked. It was just, they had to just be together. So it was really cool. And there were a couple moments where I actually got in the feel of with the power of that boat and just realizing how much together that, that they do. Just realizing how together they're so strong. It was just a really special feeling. So yeah, I'm very grateful. That was amazing.
Every morning we get to watch the sunrise, and it's like the best part of my day. To just be here, kind of seeing my friends and just playing in a boat before I have to go to work.
I love the team aspect as well. With the racing sport is very, very fun. Kind of combines teamwork and a lot of effort to really just see how hard we can push ourselves together.
We work to instill a lot of pride in what they're doing, and we feel that all of that contributes to a culture, and that culture really helps to drive our success as a team.
There's a very tangible feedback for when the boat is all working together, and I really love that feeling. You start to kind of float above the water.
I think it's really a unique program in that we've had so much history and so much time and effort has been put into creating this amazing boathouse, maintaining our equipment, buying nice equipment so that we can go fast on the water, and it just really feels like you're part of something that's bigger than yourself. So I think that's a really unique aspect of being part of the rowing team at UBC.
Let's get a spin around there.
So we have 28 girls in the team right now, and our objective is to create not only a competitive group, a group that drive each other in terms of performance, but also a group that are purposely working towards a common goal.
With this rowing team, we see every moment that they're on that water, they are relying on each other to be better as a group. It doesn't make a big difference if only one person is performing. The whole boat needs to perform. The whole boat needs to be in time. The whole boat needs to feel the rhythm, and the whole boat needs to create power together. And so I just think that this rowing team really manifests one of our pillars of success at UBC, which is rise together. Lifting each other and others to a new level and celebrating what we achieve as a group.
And then I believe the one that I have is the extra is 60 minutes.
Cameras ready, audio set. And we are live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's the TC 10K. This is it. We're here. We've been waiting all year for this.
Well, being in the lead is always a nice position because you have a vantage point where you can see everybody.
The hometown fans in support, and there it is. Genevieve Lalonde takes the gold of Canada.
We were living in a difficult time when language was forbidden.
Gone to the inside. Carlson and Midgley get together. Carlson takes the lead.
Mar on the tip. Yes, he can.
It is Canada's game.
Just score!
Great show, everybody.
All right. So lucky enough to be joined for the lightweight men's 4 race, former teammate of mine, Brent Duncan, who's rode in the men's lightweight 4 a few times in his day. So Brent's we're going to talk to us a little bit about what it's like to be in that boat. So Brent, like, when was the last time you raced in the lightweight 4? How long ago was that?
Oh boy,
Brent's older than I am, so I can make him feel really bad about this.
By a year. My last year with eligibility for CUs was 2014, which I realize is almost a decade ago. Mark, thank you. So 2014 was the last time I raced in the lightweight 4. I raced in it in 2013 and 2011, which I believe I was joined by a blonde fellow as well.
That's me. That's who Brent's referring to. Yeah. So Brent and I rode together at Western. So as we zoom in appropriately, as we zoom in on the Western crew there the Western Coxie. So the lightweight 4 holds a dear place in both of Brent and my's heart. But it's usually a fantastic race.
Oh my
We've
God.
got 2 or 3 or 4 really fast crews. And again, the lightweight element of it just kind of makes them super, super close.
So if you are new to the sport, every single athlete that you see on your screen weighed in today. And they all had to be 72.5 kilograms or less. So it's about 160 pounds. What Mark is alluding to, kind of the evening out factor of the lightweight event, what that generally means is there's kind of more or less a ceiling on how strong, how much muscle mass a single athlete can put on. And they all have to be under that 72.5 mark this morning.
Yeah, so if one athlete doesn't weigh under 72.5 kilograms, the whole boat can't row. So it can be a bit stressful at times. But we've got some really, really good crews here. So we can see in the far lane there's Queen's University and that distinctive yellow hull, the Empacher. In lane 5, we have UBC. An athlete I coached last year, Peter Scaccabarazzi, sitting there in 2-seat. Again, some really good UBC athletes there. Lane 4, we've got Brock University. Brock and UBC actually raced off ahead of the Charles a few weeks ago. Now, granted, that's almost a 5-kilometer race, but UBC just narrowly edged out Brock. But again, there were some athletes in and out. And then in lane 2 here, we have UVic. UVic, also some very fast lightweights in that boat. Giancarlo Di Pompeo, we talked about earlier. And then coming now to Western, I think a bit of a younger crew. And then sitting in bow seat there, another one of the Vancouver College guys, Pavi Busalis. Excited to see anytime you see your former athletes here, Brent. Pretty exciting.
Yeah, I got the shout out from you earlier in the heavyweight men's 8 with Will Borrett rowing in 2-seat for Western, but really exciting for you that you've got 2 former athletes in this race. And I think you're right. Like, I got to watch the lightweight men's single and the lightweight men's double earlier today, and that lightweight men's double race was
fantastic.
Incredible.
Yeah,
the top 4 crews within like 4 seconds. I'm really excited to watch this go down. The lightweight races are always so fun. This event has a special place in my heart. I'm so excited for this race to get started, and we can see the athletes just sitting there, probably just trying to not let the nerves build up. We can see they haven't squared their blades, so I'm seeing a couple of them starting to.
Yeah.
So that means they're probably doing a roll call.
And Alex, you see the Western boat is angled significantly to their port side here. What would be the purpose of that?
If it's quite windy and the wind is going from port to starboard, you might initially start angled so you don't get pushed over too far.
Yeah, so it looks like, and they're being pulled now. So you can see Western sitting up there.
UVic still looks loose, which is interesting to me. So either Western's really eager to get going or UVic is very relaxed. Maybe a bit of both.
So you're going to see, in my experience, you're going to see these boats scream off the start. It'll take 3 or 4 strokes to get going, and then we're going to see crews in the mid-40s in terms of rate. Here we go.
So we had Brock.
And we're off here.
Yeah, Brock won the time trial by about 10 seconds, so we'll see if they hold that. They also won OUAs. So think they might be the favorite currently, but you never know.
Yeah, I love this shot. The side-on look, you can see how the crews progress. Even here following Brock, they might be the favorite, like Alex is saying. They did a phenomenal job to win the lightweight men's double earlier, just edging out UBC. This shot, again, beautiful. You can see how all the crews row. UVic really clean here with those entries, timing
really
at the catch.
really long strokes from UVic. Maybe a little bit longer than Brock and UBC, but it seems to be Brock just edging out. Maybe they got a canvas, so the distance from the coxie to the bow ball there, a canvas on UBC, but it's not much.
So,
and then about half a boat length down to UVic.
That's going to be an interesting fight between Brock and UBC here.
And it'll be interesting to see if UVic can hang on to those leaders as we're, about 300, 400 meters into the race. And those top 2 crews, maybe top 3 crews, really starting to edge themselves forward. A minute into the race, we've got Western, Queens, and the crew on the far side. I believe that's Calgary, just starting to fall back, shy back a little bit from the leaders, with UVic the crew in between.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, tons of international experience in this race. We talked about Giancarlo and Emerson Crick and Stephen Harris, and then Peter Scaccabarazzi there, the rookie for UBC, raced at the Under-19 World Championships this past summer in the pair. So tons of pedigree coming into this race, and just some really high-quality rowing. That Queens boat on the far side actually looks really nice, and they're fighting with UVic there for third. Just tells you the caliber of the crews that we have racing the lightweight 4 here.
I think this has got to be, some of the best depth we've had in the lightweight 4 category in a few years. It's an amazing race to watch.
Yeah, I think it is an event that did start to, get dominated a little bit by one school or another over the last few years. It did seem like, not to be that kind of guy, but in our day, it maybe was a little deeper. But it's really cool to see this, right? Like it's so exciting, regardless of what school you're supporting, which athletes you're supporting. You can see what a quality race, what a quality event this is, and how much all the athletes, regardless of where they're from, everything they're putting into every single stroke.
Absolutely. That Brock crew is looking to have edged out ahead just a bit on UBC, but it is difficult to see with that angle.
Yeah, UBC's, I think, pretty close. Maybe just that canvas lead. We're going to get a great shot coming across the 750 or the 1,000-meter marker here coming up. My sense is Brock maybe half a boat length, 3/4 of a boat length, but we'll get a sense of it in a second here.
You can see those coxies just peeking over at each other, making sure that they know exactly where those other crews are. UBC is really going to want to make a move here. It might become too late.
Yeah, so it is
Ooh,
Brock about
third.
3/4 of a length ahead of UBC. But as Brent pointed out, that battle for third place between Queens and UVic.
Queens is absolutely, I think I said earlier they were starting to fall back with maybe Western and Calgary, but Queens has pushed themselves back into the podium positions, fighting with UVic. I also, maybe either of you might want to comment on it, but it seemed like a bit of a difference from my eye between Brock and UBC coming through that side-on shot. Maybe Brock a little higher on the rate, maybe a little more scrambly, and UBC longer, maybe a little more controlled. Do we think there's a push coming from UBC in the second half?
Could be, Brent. I think, but then we get the shot of Brock, right? They look really relaxed over the front end of the stroke. Looks like they have time to go up and get their length. I don't think maybe the side angle, the blades just kind of were a bit misleading.
Finishes look a little wobbly from Brock, but it doesn't seem to be slowing them down.
No, certainly. And there's tons of horsepower in that Brock boat. I think just about every athlete in the 620s in that boat on the erg. UBC similar, but really some high quality racing here.
I had an interesting chat with one of the Brock coaches earlier that when they announced their team, the guy that got to go in the double, ecstatic, off the wall, that one of his idols of like Canadian university lightweight rowing, he was going to get to row the double with him. So cool that there's that kind of moment.
That's so cute.
So again, looks like Brock just ahead of UBC here. I would say maybe teetering on a length down. But again, this is the last, the B final will be the last men's race of the day, but this is the last race of the day for these big teams. UBC trying to finish as high as they can. Brock trying to get another win in the lightweight event. Remember, they won the lightweight double earlier, just smashing down the course at an incredibly high rate. They seem to have opened up a bit more of a lead on UBC here, coming into the last 500 meters.
Now, don't quote me on this, but I think UBC is trying to go for an all-time point record.
Wow.
I think that's one of their goals of this year. So wherever that 4 places, that will determine whether or not they do it.
It's really tough to tell from this angle. I'm really curious to see where are UVic and Queens relative to each other. It looks like all 4 crews in the front half of the pack making a charge towards the line. UBC trying to make a charge, trying to take on Brock. I'm so excited to see how this plays out.
I think it's Brock, maybe a length ahead of UBC.
I think it's half a boat. I think UBC is closing. I don't know if there's enough time.
The real race here, I think, is Queens and UVic for 3rd place.
Very
Queens really ramping the rate up.
Yeah, they're marching on it.
UVic, another lift from UVic. They're up around 40 now. UVic smashing down the course.
See if Coming Queens to the line.
It is Brock about
half a length
ahead of UBC, and Brock takes the lens lightweight for UBC in 2nd.
And 3rd place, who's it going to be? Queens, UVic. I think.
Oh, maybe just Queens.
I don't even know. It might come down to who was on the surge.
Yeah.
Who took the most recent stroke as they came over the line.
It's going to be tight between Western and Calgary here as well. Another great race in 5th and 6th.
I think it's going to be Western just ahead of the Calgary Dinos.
Looks like Western took it up a bit more for that finish to secure the 5th place.
There we go.
Yeah. Well, what a race in the lightweight 4. Didn't disappoint, that's for sure.
So exciting. So exciting. And one of the challenges of racing these bigger boats here in Burnaby Lake, you got to slam on the brakes. I don't know that the camera fully got that, but you got to slam on the brakes pretty quick before you go into the shore or all the wooden pilings just past the finish line.
Yeah,
we're about to get a replay of that finish for 3rd. See if we can find it out on the live stream. Oh.
Here's a replay of the start line, looks like.
So they're taking us back up to the start line here for the B final of the men's 4. We're going to try and see if we can get a shot of that finish between Queens and UVic. Really want to see who came 3rd there. It was basically couldn't tell. It's incredible how many times that's happened today. We've had these 2,000 meter races that end up getting decided by less than a third of a second. But
on your screen now, you've got Lane 2, University of Ottawa, Lane 3, University of Guelph, and Lane 4, University of Toronto, lining up for the last men's race of the regatta, the B final of the lightweight men's Class 4. And they're off. All Ontario B final. It'll be really, really interesting to see how this one plays out.
all right, so here we go. We're gonna get a shot of that replay from the lightweight 4 final. Let's see if we can just really.
Oh, I don't know.
No, I can't.
I don't know.
There's nothing between those two crews.
We'll have to wait for those final results.
Those final results come through.
Amazing.
That was
incredible.
That's why we're here. It's racing like that. That's why we're here.
That is exciting. So from that time trial, we had the Guelph crew quite a bit ahead of University of Toronto. They had about 15 seconds on them, whereas University of Toronto and Ottawa were just 3 seconds apart after the time trial. So we'll see how that plays out through this race, if they can secure that lead from Guelph.
I believe the University of Ottawa crew is a young group. I was talking to their coach very briefly earlier. I think they're a young group. I think they're trying to build up their lightweight men's program. Again, kind of going back a decade ago, the Ottawa team, the lightweight men's group, really competitive group of guys. They always rode, club through the summer, through the university season. Big, deep, competitive group. Really cool to see that, maybe if that faded, it's on the resurgence.
Yeah, and then once you get some momentum going in a program too, that can change a lot, right? You know, it's no secret that the crews that have success, all the young athletes want to go there.
Absolutely.
So we've got just trailing down now. Again, this is the B final of the men's lightweight 4.
It looks from that shot to me, it might be Ottawa and Guelph in a bit of a fight with Toronto off the back a little bit.
Yeah, I think you could be right there, Brent.
Again, on the left of your screen, Ottawa, center of the screen, just kind of hidden in front of the umpire's launch. That'll be University of Guelph. And then on the right-hand side, with those blue and white oars, that's University of Toronto.
Yeah, Guelph came bronze at OUAs in this event. And yeah, it's the first Guelph men's 4 boated since 2014.
Wow.
Bronze at OUA, that's pretty good.
That is interesting. I think generally you'd think a bronze medal, a podium position at the OUAs. Maybe they had a challenge in their time trial, because to me, a podium at OUAs generally would relate into
an A final
at CUs. I wonder if they had something go wrong.
But that also, I mean, it could also mean that the strength of the West Coast crews, the lightweight 4s, like you had Calgary, UBC, UVic, right, all in the final.
That being said, there was 3 other Ontario schools in the A final, so it looks like maybe a bit of a reversal happened for them to be in the B final here.
Wow, but you know what? Guelph making a showing of it here. I think I said before Ottawa looked like they were in it. Maybe they were trying, but Guelph making a show halfway through.
Crossing the 1,000-meter marker there. It's Guelph, then Ottawa, and then U of T.
I know at the bottom of our screen it just said that the heavyweight women's 8 is coming up. It was really neat to see all those women launching a couple minutes ago as the lightweight men's 4A final was coming down. It's just so cool to see those big boats, and with like some of the best athletes in the country. It's so exciting.
Yeah, the women's 8 is my personal favorite event, one that I've raced quite a few times now.
Personally invested in that one at all, Alex?
Just a little bit. I'm only a little bit cheering for UBC.
And so, you know, keeping in mind here as the men's lightweight 4, the B final, they come in approaching the last 500 meters here, that this women's 8 is going to determine the banner, as is often the case at the end of the day with an 8s race when things are close. So you've got the University of Victoria sitting at 68 points, Queen's sitting at 66 points, UBC sitting at 65 points, and the University of Western Ontario sitting at 48 points. So those top 3 schools are within 3 points of each other. There's all kinds of scenarios. I don't want to misspeak. I'm not going to go through them all. But basically, I think whoever wins the 8 is going to win.
Yeah,
I think that's what it's going to come down to.
Because it's a 5-point difference between first and second in the 8s, I think.
So whoever wins this women's
Something
8
like
is
that.
going to win the banner.
In any case, it's more than 3 points. I
more
can
than
tell
3
you that.
So stay tuned for that race coming up next. You can see the women's 8s in the distance there, just kind of pulling themselves into the starting gate. But for now, we'll finish off this B final of the men's lightweight 4.
They look to be coming across that 500-meter mark either now or in the next few strokes. It seems like Guelph is still managing to maintain their lead with it's a bit hard to tell between Ottawa and U of T with this angle.
Yeah, my guess would be Ottawa out ahead a little bit still. They look a little bit cleaner than U of T.
It is 5 points, Alex, between first place and second place in the heavyweight 8.
You can tell I've counted the points in my head once or twice
once
in
or
my
twice
day.
before, hey?
Yep.
Somewhere on one of my computers, I've got an Excel spreadsheet that'll figure this out for us, but if I was a smart man, I'd have brought that today.
So riding with Guelph here in the last 250 meters, you can see those red buoys creep in. They've got a sizable lead over the 2 crews behind them. Really the only question we're trying to figure out now is second and third in this B final.
Going to be really tight to the line, I think, between U of T and U Ottawa. This is really exciting. Big charge from Ottawa. Very clean strokes here.
Oh, U of T, little crab there.
Yeah.
Seem to be just getting a little bit scrambly. See if they can...
Ottawa's just edging ahead.
Guelph looking really clean as they cross the line through here. They're pretty in control of the race, and they've just won the B final. Next, we've got
Ottawa by about half a boat.
And U of T coming across the line now, wrapping up our men's races for the day.
There we go.
So with that, I think UBC men got the banner.
Yeah, I think it's
so.
It's fair to say so that the UBC men. Congratulations to Coach Pierce,
I think that
Coach
makes
Sheldon, all the other coaches involved with the men's group. I think that pretty much wraps it up.
That's 6 out of the past 7 years they've gotten a banner, I believe.
So we're just gonna pull up on the screen here. We're gonna pull up the results from the last race, the A final of the lightweight men's 4, and you can see. So I mean that the gap between in lightweight rowing 1.9 seconds. It might not seem like a lot, but typically lightweights are fairly comfortable with that gap. You had Brock, UBC, Queens just edging out UVic there, 0.3.
0.3. Unreal.
That's just about a seat. Yeah,
that is, folks, if you grab a stopwatch at home and you hit start stop as fast as you can, you're going to be lucky to get 0.2 for reference.
Yeah, and if you're doing this,
all right, we will take a short break here before we get to the women's 8. Go grab a cup of coffee, go grab a drink. You're going to want to see this one.
It began with a common love for sport, connection, and being active.
Then came a name to describe our community.
And this became a gift and an expectation of excellence. The Thunderbirds.
From athletes to club members and personal goal chasers.
To staff, supporters, and alumni. We are all Thunderbirds. Powerful, united, and grateful to the Kwakwaka'wakw people who entrusted our name to us.
We're here to create a positive impact, to bring honor to our community and make our university proud.
To be a Thunderbird is a responsibility, but it's one we carry with joy.
Sharing in the thrill of being part of something bigger.
Something magnetic. Something to which everyone is welcome.
Thunderbirds are ambitious. We see possibility and commit to it.
We continuously test our limits and find they stretch even further than we thought. To be a Thunderbird is to believe that we are capable of more.
We persevere, bring our best, and never settle. We're not shy about winning. But when we do, it's in the right way.
Always with integrity and respect. Always victory through honor. We reach high, but with humility.
We hold ourselves and each other to account, seeking to give more than we take.
It might sound like hard work, and it can be, but we have each other's backs.
Thunderbirds are never alone.
That's why we can step out beyond the comfortable, knowing we might stumble.
But trusting, we will find our wings.
We are one proud family, a force to be reckoned with.
We are not here to keep quiet or stay small, but to discover the power of our voices and actions.
Energetic, charismatic, loud like thunder.
Together, we take flight.
The first time I stepped on the field for a game again, I think I honestly couldn't believe that I made it there, because if you would have asked me a few years or months prior, I would have said I'm never doing this again because I went through a pretty traumatic injury. I blew out my knee. I've never been so low before, if I'm being honest. It was not easy to seek out help or get help either.
You feel for them because we care about them first and foremost. We care about them more than just how fast they're swimming in the pool. We care about them more than how they're doing with the school. We care about them as people. And if they're not in the best place that they can be with their mental health, then everything else gets put on the back burner because we want to see these young student athletes thrive, not just survive at UBC.
I get to work with all of the coaches and student athletes at UBC, and the thing that I'm really noticing right now is that this isn't a problem for the unique few.
I think there's always been the perception of there being a stigma, especially with more macho sports like football. Sometimes it can be difficult, people being open emotionally and talking about their own struggles, and then at the same time exuding the confidence that I think people typically associate with the best football players and mental performance at a high level.
We're getting more and more student athletes struggling with mental health, so it's got to be a big priority. You know, we talk about injuries to athletes and making sure that they're fit and healthy. Well, it's just the same with mental health, and a good, healthy player is what produces performances, because they're all highly motivated, they're all driven by success. So lots and lots of pressures that they face on daily.
My brother Mass, growing up, loved sports. He loved playing team sports equally as much as he did academics. And, he was fortunate to pursue both of these passions right here at UBC. And while he was studying, he played varsity men's soccer professionally. He was a cardiac anesthesiologist and chief of anesthesia at the Mazankowski Heart Institute in Edmonton. But despite all the successes that he had in life, he struggled with mental health in the background and on his own. And that was difficult for him. And in 2017, he tragically took his own life. And my friends, my family, his teammates, his colleagues, we were all shocked and devastated. My foundation is really excited to be working with UBC because we believe this is the right initiative for this moment in the life of a young student athlete.
Mental health issues have really become a global concern, and there's a scale and a spectrum of support that student athletes need. But what we really need is more so that we can catch some of this early. UBC Athletics is so grateful to have the Mass Yukawa Foundation on board and in the game with us. We're excited to have them, and we're really excited for all of the other people that are wanting to step up and wanting to join us in really making this change for student athletes.
Cameras ready, audio set. And we are live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's the TC 10K. This is it. We're here. We've been waiting all year for this.
Well, being in the lead is always a nice position because you have a vantage point where you can see everybody.
The hometown fans in support, and there it is. Genevieve Lalonde takes the gold of Canada.
We were living in a difficult time when language was forbidden.
Gone to the inside. Carlson and Midgley get together. Carlson takes the lead.
Jamar on the tip. Yes, he can.
It is Canada's game.
Just score!
Great show, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got our last race coming up, which is the women's 8. But before that, we can talk about the points totals. We now have the final updated totals for the men's 8, or for the men's races. UBC has won the banner at 123 points. Quite a decisive victory, with Brock coming in second at 100 points. The University of Victoria at 90 points in third. And Western Ontario coming in fourth at 83 points. Now, what's really exciting about this women's 8 race is that this is what's going to decide the banner for the women.
Yeah, this gets really interesting here.
Yeah, so just for some context, the point difference between first place and second place in the 8 is 5 points, which is very important when you consider there is only 3 points separating the University of Victoria in first, Queen's in second, and UBC in third, at 68, 66, and 65 points respectively.
So, again, we're not going to run down necessarily a whole bunch of different scenarios, because depending on who wins and who comes second or third, it could determine, it could change up how the results would be applied to the banner. But if you win the 8, you are in a very good position to win the banner, maybe with the exception of Western University, just a little bit further out of it. But between UVic, Queens, and UBC, this is for all the marbles, as they say.
Now, coming in off of the time trial, UVic came first in this race by just 3.5 seconds ahead of UBC, which in an 8, between time trials and head-to-head racing is something that has been switched up many years before. Western was in third, about 6.7 seconds behind UVic. So Queens will have to make up about 15 seconds if they want to take home the banner here.
Yeah, so the athletes look like they're at attention here. Blades buried. Don't want to see any white. And here we go. The start of the women's 8. Puddles just pushing away. Looks like...
It's like UVic and UBC might be sneaking their bows just ahead there.
Yeah.
Queen's still staying pretty in it, though. They look like they really want it there. You've got some gritty-looking faces.
Yeah, certainly very aggressive off the start, not letting the other crews get ahead. But it does look like maybe, it is Queens and UVic just slightly ahead.
Yeah, it looks
about
like
30
it there.
seconds in.
UVic is rowing very cohesively there. Again, Jane Gumley doing an excellent job with that coaching. But UBC not far behind. So they're going to want to really maintain that contact so that they don't get dropped there.
Yeah, Western just sitting about a canvas down to UVic. UBC a little bit less than that. So we see the Calgary Dinos there on the far side. Actually, pretty clean rowing there from Calgary. Maybe the rate just a little bit low for this time in the race.
Calgary came fourth in the time trial, beating out Queens, which is really awesome there. Looks like Queens is a little bit ahead of them still. And UVic does seem to have taken an early lead.
Yeah, UVic out to about half a boat length now over UBC and Western. And UBC's got to have to know that they can't let them get out any further. Half a boat length in an 8 is a big, big margin.
So the UVic 8 has a wide mix of experience of athletes. Some of them have only been rowing for a year, while others have been rowing for 8 years. So those first years will be looking to their more veteran crews to really lead the way. But anytime you get a novice, fresh out a novice in a varsity 8, it means that they're very powerful.
Yeah, so Sarah Stormont there in the UVic 8, she's only been rowing for just over a year now. She's actually the sister of one of the athletes I coach at Vancouver College, and so she's really, really excited for this race. To be a novice and to step into potentially the fastest women's 8 in the country is pretty exciting stuff. And it looks like UVic might be stopped here by UBC. They're kind of sitting at half a length, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, that can be a challenging position for both crews. When every time you make a move, you get stopped. It can be mentally tough, and at the same time, when you're trying to edge ahead from UVic's position, if you're not getting anywhere with your moves, it can be hard to keep convincing yourself to push the legs on for those moves.
Yeah, so looks like UVic in first, half a boat length down to UBC. Western just kind of bow to stern on UBC. But it is UVic as we come to the 1,000-meter marker here.
With these 8 races, though, when you start getting momentum, a lot can happen. Like, I've had races at CUs where we were about half a length down coming through the 1,000 and managed to get in on the gold. And
all right, so here we go, crossing the 1,000-meter marker. It's UVic, 3/4 of a length now, up on UBC. It's go. You have to go now if you're UBC. You got to start finding a way to claw back those seats. Otherwise, they're going to run out of real estate.
And it looks like that's Western crew is maybe starting to creep up on that UBC crew now.
Yeah, as we get a shot of UVic, really powerful. Well, around the finish there, just really sending the boat off, really strong. And it looks like they might be opening up to about a boat length now. And Western, yes, putting in a little bit of a move here, seem to be catching UVic as we ride with UBC here. Just a little bit, blades up in the air. There it is, a little bit better there for UBC.
It seems like UVic is just a little bit cleaner around that front end, getting just a bit more push every stroke on the back. Hopefully UBC can kind of round it up for the last 500 meters. It looks like they're coming into here.
Western, I think, maybe chipping away at that lead. They are at a bit of a higher rate. They've got those fat blades, lighter loaded blades.
Yeah, we'll see how that benefits them during the finish, especially.
It should be the theory behind those blades is you're a third 500 or a last 500 crew. You can turn over more strokes, and as the race goes on, it still feels lighter.
UVic is known to have excellent finishes as well. So these other crews, if they want to make a move on UVic, they're going to have to move pretty early and really get on it.
Yeah, it is a commanding lead for UVic, though. It looks like a boat length, and that is a lot to make up as they come to the last 500 meters here. You start to be able to see these crews come through. We're going to hear the crowd at the finish line. The cowbells are going, people are yelling. And when it gets loud as an athlete, that last 250 meters, you can't really hear anything. You're just pulling as hard as you can.
This would be pretty exciting for Western if they were able to squeak ahead of UBC here, because UBC had quite a big lead on them at the head of the Charles earlier this month.
It looks, very, very close between UBC and Western. But UVic definitely out in front here. Look like they have a commanding lead. This would be quite the finish if anybody was able to catch UVic. All they have to do is stay long, stay composed, and they will win the women's 8 and the points banner. As we come to the finish here, it is UVic looking really strong.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna take home that banner there from UVic.
And the question now we have is it UBC or is it Western in second and third place? UVic, maybe not an entire boat length, but it is the Vikes women first place. And UBC just taking it from Western. And with that win, UVic not only wins the 8, they also win the women's banner.
Queen seems to be coming in fourth, crossing the line right now. And we've got U of T
and Calgary rounding out the race. Wow, and a really exceptional race there. We thought Western was down and out. UBC had a big lead, but look at the girls from UVic. Look how happy they are.
They're looking exhausted. That was a lot of hard work from them.
The pressure in that race, that the title is on the line, not only the women's 8, but also the points banner. And then, of course, contrast that with the faces of the UBC women. Certainly will be disappointed. It was right there. Just UVic got a little bit too far ahead in that second 500.
Yeah. It's a tough position to be in.
Yeah, you can look at the joy on the girls' faces there. A couple tears, lots of smiles. Sarah Stormont in the 2-seat there.
Yeah, she rode at UBC for a summer. She's really lovely, very gritty.
So you get all these athletes get to know each other over the summertime, where they row with their home clubs and then come here and compete against each other. It's one of the great things about rowing. But just a phenomenal race. Congratulations to Coach Gumley and the UVic women for winning the women's 8 and the women's points banner. And our last race of the day, you can see pulling into the starting gates here is the B final of the women's 8. So in lane
Looks
2.
we're missing. Oh, there it is.
In lane 2, we have McGill. Lane 3, Ottawa. Lane 4, Carleton. And lane 5, Guelph.
Based on the time trial, it does look like Ottawa had a bit of a lead over Carleton and McGill, about 15 seconds ahead of those two crews. But Carleton, McGill, and Guelph are all within about 1.5 seconds of each other.
Should be a really good race here.
Lane 3, stop.
So McGill there in lane 2. Racing in a Vancouver College boat. My small
Little
personal
plug.
connection to this race, but
Lane 2, stop.
yeah, wind's starting to pick up a bit. You can sense it's getting a bit dark now at 4:10 here, but one more race to go on the docket to conclude the 2023 Canadian University Rowing Championships. And we're off here in the last race of the day. Here we ride with the University of Ottawa, again using those UBC blades. Carleton.
We just got the updated point totals for the women's CRC points final. In first place, we have UVic at 108 points. UBC in second at 100 points. Queens in third with 91 points. And if I can flip the page, I'll tell you what Western is at. They're at 78 points. Yeah, so each of those crews actually pretty varied performance. UVic had 1 first place, 3 second places, a third and a fifth. UBC had 1 first place, 2 seconds, a third, a fourth, and a fifth.
Yeah, some varied results for sure. So looking now at these are the official results from the women's 8, the A final. In first place, as we mentioned, University of Victoria. Just behind them, 3 seconds, University of British Columbia, and 0.3 seconds behind them, Western University. A really, really tight finish there. Great push from Western. Queens, University of Toronto, and Calgary rounding out the field just a bit further back.
The women's 8 from Ottawa, quite impressively, 7 of those 8 athletes started rowing as novices at Ottawa.
Sounds like they spent the summer together rowing to try and be as competitive as possible for their season here. So we see these athletes in the B final of the women's 8 just approaching the 750-meter mark. Looks to me like the crew from Ottawa in first. Cheers behind us, indicating the crew from UVic winning the 8, coming to the dock here.
Yeah, it does seem that Ottawa has gotten a bit of a lead off the start. Hard to tell, but I think McGill would be the next. No. Carleton?
Yeah, it looks like
Carleton
Carleton.
in red. Yeah.
Carleton and McGill maybe duking it out for second and third there.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And bringing up the rear there is Guelph.
Yeah, still a pretty close race between Carleton and McGill there.
Ottawa extending their lead now. Definitely comfortably out ahead into that third 500 meters now.
I don't know if you guys can hear the wind in our microphones, but it's definitely picking up through here.
So here comes Ottawa down the course, just seeing them approaching the 750-meter marker, 750 meters to go. Difficult to see who's in second and third here, but I think it's going to be pretty close between McGill and Carleton. Guelph just a bit off the pace at the back there.
The Coxie of the McGill crew was a novice Coxie last year, but her 8 won gold at OUAs, which is
These boats are into the last 500 meters now.
again, only 2 seconds separated Carleton and McGill in the time trial, so it really could be anyone's race here. It looks like that Carleton crew might be a little bit up ahead for the second place position.
So as we come to the last 20 strokes here of the final event at the Canadian University Rowing Championships for 2023, it's Ottawa, the clear leader. Looks to be maybe Carleton just ahead of McGill.
With University of Guelph taking up that final position. Yeah, definitely Ottawa going for open water as we come across this line.
And winning
there it is.
The B final, the women's 8, is the University of Ottawa. Second place to Carleton.
McGill having a little bit of overlap with them, coming third.
And crossing the line, officially ending the 2023 Canadian University Championships, is Guelph.
Thank you everyone for tuning in and our wonderful volunteers for making this possible. We have a brief highlight reel for you to watch.
And then that'll be it.
Yeah, and to recap the day, we had UVic winning the women's 8. The women's pair was won by UBC. The lightweight 4 won by Queens. The women's single won by Western. And the women's lightweight double won by Brock, while Ottawa won the women's single. So a lot of spread on the women's side. Now on the men's side,
not as spread out as we see some of the highlights from the day here. You know, I think really the story of the day on the men's side was UBC winning all the men's heavyweight events and then coming second in all the lightweight events. That puts you in a pretty successful spot. You know, not to be forgotten though, Brock, a couple really impressive results in the lightweight events, and UVic winning the lightweight single there and coming second in the 8. Certainly a fantastic day. Just want to say once again thank you to everyone who was a part of this. Volunteers, our athletes, awesome day. We'll see you next year for the 2024 Canadian University Championships.